Diving down the rabbit hole, deep dive, true crime with Jackie Siege, Jermaine.
Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Ms. Adelson, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Miami Beach.
And are you here today pursuant to a state subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do all state subpoenas confer immunity?
I don't know if all state subpoenas confer immunity, but this one does.
Well, okay, and do you believe that your subpoena is special or different from other state subpoenas?
I don't believe it's special or different, so I suppose they all carry immunity.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted and associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay. And do you think, isn't it true that it's use and derivative use immunity? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but not complete immunity from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
That's different than what you just asked before. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All right, so what I'm trying to allow the jury to understand is what sort of immunity you have. What is your understanding of what it means for you to have immunity pursuant to the state subpoena?
So I have derivative and use immunity. And so in the future,
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much.
a prosecutor couldn't use what I say here today against me.
Correct. But you could be prosecuted. Just nothing you said here today could be used against you in that prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I suppose so.
Okay.
Deer in the headlights! You don't know what to do you? What are you gonna do?
This has been one of the most misunderstood parts of this case. And don't worry if you're confused. Wendi is a whole entire lawyer, and she didn't even know. So I want to clear this up right now. Wendi, you still can, and 99.9% will be tried for this case. Your immunity can't save you, and here's why. Use immunity prevents the prosecution from directly using your testimony against you in your criminal case. Derivative use immunity prevents the prosecution from using any evidence discovered or derived from your testimony against you. Basically, if you produce new information that the prosecution did not know about prior to your testimony, they cannot start an investigation into that fact. However, if the prosecution can show that they were aware of said information before your testimony, they can charge you on that information regardless. So basically, you're still screwed. Sorry.
Have you made any sort of special deal with the state attorney's office or with any law enforcement or government agent?
No.
Your understanding, though, is it doesn't mean they can't arrest you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
You fear being charged by them, so you need to have that protection of your words.
I don't fear being charged for a crime I didn't commit, no.
Now, y'all had this nice exchange where it was pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
They recently had your brother Charles Adelson arrested, and he's in custody, right?
Correct.
For first-degree murder.
Correct.
And there's no tension?
It's very uncomfortable to be here. It's hard to tell where the tension is coming from.
They've discussed your involvement in this case. They insinuated it on the direct examination. There's no tension?
Lots of media insinuates that I did something I didn't do too. I can't feel tension towards every person in the world.
That's funny. I thought you didn't look at anything.
I don't. That's why.
But you know that you know about the media, but you don't know about the media?
I know about the media because it keeps me from employment. It keeps me from lots of things in my life. I'm aware of what's there, but I don't read the minutia so I can sleep at night.
Ms. Adelson, 5 minutes ago you said you don't look at any of that stuff.
I
Now
don't
ask you a
look at
question.
it.
Let me finish.
Sure.
5 minutes ago you say you don't look at any of that stuff. Now I ask you a question, you say you look at stuff.
That's not actually what I said. I said I'm aware that it exists, but I don't read it. I don't listen to it.
Then how do you know that they're bashing you?
You just told me they are.
I did?
Yeah.
Actually, that was you, Wendy.
They've discussed your involvement in this case. They insinuated it on the direct examination. There's no tension?
Lots of media insinuates that I did something I didn't do too. I can't feel tension towards every person in the world.
How about this? We'll come back to it. You can think up a better answer, okay?
I'm not thinking up an answer. I'm telling you the truth. I'm sorry if you don't want to listen to it.
Your basic understanding of criminal law, though, you know that if the defense gives you a subpoena, you get no immunity.
Correct.
Objection, improper question.
I'm not going beyond that question.
All right, that's the only question you can ask on that.
If I give you a subpoena, you don't get immunity, right?
Correct.
No.
All right, the first thing that I want to address is in regards to Wendi Adelson and a non-party motion that I received. And so is Mr. Laura present? Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Laura, good morning. Let's see, we don't have the podium in a good place at this point, but you could just step right up to the podium. Good morning.
Yes, Your Honor. John Lauro, and with me is Miss Adelson. Your Honor, as you know, Miss Adelson has been subpoenaed by the state as well as the defense. She, without a state subpoena, would unequivocally invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. We want to make that clear for the record. In light of Your Honor's prior rulings and direction, we wanted to put that on the record. However, with respect to the state subpoena, it automatically confers use and derivative use immunity on her pursuant to Florida Statute 914.04. That use and derivative use immunity would only apply to a state subpoena and not to a defense subpoena. So in light of that, we would ask respectfully that the court quash the defendant's subpoena, since there's no purpose and no appropriate purpose in calling a witness simply to invoke in front of the jury.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Laura. Any questions that are given to Ms. Adelson if she was called with the defense case, is she going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights to any question that's asked at that time?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming any question would have to be relevant and germane to the matters in this case, and as a result, she would invoke as to those questions.
All right. And so I'm just going to assert my previous ruling that I've made, and I did restate it on the record yesterday, is that she'll be required to testify under the state subpoena. The cross-examination will be limited to whatever the state's brings forth on direct. So that's what the cross-examination scope will be limited to. There's no piggybacking or bringing in any other information just because she's under the state subpoena. That's not going to be permissible. And then she's not going to be permitted to be called as a witness. Now that we know that she's just going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights, she won't be called as a witness in the defense case at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. That's
Okay.
exactly our understanding of the law.
All right. Okay. Anything else for the court?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to ask that Ms. Adelson then please remain outside the courtroom because she's subject to the rule.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor.
My things, please. Your murder bag, m'lady. Come now, let's away. Peasants. Okay. Let's unpack this, shall we? But first, Is just no one gonna mention that Wendi is a robot? Anyone? No one? Okay then. It'll be our little secret. So our little Wendi refused to testify if not under the state subpoena. Her lawyer even threatened that she's going to plead the fifth if not covered by the state's immunity. And just as a refresher, the Fifth Amendment says no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against herself. Or as most know it, the right to remain silent, to avoid incriminating yourself. Wendi, I know people are going to say that the Fifth Amendment isn't only for the guilty. But Wendi, sweetie, come on. It's just not a good look, is all I'm saying. And the absolute funniest thing about that whole delicious monologue from her lawyer is that all that happened before she took the stand. Meaning that she had complete confidence that she had full immunity as she was up there spelling out her little name for Georgia. And as we saw, Georgia popped that bubble right away. I am dead. It is just too good.
Oh boy. All right. Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired them, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid them.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want them held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Well, let me ask you, if you found out that this was someone that you personally know, would that change your mind about what should happen to that person?
About what should happen to that person?
For prosecution purposes.
No.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Regardless of who it is.
I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think it was my family. Anyone outside my immediate family, that's a tough one.
Okay.
But I don't think my immediate family did this. So
Okay.
If it's anybody else, yeah.
Well, that's an absolute wild thing to say to a cop in the police station, literal hours after the murder of your ex-husband, and just moments after you yourself implicated your immediate family. It's wild for anyone to say, but for a lawyer, to be able to pick and choose who the law applies to is absolute insanity.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what
Different now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions. What was wrong with Dan's mother trying to make arrangements for the kids in the event of your arrest? Wasn't that a kind thing to do?
I don't think it's kind to put my children in foster care.
Wasn't the foster care intended only to cover the time frame that it would take for her to get on a plane and get here?
She never said that.
You thought she was just going to leave him in foster care?
I didn't know what to think. They have a mother. They don't need to be in foster care.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Wasn't that the intention of the email?
I don't know what the intent of the email was. I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
She didn't know that though, did she?
I don't know what she knows or doesn't know. I can't speak to that.
Do Dan's parents know whether you committed this crime or not?
I don't know how to answer that question.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. In the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Your arrest, Ms. Adelson.
George is trying to give you a heads up, babe. Or maybe you know, and that's why you've moved only hours away from the Mexican border.
Feliz Navidad.
Okay. This is what I want to do, okay? This is what happened, okay? Daniel's been shot, okay? And we have to find out why and who did this. Can you help with that?
I will try.
Okay. What I want to do right now to try to expedite things, okay? But I need your permission, is I want to take your cell phone and download all the information out of it.
Sure.
Do you have a problem with that?
No.
I gotta get a form for you to sign, and then I'm gonna get the phone started, okay?
Oh my God. I have a lot of friends.
I know.
How do you know that?
Well, you had two of them up there for a last-minute lunch date, right?
Last minute?
Well, I mean, you went up there, you're sitting with them, you have friends.
I do. What I meant by it is that Danny didn't treat me very well, and I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow. Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear that.
I don't know, I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason, I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident, okay?
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no, the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here. And while I'm going to get this phone taken care of, I'm going to have a victim advocate come in here, and hopefully you can supply her with his parents.
Oh my God. They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're gonna think I did it.
Now.
I have to take a second here. I've seen people give Detective Isom a lot of crap saying he was too soft on Wendi. We have to remember a few things. One, he knows that she's a lawyer. His job is to get as much information out of her as he can without raising her suspicions. And even though it doesn't sound like she says much, he knows where the real information is going to come from. He's about to do a full extraction of her phone. And that's not all he's getting from her today. He already knows that she drove to the crime scene. And he doesn't buy her act at all. Listen to how he responds to her saying, "They're gonna think I did it."
Now.
No sympathy in his voice at all.
Just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening.
All right, let me go get the form for the phone, okay?
Oh my God.
Sorry, you okay?
Yeah. No.
Acting!
Okay, I, Wendi Adelson, and I gotta change this.
Adelson.
I know, I gotta change that.
It's okay. It's Adelson.
Actually, it's spelled right. I said it wrong. Adelson. do hereby authorize and give my permission to Investigator Isom, who has identified himself to me as a law enforcement officer with the necessary assistance of a digital forensic examiner to make a full and complete search of my cell phone or other digital media, along with data located on additional data sources, locations such as connected to, at, and were at the Tallahassee Police Department. That's the address. I have been advised that law enforcement are engaged in investigation concerning an alleged violation of federal or state law pertaining to a shooting incident. I do further authorize to give permission to take from my cell phone located at 230 47th Avenue.
I'm sorry, is that the police station?
That's where we're at right now. Yeah. Computers, cell phones, computer peripherals, digital media data, which may or may not have been connection, value, or relevance as evidence in said investigation. The above law enforcement officer has fully and fairly advised me on rights as follows. I have the right to refuse consent to the search of my property. I have the right to consult with an attorney or any other person of my choice prior to giving them consent and permission to search the above described property. Any cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media or data, along with any data located on these items or on additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, found by said officers in the course of their search, can be used as evidence against me or others in a court of law. I fully understand and appreciate these rights and wish it be specifically understood that I'm hereby giving consent permission to conduct the search of the cellular phones, computers, computer peripherals, and digital media data, along with any data located on any additional digital storage locations such items can connect to, solely because of my desire to freely and voluntarily cooperate and assist in this investigation. I have not been promised anything or been threatened or coerced in any way, nor has any inducement of any kind been held out to me in return for this consent and permission to search. Okay, can I have your phone now?
Yeah. Stupid question, but
go ahead.
Are you gonna give it back?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I feel like I need to help
No,
my
you're gonna
family.
get-
What's going on?
No, you're gonna get it back. It's just I'm trying to expedite this now so I can get it back to you sooner.
I understand.
Be right back.
So, what were they able to get from Wendy's phone? Let's see.
Let's talk about selective decoding. This is a feature that we recently put inside of Physical Analyzer. What it allows you to do is choose what is decoded application-wise. Now, something you need to be aware of. If you simply say, please decode WhatsApp and maybe Snapchat, you will also have underlying artifacts that may pertain to WhatsApp and Snapchat that are also parsed. So don't be alarmed if you get some photos and maybe contacts and calls that were made inside of these applications. We are trying to make a list that makes it crystal clear to you on what is included when you select these buttons. So stay tuned for that. In order to leverage this, I'm going to choose File and Open Case. The case wizard is going to open. Select Add and then Load Extraction. So I'm going to load a UFED extraction. I'm going to navigate out to my desktop and into some images that I have. And I'm going to choose this UFDX file. From here, you want to select Next. Now comes the important part, and you will see this new button that appears, and it tells you to learn more. You can always select on it, and it tells you what selective decoding is, and it allows you to choose apps you wish to decode to speed up the processing time. So I'm going to say yes, I want to include that, and examine data. At this point, Physical Analyzer is going through and scanning all the applications that are available on that device. This may take a few seconds or a few minutes, so just be patient. A list will appear when the scanning is complete. Now you have several options on what you can do. You could say, you know what, I only care about social networking applications. I want to go into that category and I want to check boxes for those items. Or I want to search for it. I know that WhatsApp is important to me. So I'm going to search for WhatsApp and I'm going to choose WhatsApp Messenger. Now notice when I check WhatsApp Messenger under chat applications, it also checked the box under social networking. Once you're happy with what you have included, select continue. At this point, processing will go through as always in Physical Analyzer. However, it's going to be faster because you have taken control on what you want to process. This is a fast way for you to triage your case or get a quick glimpse on what the user was using for applications of interest. Hi everyone, Heather Mahalik here with another Tip Tuesday. I want to discuss with you a new feature built into Cloud within Physical Analyzer. So I'm going to go to Cloud Extraction Private Cloud Data, and I'm going to enter the first and last name, Hank Rules, of the person I'm examining, my examiner names, original extracted value, and any other options of choice. So you can choose your path and whatever you want to save it as, and then press Next. Now I want to search for WhatsApp because I want to show you this new WhatsApp web chat feature that we have. And here you're going to see that it's telling us you must have access to the user's mobile device. Obviously it has to be unlocked because you're going to have to scan the QR code. I select Save, and I'm going to select Next. And you'll see when it's trying to validate, it is going to tell you that you need to scan a code. So QR scan required, enter your name, giving it authority and saying you have legal rights to do this and proper jurisdiction, and say I approve. So then I go up and I scan this code. So now I scan the device and you can see it says valid, and we select Next. You can choose a date time period on what you legally have authority to be examining. So I'm going to choose January 1st through now and say use for all data sources. And as you scan down, it's going to show you what it can get. So I'm going to say apply and next, and then start extraction. At this point, Physical Analyzer is going to extract the private cloud data from this WhatsApp web based upon the QR code that you scanned and provide you access to unique artifacts that you may not otherwise have access to.
Did you communicate with anyone on WhatsApp or similar technology to relay any information about the murder of your husband?
Absolutely not.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had WhatsApp at the time?
I have no idea.
Did you communicate with him through WhatsApp?
If I had WhatsApp on my phone, then maybe I did. I know I had friends who lived around the world. At that time, WhatsApp was more of a technology used to talk to people internationally. So I know the friend I was talking to was in England. If I had WhatsApp, I would have used it to call him.
Did you know that WhatsApp, the communications are encrypted? They cannot be retrieved by law enforcement? Were you aware of that?
I think they can be retrieved by law enforcement, but it's one of the end-to-end encryption services.
All right, and so you can't tell the jury whether you communicated through WhatsApp at all on the day of the murder?
I don't remember if I had it 8 years ago. I have it now, so we could look and figure out if I had it then, but I don't know.
All right, did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua at any time through WhatsApp?
I never communicated with her at all.
Let's talk for a second about WhatsApp. And as an aside here for a second, the government asked you the question if you used WhatsApp, right? You remember that?
I remember them asking me, yes.
On the day that Professor Markell was killed, you went in for the interview, right?
I talked to the police.
And you also gave them your phone for them to inspect?
Absolutely.
All right. So the determination of what, if any, WhatsApp was being used, they would have from the download they did that day of your phone?
Sure.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that your brother used WhatsApp?
No.
You would agree with me that WhatsApp, and you explained it well, is end-to-end encryption.
Correct.
In your lay opinion, if you can explain to the jurors, just in case they don't know, what that means.
I know that it's something we use at my work because essentially it has the ability to keep things more private. I also know that nothing's actually private and that anyone who wants to can uncode the messages. So that's what we tell people at our work.
So the thought is with WhatsApp, if I use my phone and I call somebody, the call could be listened to. If I text somebody, it's recordable, right?
I think so.
But with WhatsApp, you can send messages or have phone calls where there's no record of it.
I don't think that's true. I think there is still a record of it.
But the belief and the thought, I'll withdraw that question. Your lay understanding, though, is that the footprint that it leaves is much less than that of normal communications.
I think it's different, but I think it still leaves a digital footprint that's easily uncodable.
If you were to send a WhatsApp message to Ms. Kappelman, it would show that a message was sent, but it would be hard to get what the content of the message is.
I don't think that's true.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school, so everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. If I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah.
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
No.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay.
Look over there!
Why would Georgia Kappelman waste so much time talking about WhatsApp if it had no relevance? And let's listen to what Katie Magbanua's lawyer said in her opening statement.
And just so you know, the state and the FBI were able to get a copy of Charles Adelson's iCloud account, in this case, from the year 2012, I believe, all the way up to 2016. And I am talking about every text message, every instant message, every WhatsApp message, even the conversations that he tried to delete. It's all there.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
This morning before we started, took a stack of exhibits, that's all from the government's discovery, over to their table and went through it one by one. Anything that I intend to be using for Mr. Rivera that I think is even remotely, there's a chance that he will be presented with, has been shown to the government. Again, it's from their discovery. The greater issue that I keep getting asked by ASA Dugan is, we want everything. And I keep explaining, saying, the defense were different than the government, were reactionary. My quiver is filled with their discovery. And I pull arrows out of that quiver as they do different things. Now, we have hundreds of thousands of messages. Before you, Your Honor, you can see the cornucopia statements just from Luis Rivera. We don't know what we're going to use yet. I can assure the court and I can assure the government that just like this morning, when I know something's definitely going in, they're going to get it and they're going to see it. There are certain things that we just don't know. But I have gone over with them, and I'm sure that ASA Kappelman remembers, and we were right at the desk right there, and I flipped over the pages and I showed everything, and I go, these are the items we're using. And again, everything is from their discovery.
All right, so let me make sure that we're clear. So any item that you know at this point for certain that you are going to use, you have shown to the state, and it's all from their discovery that they provided to you anyways.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have some items that you don't know whether you're going to use or not at this point.
That makes it seem like I have it set aside. I don't have things set aside, but if there's a statement that's wildly different, if Luis Rivera, and he's given different statements, if he says something wildly different, then I may need to pull that arrow and say, well, wait a second, here's a text message.
All right. Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Ms. Kappelman?
I think it's really the iCloud messages that we're arguing about. I mean, so far the defense has pulled out the arrows of multiple iCloud messages that they obviously planned for and intended to use with witnesses. In our estimation, taken them out of context and put us in a posture to have to review the context and provide the context in the middle of a witness. So I would just like the opportunity to review the iCloud messages that they're going to confront witnesses with beforehand, if possible.
Are these iCloud messages that you already have?
They're iCloud messages
That's
from...
provided by the state?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Tens of thousands of messages. So basically, if the state needs to find a specific message, what would that be like? Take it away, Charlie.
It has to be 1 in 10,000. And maybe they're sitting there saying it's one. I'm saying 1 in 10,000. Maybe these dudes are saying it's 1 in a million.
Whoa. That's a lot of texts. What juicy tidbits could the state be saving for Wendy's indictment? Do we remember what else they searched at the station?
Hey, Wendy. Another kind of question we have. Do you want, if we get in touch with one of your friends, you think it's best if maybe they picked up the kids first, or?
Just because it's 4:15 now, I didn't know time-wise what we'd be looking at.
I just don't want to bring them. I was about to say I don't want to traumatize them, but they're about to get plenty traumatized.
I'm sorry, but this gives me chills every time I watch it. The casual, giddy way she says this makes my skin crawl. It sounds rehearsed, it's giving attention-seeking, it feels completely disingenuous. I feel like any person with half a conscience would be so broken for what their kids are about to have to endure. I think it's the fact that she's more interested in ingratiating herself to the police than rushing to be with her kids, and that screams how guilty she is. She is so concerned with what she thinks would look good to the police that she's not even considering that her kids need her the most. And speaking out loud about how traumatized her kids are going to be without completely breaking down shows what a sociopath she is.
And they can take them home.
Right. I just don't know what would be less upsetting for the boys.
That's up to you.
What I would most like.
Or we can make arrangements with the school and just say, look, it's going to be a little late. You need to work with us, and mom and a friend will come.
I think they do keep it open till like 5:30
Okay.
or so. So what I would most like would be to pick them up myself and have someone with me in case I don't feel like I can drive well.
That's fine. And Lynn would be your first option
Lynn
to come
would be
here.
my first choice, or Alan, her husband.
Okay. And you're okay with me speaking with them and telling them to come here?
Yeah.
First, and
my car is.
We have the car is here.
Oh, they got it here.
I think they were bringing it here, and I think.
Did they take my keys?
I don't
How did
know.
they get the car here?
I don't know.
I guess you guys.
Well, I may be wrong. I thought. Investigator Isom, it may still be at the other place, was going to touch base. Oh, okay. I may not. I may be wrong. Was going to touch base with you about, because I know he's done a bunch of different stuff as far as doing your hands and all that stuff, to see if you'd be willing to let us look in your car to see if there's anything, you know. Okay.
Search the car.
And so he'll have another form for you
That's
to do.
fine.
Okay. So I will call them, and the question is, I will not tell them what's going on until they get here.
I would tell them.
Okay. I just didn't know them driving. Are they good friends with him as well?
They've been mutual friends, but they're more my friends.
Okay.
I mean, I think everyone's gonna be devastated.
Sure. And maybe I'll just say that you're up here, you're fine, but they need to come pick you up, and then we can do that here, you know?
I mean, I think you can tell them Wendy needs help. Picking up the boys because of what's happened. Like, I think you could tell them why I need them.
That's fine.
And that's fine.
She said she's fine with the van, searching the van and stuff when,
you know,
because we were talking about that. All right, I will take care of this, Wendy.
Thank you. I don't know who that is. Is she another victim
She's
advocate?
a sergeant with us.
Okay. That was very gendered of me. Sorry.
That was what?
No, you're okay.
She's a victim advocate because she's a woman.
No.
You're welcome. I'll fill out whatever paperwork you want.
Right here.
Search the van. I can read it. Yeah.
Call 1-800-ABCDEFG.
Will you witness that, Sarah?
Sure.
We got an alternative for the kids.
What's the alternative?
Right now, Joanna's calling one of her friends that she gave us and trying to see if they can have the friend come here,
Right.
and then they can go together and pick up the children. That way she'll have a support system.
Right, absolutely. The receipt you just rolled up, what was that for?
That was lunch. I was trying to find the receipt from the bourbon, but I may have put it with the bourbon. This is from yesterday. It's lunch. But these are old ones. I was looking for the bourbon, but I must have put it in the bag with the bourbon that I kept in the car.
Can I hold on to this one for Mosaic?
Sure.
Okay. Do you need it to balance your book payment?
No,
Okay.
sir, that's fine.
And what's this?
I just didn't want you to think I was crumbling up other receipts.
No, it wasn't for that. I just was thinking before.
No, I just thought I would find the bourbon one.
Yeah.
But I must have put it in the bag.
Just looking at the dates.
I eat a lot. I lost the key to my house, so I went to buy many spare keys to give to friends around town so I don't get locked out of my house again.
Okay.
So that's what that is. It's my many spare keys that are now around Tallahassee, which now makes me nervous.
Okay. I know the receipt that I might be interested in is the gas receipt.
Yeah. Oh, I asked for no receipt,
Okay.
so I can give you my
That's okay.
charge card information, but
If I need it later on.
I didn't get a receipt.
That's all right.
Okay.
But you bought the bourbon over there sometime afternoon and then went to, okay. All right.
It should be, the bourbon's in the car,
Okay.
so it should be in there.
Okay. I'll get started on this and we'll hold on to this.
Are you bringing the car here?
Yes, I think it's already here.
How did they bring it here without
Tow truck.
keys?
Tow
truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to be as efficient as possible. All right, so we're working on the
Yep, Joanna's trying to make contact now with some friends.
okay, and then they'll come here hopefully.
Hopefully, as long as she can get
Do you think I need to, I had like a whole weekend of plans ahead with the kids and stuff, like, should I start contacting people and let them know that like I can't, what's a good idea? I just, like, I can't show up for like play dates right now, so.
Sure, yeah.
I don't know, like, do you want me not to tell people what's going on? Is this like,
Well,
I got that call from Lisa Carey, so like, how did she find out?
well, she said she saw something in the neighborhood or heard
She
something,
said she
right?
heard there was a shooting on Trescott. I thought because she's a real estate agent, maybe she was rolling around and she saw Trescott, but how did, like, is it on the news? Like, did...
Well, I can tell you that there was news media out there with cameras, but I don't know if anything has been reported as to the specific address.
Okay.
I don't know what our public information office has released.
I'm asking for you, like,
Okay.
I don't want to, like, make this...
She wants to know what she can tell people or what she can't right now.
Which, in terms of making things better or worse for you.
I would say that for right now, I would not deny to anybody that something did happen, but
if I'm going to call and cancel all my, like, I'm supposed to be at a party tonight, like...
Okay, I can't, basically I can't go, there's been an incident.
So I
that's
can
happened
just
in
tell people, I'm just not going to be able to be there, I'll talk to you later, and that's it.
That's
okay.
fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want you not to have a support network of friends.
Yeah.
And
well, I will tell who needs to know, but like, I also, I don't.
You want to explain this to 1,000 people.
Well, it's not about, it's yes, but I don't think that's good for the kids. Like, I don't want people, I don't know what to do about, like, the kids are really young. I don't know what to do in terms of that reaction, but I also am kind of scared that there's like some maniac out there, and I would like for you to find whoever that is, so I don't want to make things worse in some way in terms of you being able to find someone.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Just, I would just only tell the people that need to know, that are closest to you for your benefit, and anyone else, if they inquire, you can tell them any excuse you want. You can say, the police have asked me not to discuss it.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
I'll throw you under the bus.
Okay, I'm used to that.
Okay. That's it, I swear I'm just blowing my nose.
You're all right.
Now, I've gotten conflicting information on this, so I'm not going to pretend to definitively know, but it might have been possible to get additional geolocation data from her van. Jeffrey Lacasse did report that her van had GPS at the time.
had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that, last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't even mean to look at this one, but I see she's been at the Hilton in Orlando like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She had put the Hilton in. Assume that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her, and we finally had it out.
I know her van was a 2007 Honda Odyssey, but depending on what type of system it used, there's a possibility that geolocation data from the phone could have also been backed up in the van. And again, this is nowhere near my area of expertise, but I just wanted to throw it out there as something to consider.
And as far as you knew at that time, the kids, what school were they attending?
They went to Creative Preschool.
Okay, and when you would drop the kids off at Creative Preschool, do you have to sign them in?
You do have to sign them in.
Okay, and then, so there should be a record of the days that the boys would have been at the preschool.
That's right.
What time would you drop the boys off? Do you remember? Is it an early morning thing, or?
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the Creative Preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right, so did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but...
Did you attempt to call Dan Markell when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house. We could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
I would drop them off in the morning. I don't remember, maybe it was 8, maybe it was 9.
So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42 and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
Me at 9:02. Called me at 9:02. He called me at 9:02.
So let's get this straight. Because one of the most obvious signs pointing to Wendy's guilt is her lack of concern for her boys the morning of the murder. I feel like it's a pretty widely known piece of information that on the morning of the murder, Wendi made no attempts to check on our boys after pulling up to the crime scene. And although I've covered this at length on my channel, it's worth repeating that the crime scene consisted of Dan's house only, surrounded by crime scene tape blocking the passage through Trescott, 4 to 5 law enforcement marked vehicles, a marked crime scene forensic van, and an additional police car with its lights on, blocking the road, in addition to the tape. Containing Officer Brannon, the one who spotted Wendi that day and reported her to Detective Isom. So Wendi rolls up on all of this and calls no one to confirm the welfare of her kids. But we heard what she said here, right? That the kids would have been dropped off at preschool between 8 and 9. And had they not made it, Danny would have let her know. Yet, here's a missed call from Dan at 9:02. Very close to drop-off time. And she thinks nothing of it.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Can you show us?
Can.
What do we see here?
So this is obviously just primarily a map of the city of Tallahassee
The icon, the flag, and the address in the upper right is or was Miss Adelson's residence at the time of this incident. So it is the starting point of her travels that day.
Okay, so 3303 Aqua Ridgeway, that's where she lived on July 18th of 2014?
That's correct.
All right, so where did she go after she left her home that day?
She was traveling to purchase alcohol, and her travels took her down to Thomasville Road in the area of Benton Road. Coming down Centerville Road, Benton is a cut through from Centerville over to the Thomasville Road area. And so we see that she would have traveled here and then encountered where the crime scene was blocked off.
Okay, so the 2116 Trescott Drive address, that was the address of the crime scene the day of the murder?
That's correct.
Okay, and what do we see is the little yellow diamond with the exclamation point?
The Tallahassee Police Department had, again, the roadway blocked to prevent interference with the crime scene, and that is the approximate location of where the roadway was blocked and traffic could not go past.
Where did she go after she encountered that roadblock?
She would have traveled back out to Thomasville Road, to Centerville, back down to Benton, and across to Thomasville.
Where did she go once she reached Thomasville Road?
She went to the ABC Fine Wine and Spirits there, again, just south of Benton on Thomasville Road. And we see that a receipt for a purchase.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I believe I did, but she went to the ABC Liquors as we have a receipt for that purchase.
Okay, and the time on that receipt, it looks like you've highlighted as 12:49 p.m.
That's correct.
What was that looks like it was Bullet Rye Bourbon purchased at ABC?
It was, yes.
All right, so after she left ABC, where did she go next?
She was having lunch with friends at a restaurant, Mosaic. So she would have traveled north on Thomasville Road to the area of I-10 where Mosaic restaurant was.
Okay, Mosaic no longer around. Used to be in Market Square area though?
That's correct.
All right, so based on the location information from her calls and text messages that you were able to look at in her call detail records, were you able to determine like an approximate time that she encountered that roadblock?
Yes. So again, in the call detail records, we have a lot of different information. Call detail records is a generic term for a number of different records we're able to get from a carrier. But primarily, call detail records are a set of records that contain the dates and times of communication events. And those can be text messages or voice calls and sometimes data sessions. But with those events in that record, we again see a date and a time. If it were a voice call, we may get the duration or how long that phone call was. We see the phone numbers, who's calling who, the direction, whether it's incoming or outgoing. And then we also generally have some location information in the form of a cell site. And that will be the cell site that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. So by looking into Ms. Adelson's records, we see that we do have events with cell site locations around this time. So we have a fairly lengthy phone call that begins on a cell site, as we can see in the upper right, 12:31 p.m. And the blue dot just represents the location of the cell site. We'll talk more about cell sites and how they are broken down, but that dot just represents the location of where that cell site is. So that phone call began on a cell site that was near her home. And we can see there was, I believe, a text message that came in around 12:35 p.m. and that communicated with a cell site closer to Capitol Circle. And then we see that call ends on a cell site that's very close to the ABC Liquors. So by knowing those times, the 12:31 that the call began, the 12:47 where the call ended, and also the receipt time of 12:49 p.m., then we have an approximate time that she would have passed by the crime scene.
And what time was that?
That would have been around 12:40 to possibly 12:45.
Okay. Now, according to Wendi Adelson's phone records, did she Dan Markell communicate by phone on July 18th, 2014?
They did, and this is a representation of the actual call detail records. So then again, this is the kind of information that we get, the date and time of events and the locations and the who. And we can take that information and produce it into a summary. We can take our analytical software, put that in, and that allows us to assign names to phone numbers, which make it a little easier for the investigators to use. You don't have to memorize a bunch of phone numbers. We can assign names to those numbers, and it makes it a little easier for us to look at. So we're able to see who she was in contact with that morning.
Did she miss any calls from Dan Markell that morning?
There was an early morning call that I believe was missed. There was a return call later on, but there was some attempted contact with Mr. Markell.
Okay. And Dan Markell was shot by 11 a.m., right?
I believe so, yes.
What time did she call Dan Markell back?
Well, we can see at the very top, there was an incoming call from Mr. Markell.
And I think we have a pointer up there, a laser pointer for you. Thank you.
Make that work. Yeah, so that would have been at 9:02 a.m. And then we see that Mr. Markell, there was an outgoing call at 11:42. So again, being that these are her records, outgoing would be Miss Adelson trying to reach Mr. Markell.
There's the official records of her movement that morning. And I know people have said that her driving to the crime scene doesn't necessarily mean that she's guilty. And to be perfectly honest, I agree. There is nothing inherently suspicious about Wendi rolling right up to Dan's house the day that he was murdered. I think it's highly plausible that it was just a coincidence. So why lie about it? The action itself doesn't denote guilt. It is everything she did after that makes her look guilty as fuck.
Oh my god. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was
And
blocked.
I just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something.
Drive down, Trescott's blocked, you turn around, you go back around on Benton, and then you look
There's
to
a tree.
Right. Pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right.
I didn't even think like that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off and I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape and I just thought, oh, maybe there's like an electrical outage or something. And I drove up Trescott because it's the shortcut. And so I drive up Trescott and I see the tape and I was like,
It appears you were traveling on Centerville Road. I'm referring to your visit to the crime scene.
I did not visit the crime scene.
Okay. You did not pull up to the crime scene tape on Trescott Drive?
No.
I was driving up the street and I saw like the tape.
I was driving on Centerville Road and sometimes I would take the shortcut through Trescott.
Yes, ma'am.
But when I was driving on Centerville Road, I saw some sort of tape or obstruction and so I didn't turn.
Okay. On the way to run your errands, did you go by the crime scene?
No.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did. There was some tape and it looked like the road was blocked off and so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
It makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay. And did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn thing.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Your testimony, officer, is that it appeared that this van, which had a clear view of her ex-husband's house, right?
I didn't even think, like, that's the house.
Yes. Your testimony is assuming to this jury that it was Wendi Adelson that was driving that car, right?
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Your testimony, or what you're suggesting to these jurors, is that that may have been Wendi Adelson in that maroon color in this vehicle, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay.
And so your testimony was also that when the car came, the person didn't stop and ask you what's going on, right?
No.
And I just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something.
The person didn't get out screaming, oh my God, that's my ex-husband's house, right?
And so I drive up Trescott and I see the tape and I was like,
no.
And you would agree with me that that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. The car in question didn't stop, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Didn't stop to inquire to you as to what's going on, right?
No, sir.
Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Didn't get out of the car?
No, sir.
Didn't ask you any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. And pretty smoothly made a 3-point turn and drove away, right?
Correct.
I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn thing.
We have just begun to scratch the surface. There is much more in this web of deceit that Wendi has spun for herself. So please, stay tuned. The day of the homicide, Officer Brannon was given a description of Wendi's vehicle by Detective Isom. I believe this was done mostly to be able to easily identify her, should she learn about the shooting and come to his house to ask what was going on. I believe Officer Brannon was told to keep an eye out for this reason only. So when she drove up, I'm sure he was expecting her to get out and inquire on what had happened. He likely was even on his radio as he spotted her, alerting Isom of her arrival. But instead of throwing the car in park, swinging her door wide open and rushing to the edge of the crime scene tape, she, without hesitation, threw her car into reverse.
I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn.
And sped away. I think this was the precise moment that she went from being next of kin to suspect number one. Her trip to the crime scene was one of the main points Wendi herself on fake accounts fans tout as a mark of her innocence. And as much as I hate to admit it, it makes sense. No one would willingly show up to a crime that they committed just for the cops at the scene to easily identify them. That is, unless she had planned on being the first one there.
You were telling me before, when we were riding up here, that the agreement was that you all were going to have some type of phone call at 11:15 this morning. Is that correct?
Well, not exactly, just that we needed to have the talk at some point before, we have to decide before Monday of what to do about his school, where Ben's going to go to school, and he said, I'm going to be done. I thought it was 11:15, but when we listened to the message, it was 10:30.
Okay.
When he said, I'm going to be out of, he went to like a workout class at the gym.
At Premier.
At Premier.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'm going to be out of it by such and such a time. You could call me then. And I called, but I think we could see what time I called him. I thought it was more of like, let's see, recent calls. I called him. Well, that's him calling in at 9:02. I called him at 11:42. and got his answering machine.
He called you at 9:02?
He called me at 9:02.
Mm-hmm.
The repair guy was there, and honestly, I leave my ringer off a lot of the time, so I didn't even hear the call come in. He left me a message. I called him at 11:42 and left him a message, just saying, okay, I want to talk about school for Ben, and I assume I'll see you at 4:30 today. When I figured he's going to take the kids swimming,
Right.
and he'll drop them at the house at 4:30.
Okay. So in other words, the whole meeting at 10:30 or 11:15
Just didn't
happen.
happen.
Right. Okay.
That was our. That's what we were supposed to talk about this morning. Is like whether Ben should start kindergarten or go to kindergarten twice, or what he should do. And then he didn't call me back, which was weird.
So you had arranged to talk today, coincidentally minutes after he was murdered. And you yourself admit that it was weird that he didn't get back to you.
Him. So I Googled Trescott shooting.
Thank you for being here. So you Googled Trescott shooting, and what do you see?
About 11 a.m. this morning, TPD was called to the 2100 block of Trescott Street for a neighbor had heard that there was a loud bang in the neighborhood. TPD officers got on scene, and they did locate a person who was suffering from a gunshot wound. They were taken by EMS to a local hospital. At this time, TPD is investigating the case as an unattended incident, so we are working it from all different angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred. If you have any information about this call, we are asking that you call us at 606-5800 with any information about this case.
This is Sean Rossman reporting for the Tallahassee Democrat in Tallahassee.
Just that, police investigate shooting on Trescott Drive.
And it's on the news.
And unfortunately, the media here tends to get places, and they can't really stop them from being outside.
How often is there a shooting in like northeast Tallahassee, right?
On Trescott Drive?
Not so often. This is what I can't figure out. How did he get to the hospital? Like, did he call 911?
No, a neighbor, according to WCTV, here.
Original story. Police have roped off a small portion of Trescott Drive about a half mile north of Benton Road. Investigators have gathered in front of the house of the 2100 block. A neighbor called police around 11 a.m. after hearing a loud bang. Police arrived to find one person shot. That person was taken to a local hospital, according to Officer David Northway, spokesman for the Tallahassee Police Department. Police don't know whether the shooting occurred in a home or outside. We just got on the scene and we're doing everything we can to solve the case. Those with information on this case should call the police at 606-5800. The little details available thus far doesn't paint a clear picture of the incident. Northway could only say police were called to the 2100 block of Trescott Drive and couldn't clarify whether they were called to a specific address. Investigators are scouring the yard and garage of a brick house on the west side of the street. Northway did not say whether the house was the focus of investigators. At this time, TPD is investigating the case as an unintended incident, Northway said. We are working it from all different angles, trying to determine exactly what has occurred. Police don't have enough information this early in the investigation to determine whether neighbors should be alarmed, Northway said. Update, 2:57 p.m. Tallahassee police investigators have blocked off a portion of quiet Trescott Drive in Benton Hills, the scene of a shooting this morning that sent one person to the hospital. A neighbor called police around 11 a.m. upon hearing a loud bang in the 2100 block of Trescott Drive, about a half a mile north of Benton Drive. Police showed up shortly after and found the person with a gunshot wound. That person was rushed to the local hospital, said Officer David Northway, spokesman for the Tallahassee Police Department.
Eyewitness News at 5. Coverage you can count on.
Police respond to the sound of gunfire in a quiet Tallahassee neighborhood.
I'm standing outside of the home that police had taped off early this morning. We're going to go through the timeline of events of the little information that we do have. Around 11 a.m., a neighbor called police hearing a loud bang noise. First responders found a person with a gunshot wound. That was the loud bang that neighbors heard. They were taken to a local hospital. Now, we don't have the identity of the victim or where that person was shot.
TPD is going to do and look at everything. So we're going to start our search out wide, and it could be anything that occurred, and narrow it down to where the evidence directs us.
There was an ambulance at the residence and did see someone being brought out. Can't really describe who or what was being brought out, but they were bringing somebody out on a stretcher.
TPD says if you have any information on this case, you're asked to call them, and as soon as we get any more details, we'll pass them along to you.
And this should be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify
the family.
And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a wrench into our notification because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally. But we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car.
Oh my God. You can see the car. The car. Not his car. The car. Why would Wendi emphasize the car more than the house? Why does she sound almost horrified that there is a picture of the car? Almost like the car had some special significance to her. Tell her where Danny was shot. Never once says in the head or in the car. Yet somehow she seems to know both.
Or you can't tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right. You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to be a house like your house.
Yeah. And they say the 2100 block of Trescott Drive. It must be still blocked off. I bet it's going to be blocked off for a while.
It's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
But it's like a thorough. I mean, a lot of people use that as like a drive-through.
Now, people obviously know about this. Danny did show up places today.
I don't know that he had anywhere to show up today. Did he? Like, did you know? Because like it's summertime, he works from home, right?
First off, why does she say that like a mom in public trying to warn their kid that they're going to get an ass whooping when they get home?
Right. But there are people, but imagine if any of us fall off the grid from 11 o'clock this morning, any colleagues
that had a meeting or whatever.
Right, all of the stuff he does over the phone.
Right. Well, he and I were supposed to talk about where Ben was going to school, and it was very unlike him that I was the one who had to call him. So like he called early this morning. I had a repair guy at the house. And he called early this morning, and I left a message, and then I called him back. I have the phone record. He called at like 9, and he told me he went to Premiere. So he says, I don't know, like I think he went straight from dropping off the boys to go to Premiere, and then he said, I'm going to do an exercise class that gets out at 10:15 or 10:30, and then we can talk after that. You remember how I had a voice thing? Like I hadn't talked to him. He was like, I know your voice is bad. Like, does today work? And he said we could go for a walk at the law school, or we could talk, like, and I have this message on my phone from him, which is why I said to the officer, there's no way he did this to himself. Like, zero chance that he shot himself. You know Danny.
I think there's zero chance
that
Danny would kill himself.
Yes, zero chance. Like someone did this to him. Oh my God. So he had plans that we would he said this at 9, like, we'll take a walk, we'll figure this out, we'll talk about school. And then I called him at like 11:45 or so and left a message. And that was, I thought weird, but I thought whatever, like, he's in a meeting.
And you probably thought, oh good, I don't have to talk to him.
I was really anxious about speaking with him and having this be a contentious issue about where is our kid going to go to school.
Oh my God.
And I didn't hear from him, and I didn't think too much of it. I just thought, like, well, he'll just call me later.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So you have plans with Danny today, and according to you, him not calling you back is weird and not like him. And now you expect everyone to believe that still, after another hour of not hearing from him, you drive right up to his house, a crime scene, complete with 4 to 5 marked patrol cars, forensic vans, and crime scene tape, and you don't suspect anything is wrong?
That's suspicious.
Yeah, it's fine.
That's weird.
But Wendi never expected to roll up to a cop-covered crime scene, because Wendi never expected Danny to be found. Danny didn't have anywhere to show up today, did he? It's summertime. He works from home, right? Right? He lived in a quiet residential neighborhood. Wendi even said it herself. How often is there a shooting in Northeast Tallahassee? On Trescott. And that's what she was banking on. She figured even if somebody did hear the shot, they would never think it was gunfire. They'd assume it was a car backfiring. Or maybe just think a tree fell. Or figure it was an electrical storm or something. She underestimated Mr. Geiger, and you, sir, are a hero. Here's my theory on what her initial plan was. Wendi could barely contain her excitement when Dan's voicemail picked up when she called him. After sending out the paper she was working on to the school library to secure her alibi, to check her citations, she glanced in the mirror. No need for makeup. I'm just going to cry that all off anyway. And she grabbed her keys and headed off to give the performance of a lifetime. We were supposed to talk this afternoon. I left him a message, but he never called me back. I had plans to meet up with a couple of my girlfriends for lunch, but it wasn't like Dan not to get back to me. So I decided to go to his house to see if it was okay. I figured maybe he got caught up working on his blog or something. Then I pulled up to the house, his garage door was open, and the car was running. I just assumed that maybe he was getting ready to go somewhere, but I thought that maybe we could talk just like we had planned. So I got out and I walked into the garage. I was only a few steps in when I realized I was stepping on something. When I looked down, I noticed that it was glass. Then I realized that the car window was completely shattered and I could see Dan in the car. His face was covered in blood and I started to yell his name. Danny, Danny, oh my God, what happened, Danny? It looked like Sigfredo and Luis had made good on their end of the deal. I couldn't tell what had happened, but it looked like a bullet hole in the glass. So I called 911 and told them to hurry, that my ex-husband was finally gone and been attacked. I can't believe this is happening. Who would do such a thing? I mean, my brother's been shopping around for a hitman, but he would never. And my parents, they offered to pay for a third of the cost of the hitman, but they would never. My mom even washed the money, so there's no way this could even come back to us. Oh my God. Thank God I decided to drive over there. I knew something was wrong when he didn't call me back. I'm so glad that I got to see this for myself, that I listened to my instincts. Wendi ends up equal parts victim and hero. She bravely sits shivering in the police station, trying to recount all the details for the detectives. As she's escorted out, all the cops line up in the hallway and begin to clap. Wendi Adelson, a true American hero. Honored for her bravery. We salute you. But instead, she had to come up with some harebrained excuse for why the F she was at Danny's house an hour after he was murdered. Too bad she wasn't quicker on her toes. She could have gotten out and tried to feign some sort of concern. But fear only works in one of three ways: fight, flight, or flee. And Wendi flew, highlighting herself as the #1 suspect.
Okay, I don't
Do you
think.
know who it is?
No. And I don't
What if
think.
they come after the boys?
I don't think that's going to be. I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't. I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't.
Did you catch that? Because I must have watched this interrogation 11 times. And I just heard this for the first time ever.
You're not going back over to Trescott.
Because you were just there. And please watch how her stupid head moves when she says this. I know she's going for innocent and vulnerable, but this makes my skin crawl.
Okay.
No, I don't. I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't.
Ugh. Ugh. Wait, that actually reminds me of something.
The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Twinsies.
But the boys are going to stay with you. Okay. And they'll be fine.
I don't know if I can take care of them like this. Danny didn't treat me very well, and I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something
Who
like
would
this?
do this?
I don't know. That's why you're here, and that's why we're talking.
Who would do this? I don't know. That's why you're here. And that's why we, the suspect and the lead detective, are talking. The subtle jabs that he is giving to Wendi are chef's kiss.
Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
37 seconds earlier.
And I'm so scared that maybe someone did this. Not because they hate Danny, but because they thought this was good somehow.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something
Who
like
would
this?
do this?
I don't know. What good does it serve?
Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear that.
Once upon a time, there was a bad little girl named Wendi. She told many lies and did many fake cries, so they locked her right up with real tears in her eyes. The end.
No, I'm just trying to make sure I'm being
I have no
protected.
reason. I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay.
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no.
Hold up. You couldn't tell from the way he was talking to you in the car if you were a suspect in The car? A suspect for what, babe? The murder you hadn't been told about yet?
Right.
Also, this is easily one of the most strained responses from Isom.
Well, no, the reason was I didn't want to get into everything until we got up here.
Is he still in the hospital?
Wendi, baby, sweetheart. You're doing too much. Is he still at the hospital? Pumpkin, you just got told about this, 30 minutes ago?
There was a shooting at your home, or your ex-husband's home, at 2116 Trescott. Okay. Your ex-husband, Daniel, all right, has been taken to the hospital. He's not going to survive.
Oh my God.
Okay, 24 minutes ago. My bad.
He's at the hospital, yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
I'm assuming his parents would be his next of kin.
He's a sister he's really close with.
Where is she?
They're all in Canada. He's Canadian.
Okay. All right, they live in Canada.
They all live in Canada.
Okay.
His family's all in Canada.
Okay.
They're gonna think I did it.
We all do.
Now, just don't jump to conclusions on that.
Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening.
We just have to eliminate everything. Okay, you know what she's saying, right?
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. I can't
No, you're not a suspect. I don't consider you a suspect. I asked you to come up here. You came up here voluntarily. I'm not Reggie Miranda. You are not under arrest. You are the closest thing to family that I have to Daniel right now. Okay? You are.
I'm so sad. I can't believe this is happening. I don't understand, and I'm very scared, because if this can happen, like, what if someone's gonna come after the kids? Like, who did this, and why would they do this?
And from, what they're missing, they haven't had any indications of that.
Do you think someone can watch the house where I'm gonna be with the kids tonight to make sure that nobody comes after us?
We'll discuss kind of that type of stuff. I'm gonna make sure that they know all your concerns and fears.
And I get why I would be a suspect, but the idea that we were divorced, but the idea that I would ever do anything is like, I understand why they need to check, but I don't know who would though. I don't know who would do this. I can see why they would think it would be me.
Well, and I don't think, and did Investigator Isom talk to you at all about like what your role is?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
And a lot of times they do stuff just to kind of cancel you out too.
It's fine. I understand.
Okay.
I understand. I just can't believe this is happening. I feel like I'm in the middle of a nightmare.
This isn't something that anyone plans on going through. To go through.
We were divorced. It wasn't good, but like, this is never something you would ever want to happen. I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you, but...
Right.
And it's good.
So I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something, but...
Well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate
it's
people.
fine. I want to figure out who this is, because I'm honestly worried.
Well, let me ask you. If you found out that this was someone that you personally know, would that change your mind about what should happen to that person?
About what should happen to that person?
For prosecution purposes.
No.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Regardless of who it is.
I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother, but I don't think it was my family. Anyone outside my immediate family, that's a tough one.
Okay.
But I don't think my immediate family did this, so if it's anybody else, yeah.
I know we went over this in the last video, but to hear her pick and choose who should be held accountable and who should not be, is just beyond comprehension and food for thought. If our little Wendi decides that her family shouldn't be held accountable for Dan's murder, what do you think she expects to happen to the poor little rich girl herself? Probably not much.
And you're not under arrest or anything like that.
I understand why you think I'm the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. I have to work just as hard whether you were or you're not.
Okay, I understand.
To show what your activities were.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't.
Well, well, well. We're going to watch this one more time, and then we're going to dissect it.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't.
And she never will. You really put her on the spot there. And my God, did she ever choke.
And let's put it this way. I think you're a straightforward person. And I think at this point, if you had anything to do with this, you'd have already told me.
Okay.
And you haven't.
Isom completely sets her up here. He starts by praising her on her moral character, putting so much emphasis on how trustworthy of a person she is. That'll put her in an incredibly high-tension situation should she be lying. You can tell what an immediate effect that this has on her. Her eyes become absolutely locked onto Isom. She knows that she was spotted at the crime scene. She's also unclear about how much Isom buys her story. He's a seasoned detective, and while overall he has been relatively kind to her, she is still sitting in a police station, in an interrogation room, and was brought there in the back of a cop car after being hunted down at lunch, a move that Wendi still hasn't been able to understand. And so here he is sitting in front of her, challenging her to tell the truth, putting immense pressure on her. And when he says to her, I think if you had anything to do with this, you can almost see her choke on the air that she's breathing. Ugh, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. She is in such an intense, fear-based freeze state that she actually stops breathing. When he gets to the part where he says, you would have told me, her mind is probably racing.
What does he know? Does he believe me?
Did Dan say anything on the way to the hospital?
Whoever call 911 see something. Oh my God, what if they already caught the killer? Something on my phone. Does he know it was me? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh shit, he's waiting for me to answer.
Okay.
Not a good look, Wendi. Not good at all.
So my thing is that let's let the...
My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like this.
I know. And it's
so
gonna...
I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something, but...
Well, we have to work just as hard to eliminate
it's
people.
fun.
And
then at around noon, I had lunch plans at 1, and I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, like, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. I mean, obviously, like, I would be one of the people that they would think did it.
I mean, you have certainly the most contentious relationship with Danny that anyone has.
Yeah.
Damn, Jane just going in for that motive link.
You know, but
they swabbed my hands.
Well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should. I mean,
They asked
they
me if I
should.
washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I remember when I last washed my hands. Oh, God.
Jane, no, not really.
People believe I didn't do this, right?
Something seems off about that clip.
Jane,
People believe I didn't do this, right?
no, not really.
Ah, much better.
I assume you didn't do this, but, you know.
I wish I had I was home working on a paper that's due.
Well, you know, you'll
I
have.
sent it in, I sent edits to
You'll
someone.
have.
I hope they have the time log.
Of course they will. Of course they will. I mean, all of that is evident. You know, you will. You know, you don't.
I understand why they think it would be me, but
Of course it would be you. But it's not you. I mean, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, you know, likely. I agree with
it
you.
can't be an accident.
He didn't do this. Jeff, I mean,
I hope to body that.
I hope Jeff didn't do it, but I mean, I don't think Danny did.
Somebody shot Danny.
Like, to death. Holy shit.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out and was like, I want to get the boys over there. Like, is he scary looking? Because I want, like, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay, or he's not, like, I wanted the boys to be able to be with him.
Shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's all alone. Like, I was like, is he with...
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes. Should I go?
I'm sorry, but I am dying over here. Jane, you know, I did not really like you when I first watched this interview. The way you babied and hung on Wendi made me sick. But girl, you are redeeming yourself in these clips. Wendi is going so hard for that reverse psychology victim role. And Jane is taking none of the bait. Jane, when Wendi says that obviously she's going to be looked at as one of the people who did this, she's expecting you to say, "Oh my God, no, not my precious little Wendi Pooh. You wouldn't hurt a fly." Now, Wendi, you show me who said that to you so I can set them straight. Was it that mean old man? Come on, Wendi. Mama Jane is getting you out of here. You don't deserve this kind of abuse. Let's go. But instead, she completely blows up her entire narrative. Well, of course you would have killed Dan. You hated him more than anyone. Good that they did a GSR test, but have they considered completely drenching you with luminol? They need to do all the tests on you, Wendi. Personally, I don't trust you as far as I can throw you. Jane's even got it down to just 2 suspects. Wendi, which she's 99.9% certain that it's her, and if, and only if, Wendi is by some miracle cleared, then she gives her vote to Jeff. But then less than 15 seconds after she says that, she says this.
I hope Jeff didn't do it.
So if it's not Wendi, you vote for Jeff, but you know Jeff didn't do it? And trust me, it is not lost on me that while Jane is certain Jeff couldn't have been capable of this, she continues to tell Wendi right to her face how guilty she thinks she is.
I understand why they think it would be me, but...
Of course it would be you. But it's not you. I mean, Jeff would be my vote. Now, again, just going by, you know, likely.
But did you hear her change her sentence mid-course? She says, if it's not you, I mean, I would. And then Wendi looks right at her and she throws in the part about begrudgingly having to vote for Jeff. So what do we think she was going to say? I think my vote would be, well, if it's not you, I mean, I would be shocked. But as she's about to say it, Wendi whips her head around like, the fuck, Jane? At which time Jane's probably thinking, Jesus, I don't want you to kill me too. I vote Jeff. Her voice ends so sharply after that sentence. And then she tries to smooth things over by saying, again, you know, just going by likely. Oh, we know, Jane. There's nobody more likely than this girl right here. Wendi Adelson. Most likely to be likely. Wendi Adelson. Wendi, so likely. Most likely to be likely. Wendi Adelson. Wow. But as much as that had me dying, this next comment leaves me absolutely cremated.
There, shouldn't somebody be with him?
I know, that's what I said. I was like, he's there and he's full on. Like, I was like, is he with...
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes, yes. Should I go?
Oh, Jane. You are so savage. You inspire me to be more savage in my day-to-day life.
I think you better snap into a Slim Jim. Because a new level of savage just entered the building.
Shouldn't somebody who loves him?
Yes, yes. Should I go?
They're just starting this.
So they thought we were still married, and so I was telling him everything, you know, and then I was thinking, oh my god, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should...
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect. But, you know, I mean, you're not gonna get framed for a crime.
Right.
You know. And
Jane, you are really making Wendi regret her decision to bring you here. She figured since you used to be a victim advocate that you'd look at her like a victim and advocate for her. I think she kind of forgot about the fact that as a victim advocate, you'd probably have a pretty good pulse on who is really a victim. And please note what Jane says here. You're not going to get framed. ... Longest pause ever for a crime. Note that she never says a crime you didn't commit. Just, you're not going to get framed for a crime, which makes sense seeing that when you are the one who commits the crime, there's no frame needed.
I don't want to be, like, left alone in that house. Like, I want protection. I'm scared. I don't know who this is. I don't...
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom and come back. Do you need to, like, am I a suspect? Do you need to, like, watch me?
No, I don't need to watch you.
Okay, I'll be back.
And I don't know, you know, what's wrong, but she might have inklings of what's going on, and she might be in, you know, you need to contact an attorney. But again, you're not being, you know, looked at as a suspect. They're just clearing...
Well, I'm trying to help. I mean...
And you have been, and I think you and Investigator Isom have been able to communicate well with each other and everything.
Can I text Ritu and just my friend who's a child psychiatrist and
absolutely.
ask her? Because I think
Yeah, and again, I'm not a psychiatrist, and I don't work directly with children on
Do
a
you
regular
mind if I
basis.
talk to her? Like, I'm sorry, I just
No.
keep feeling like I'm a suspect and I need to ask.
No.
Somebody did this on my behalf. Some crazy deranged person thought that this was a good way to support me. And that's why I feel responsible. Unless it was something to do with Amy, and then I don't feel responsible. But then I'm still responsible because I'm the one who left Danny. If I didn't leave him, he would never be with Amy. And now my kids don't have a father.
Yep, sounds about right. Guilty if you don't, guilty if you do. And guilty 'cause you did. Just my opinion. In the clips that we just watched, Wendi insinuates her own guilt over 25 times. And even as she is repeatedly reassured that she is not a suspect, she persists. And she's not being led to believe that she's not suspected because she's not. But because if she got any hint that she was there as anything but a helpful ally, she would have run out of there faster than she sped away from that crime scene. And we must remember, this is a very special circumstance, the way Wendi was brought in. When they watched her turn tail and sprint away from that crime scene, the red flags went up fast. Her behavior at Danny's house was anything but ordinary. Even if you just compare her to the other cars that drove up. She didn't even have a second of hesitation before slamming her car into reverse and doing a K-turn. And the K stands for killer. So they figured out that she was somehow involved. But they also knew that they didn't have enough to arrest her on. So they trailed her to Mosaic and waited for Isom to come and get her. And then they kept her ass at the station for over 6 hours while they extracted all of her phone data, pulled the GPS coordinates from her van, and then listened to her tell them how guilty she was, over and over and over.
I'm the primary suspect. I'm a suspect. I get why I would be a suspect. It would be me. But
Of course it would be you.
I would be the person you would think would do something, but I'm a suspect. I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect.
I would be one of the people that they would think did it. I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you, but...
Right.
And that's why I feel responsible.
For comparison, let's watch somebody who actually had nothing to do with this and see how he behaves in the same situation.
All right, Mr. Latas, I appreciate you coming in and talking with me here. Like I said, we're still in the preliminary stages of this investigation.
Yeah.
Your name did come up,
Of course.
because you were associated at some point with Wendi,
Of course.
which is his ex-wife, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
So I'm basically just, I appreciate you coming in.
Sure.
I want to ask you some questions, kind of figure out where you were, if you've heard anything, if you have any information that would be helpful to us.
Yeah.
Just kind of run that whole gamut. Do you happen to have your ID with you? I think.
So my wallet got ripped up and I got my passport right now. I can show you that.
Okay. Is this you here? Or is that a different?
No, that's me.
Look different.
Well, yeah.
You got the beard.
About 10 years ago. Yeah, that's my old ass.
Oh, okay.
I moved to Arizona at the beginning of the year. I had to switch my license over, so it's Arizona, but that's me.
Yeah. And you said that you'd never been to Danny's house.
No, never.
Never been to his house.
Drove past it 100 times, but never stopped.
And you've never had any kind of physical contact with Danny.
No. I'm surprised you guys didn't call me earlier, though, because I probably said 100 times in public that I like to kick his ass, because that's really making Wendi suffer and things like that.
Right.
But no, I would never. I'm a professor. I'm a pussy. I'm not going to do anything like that.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
let me ask you this. Would you be willing to give us a sample of your DNA on your consent
100%.
for elimination purposes?
No problem.
I don't even know if the lead investigator wants it or not.
I'll do it. I'm not going to find it.
Yeah, I'm just seeing.
Pay that in credit cards. I mean, I'm not involved. It's obvious, so I'll do whatever you want.
Initially,
415. But I did on a flight down outside of Athens. I was stuck there for maybe.
And he does have a. Can you show him a receipt
Yeah,
for the Miller's tire shop there?
I didn't know credit cards wouldn't have times on it. That's interesting.
We already got his phone number.
Yes.
Is there anything else I can figure out? I just don't think there's
He did say he was willing to get buckle if you need it or want it. Is that something you want to do?
I can call him back. We have his phone number.
Yeah.
And the guy drives in from Georgia, Tennessee, whatever, and comes straight here from what I understand, what you told me.
I didn't do it. I guess the thing that keeps popping up on my head is, don't write this down, but just so you know, if you're investigating, I've been shocked how easily Wendi lies to my face. I've been dating 25 years. I'm not an experienced man out there, but her and Charlie both have this sociopathic kind of thing where it doesn't seem to bug them at all. So if you had her in front of you for 9 hours.
Are her parents from the United States?
They are first generation. I think their parents were Holocaust kind of things. So yeah. And they're weird, but I don't have a time actually being involved. But they are strange people.
Right. And all we basically are doing is we're substantiating. We do this with everybody. You're not the first in this case. We're just substantiating. This was his whereabouts according to his financial records. He was traveling. He was not in town.
Yeah.
Yes, he's her former boyfriend, but this is where he was at according to his financial records.
Of course.
So that's all we basically want to do. And it's basically we eliminate, and then we get down to who we're really looking at.
Yeah.
You understand. This is not brain surgery or anything, but I'm trying to think of anything else I could ask you at this time, and I
do want to come back. I just don't want to spend more time with Wendi if there's anything.
Here's another thing that I typically ask people: is there anything that you didn't disclose that maybe we didn't ask that you think is of note or is important? Because a lot of times you've thought about this just as much as we have. I mean, you got a whole trip to think about and analyze all this stuff.
It's a pretty screwed up family.
I mean, but I'm trying to, everybody's probably in the same brainwave. For murder?
Doesn't seem likely to me.
No, but I'm asking your opinion, not.
I can't see the parents being involved. I got the email and I thought of Charlie within a couple moments.
Okay.
That's what I thought of.
Charlie personally or Charlie hiring somebody?
No way, Charlie. No way.
Can't?
Wouldn't do it.
Could pull the trigger?
I don't know about that. I don't know him that well. I was telling him I used to work criminal justice a little bit in forensic psychiatry. He gave me the creeps. But I could see you don't follow the rules, man. I mean, that's how goes his life. Goes to South America, sees prostitutes. I mean, he does his own thing.
Is he married?
No, he's got 3 girlfriends at all times.
Okay.
Rotates them, and they don't know each other exists, and that's not a crime.
Right.
But the ease with which he did it was no empathy for other people. That's
kind of a deceitful person to start with.
Sure. The whole family, really.
Do you have a credit card?
I do.
The one that you sent me the email
right here.
on? Can I just make a copy of that?
Yeah.
I'm not going to charge anything to you.
That's fine.
But I just got to show.
You can't trust the police to hold on to your credit card.
Well, here's the thing. Your account doesn't necessarily show that you are the account holder. There's nothing in that correspondence.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to make a copy of this. And really what this is doing is just working to exclude you as a suspect.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I can also you've pretty much done that.
Well, I thought so. I'm sure my cell phone records would show that too.
Well, I kind of showed this to my boss, and they're like, well, let's just go ahead and verify that he has this account number.
Sure, gotcha.
And you weren't locking on to somebody else.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theory stuff, I know.
Gotcha.
But,
well, no, you guys gotta be careful.
Yeah, we got to check everything out. So I'll be right back. I'll make a copy of this, and then I'll come right back.
See how Jeff does his interview for cops? Very demure, very mindful. He doesn't come to the station with the green owl tee. He doesn't look like a clown when he talks to cops. He doesn't do too much. He's very mindful when he's at his interview. See how he looks very presentable? The way he came to the interview is the way he talks to the cops. A lot of you girls go to the interview looking like Jodi Arias and talk to the cops looking like Letitia Stout. Not demure. He's very modest. He's very mindful. You see his shirt? Only a little FSU, not an owl. Be mindful of why they found you. Here's your reality check, Diva. What's the name you'd like me to make it out to? Wendi certainly seems to have quite a guilty conscience. And as reprehensible as that makes her look, it pales in comparison to what she says next.
And I have no idea who would do this, and I feel like they're out there. And if I'm gonna have a hard time not being sad in front of the boys. I need to tell them today, don't I?
I think you do.
Have you done this before? Doesn't matter if you've done this before.
Have I told children? You know, I have not as young as your boys.
What do I tell them?
You know where your boys are at. You know kind of what you've talked to your boys, you know, and I know they're so young, you know, some parents have conversations about life and death and things like that, and some haven't at that age.
We had our first conversation about God.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Okay.
Ever. And Ben was clipping into his car seat, and Ben out of nowhere says, "Mommy, I bet Abba knows a lot more about God than you do." And I said, well, different people have different beliefs about God. And so we get to the car, and Ben was like, "Is God a man or a woman?" I said, well, some people believe that he or she is an old white man with a long white beard. And Lincoln, who's 3.5, said, "God is dead."
And is Ben's your oldest then? And then who's your 3.5-year-old?
Lincoln.
Lincoln?
And I said, Lincoln, like, I was like, it's like Nietzsche in the back seat. Like, it's like Lincoln, who's still in diapers, but is having a sophisticated conversation about God. And I just was laughing and laughing, and they were asking such interesting questions, and I was answering them with, like, different people think different things. And, you know, but it was just our first time we ever had a conversation. Really, they talk about superheroes a lot, and so sometimes they'll joke, they'll fall over and be like, "I'm dead," and I say, "I really don't like it when you say that." And you know, they've talked about like animals being like he was dead, like on the ground, and they even quasi understand Lincoln's named after my grandmother, and whose initials are LJ, so his initials are LJ. And he would say to my mom, who's still very heartbroken over the loss of her mother, he would say,
Just as a quick aside, I find this little anecdote that Wendi just shared both abhorrent and ironic. First, she says that Lincoln's name honors her maternal grandmother. And you can tell just by the inflection of her voice how meaningful this is for her to honor her grandmother in this way. Less than 1 year from this exact date, Wendi would change both of her boys' last names from Markell to Adelson. Dan was his parents' only son. The removal of the boy's last name not only erases any memory of their father, but also obliterated the patrilineal legacy of the Markell name. Wendi says this is done for safety reasons, claiming that the media coverage featuring the Markel name put the boys at risk. Explain then why she also chose to eradicate Ben's middle name, which was a tribute to Danny's grandmother. It's just so disgusting to hear her so fondly speak of the importance of namesake legacy, knowing that she will demolish Danny's the very next year. And then she mentions that her mother, who was in her 60s at this time, was still not over the death of her own mother. All while sitting in the police station after commissioning the death of her own kid's father. Allegedly. It makes me sick.
Her mom, like, is your mommy dead? And she'd say, yes, you know, you're named after him. And he'd say something like, well, is she in heaven then? You know, like, so they have some fleeting concept of things like God.
They know heaven.
I don't know.
And let me just kind of back. I'm not sure what Investigator Isom kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
He's.
Is he possibly gonna make it?
I don't know the answer to that. I know
he made it sound like he was gone. Okay. So does that mean that he might be okay? You don't know.
Don't think. From what it sounds like, I don't think he'll be
the same. Okay, but he might make it.
I don't want to give you that false hope.
I'm sorry, I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, like, and that's why I was kind of asking you.
I didn't know that. He made it sound like he was gone.
I don't think it's good though.
I know that's sort of what he said, but I assumed he was saying that like euphemistically.
And that's why I'm kind of because I don't want to be misleading in this conversation.
Is there any way to find out if because if he might be okay, like I want to bring the kids to him so that they can.
And that's kind of stuff we'll talk about in a little, but let me ask him.
I just think that's different, right? Like if he's not going to make it and he can see the kids one more time, then he should see them. So, is there, are we getting updates from the hospital?
They have been, they were at the hospital. Obviously, when, something like this happens, they do go to the hospital.
How did this, so when it happened, did someone call the police because they heard a gunshot or something? How would they know did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital?
I don't know the answers to all these, and I'm not, I'm going to when Investigator Isom comes back in here, I'll let you kind of ask some of those questions.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
But I didn't want you to think, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to think that he was
I thought he was gone.
And that's what I was getting from your conversation, and I didn't want it to be.
If he's still alive, I need to make different choices.
Right.
I want the boys to be with him. Well, I don't know. I mean, if he looks scary, then...
Right, and that's what...
Is that why? Does he look scary? Is that why?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Because I think that would be more traumatizing for the kids to see something horrible. Right. I don't want them to.
And I will say, from a victim advocate perspective, I always recommend people not to, especially young children.
They're so little. I mean, they could I want them to have. If it's gonna have to be memories, I want them to be good. Mm-hmm. Because their last memory would have been him taking them to school this morning. Mm-hmm. This morning.
I find all of this so problematic. First off, let's look at the change in her demeanor from when she was sure she was going to have to tell her kids that their father was dead to when she realized that he might make it.
And he'd say something like, well, is she in heaven then? So they have some fleeting concept of things like God.
They know heaven.
I mean...
Smiling, relaxed. She looks like she's having coffee with an old friend.
I mean, I don't know.
And let me just...
And here comes the switch.
I'm not sure what Investigator Isom kind of told you. You know that he's still alive.
No, I didn't know that.
He's
Is he possibly gonna make it?
Anguish, disgust, dismay. This entire time, Wendi has acted absolutely horrified by the news of Dan's situation. Yet the moment that she hears that he hadn't died yet, she starts to lose it. When she says,
He made it sound like he was gone.
she sounds betrayed. She reacts as if she has been misled. The disappointment in her voice when she says,
I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, and that's why
is palpable. And any person who had been agonizing over the fact that they were about to have to tell their kids that their father was dead would be so relieved and hopeful to learn that the prognosis was not as grim as they had initially thought. And I think referring to it as a game changer is an absolutely psychotic thing to say. You could say, oh, thank God, or what a relief. To call the potential for his survival a game changer insinuates that him remaining alive would significantly alter either your current situation or your future plans. His survival would be anything but a game changer. You wouldn't have to destroy your kids by telling them that their father had been killed. Everyone's schedule and lives would remain relatively unchanged. And not yet knowing the severity of Dan's injuries or the impact that it might have on his future, there could be no determination on what accommodations may need to be made. For someone who has been conveying the level of trauma that her kids will feel after learning about the death of their father, her irritation and upset about the possibility of his survival makes absolutely no sense.
Like, how would they know to, did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital? I don't.
When have you ever heard someone ask such a thing? No one asks how someone got to the hospital. They would say, thank goodness someone heard the shot. They would be so thankful that someone was around to alert the authorities, to potentially save Danny's life. The idea of this horrifies her. Because to her, the person who called 911 is more than just a good citizen. They're a witness. And the only person who would be worried about a witness would be someone involved with the crime.
I'm trying to keep you informed as much as possible.
Thank you.
I'm trying to be in a bunch of places at once.
My grandmother once said you can't have your tuchus in two places at once. So it's hard
That's
to
true.
do.
That's true.
I'm losing my mind over here.
Okay, this is the thing. All right, I'm my understanding. Okay, I'm going to give you the. Let me do it backwards because this will be easier, or not backwards, but the other way.
Is he still alive?
Clinically, he's not going to live.
What does that mean?
He has a severe yes. He has a severe brain injury.
Someone shot him in the head.
Without knowing any details as to what happened to Dan, blurting out someone shot him in the head is a pretty bold move. He could have fallen after being shot and hit his head. This could have been a robbery gone wrong. He could have gotten beaten, causing brain injury. And it's not like she asked him if he had been shot in the head. She announces it.
Someone shot him in the head.
Like she already knew.
It's apparently there's too much damage to recover from it. Okay? That's why we need to get a hold of his
family.
parents. Right.
I don't know what his I don't know if he has an advance directive or what he would have wanted. He once told me that he would want we joked, I said I would want to be like, if I was ever, I have an advance directive, I do this kind of work, I run a medical legal partnership, like if I once said if I ever was like brain dead, I would want to be like, I'd want the plug pulled, and he said he would want all efforts made, like he would be cryogenically frozen, like he wanted every single effort that could be made to keep him alive. I know that much.
This is a complete fishing expedition. She doesn't actually care if Dan's wishes are met. She's just trying to see if he's beyond saving.
My understanding, and that's what we'll have to get a hold of the family as soon as possible, but my understanding is there's irreparable damage. There's nothing that can be done. I mean, I'm not there, I wasn't there, but I understand from previous cases that the brain, his brain is damaged beyond repair. There's nothing that can be done for that.
Is he still alive? Should I bring the kids to see him?
No. He has severe facial injury. I'm sorry, and I know this is tough, but I would not want my children to see.
Okay, I just thought I got this inkling that maybe he was like still somewhat conscious,
and I wanted to make sure he's not sitting with police officers right now, divulging details that could implicate me.
Wanted him to get to be with them if that. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that, but that's the way it is. Like I said, there's severe injury, trauma.
Okay.
All right.
Is there someone is there a doctor working on him or?
Because again, I want to have total assurance he's not coming out of this. I would be so screwed if he were to recover.
There's doctors at the trauma bay, the ER. I think he's been transferred to ICU.
Okay.
All right, and they'll have to make a determination about organs.
Oh my God.
And so forth.
Oh.
Great, because organ donation equals no chance of survival. Phew.
So, hence, hopefully we can.
Okay, the kids. Yeah, the kids.
All right, now let's talk about the kids. Okay.
Okay.
Fine. I don't know who the contact person was. Was it one of the ladies that you were eating with?
No, Miss McPherson.
I thought I wasn't supposed to contact them, so I didn't ask about those two because I thought. It seemed. Anyway, I asked.
Huh? What? You thought you weren't supposed to contact them? Why? Because they were an integral piece of your alibi?
Two other women I'm friends with.
Okay, that are familiar with the children?
Jane is who they got.
Does the daycare place have to be contacted to allow her?
So what do you mean he's not good? What do you know about this?
I don't think he's gonna make it.
Oh my God.
Really? Oh, I don't know how I'm gonna tell the kids.
Let's put that on.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thanks.
You really don't think that? You know that?
What's that? I'm sorry.
You know that they don't think he's gonna make it through this?
Oh, really? You're not gonna make it.
And he's a TMH right now?
And I was asking because I thought maybe he would, and I wanted
right.
I wanted the kids to be with him if he wasn't
okay.
going.
Okay. he has family and stuff at the hospital or something.
Doesn't have any family here in Canada.
Right, I know, but I mean,
There's no family here.
girlfriend, anybody come down? Nothing?
Amy, I don't know if Amy knows yet. I don't have Amy's phone number.
Amy's on Facebook.
I'll contact her later.
She's on Facebook. I mean, she can be found.
Yeah. I was thinking of one more thing. This is really tangential, but his friend I told you about, Matt Price, his wife's brother was killed. So if you're going to call someone first, Matt's going to lose it. So
Isom's job is not to spread the word around about Danny's death. He needs to tell his parents because, obviously... Please note how quickly she was healed from being so distraught that Jane had to hold her for 2 minutes straight to talking completely normally.
I don't intend on calling Matt. I just need to have the background on different associates and friends and so forth. You know, my objective is to find out who did this. So, based on what you've told me, I'm going to take that information, compile it with other information that other investigators have worked on, and we'll see where it leads.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying anybody that you told me about is any way involved.
Is there
I
any
don't
sign
know.
of stuff being stolen from the house?
I can't discuss that.
Okay.
So,
But you are discussing that you don't think he's going to live. I mean,
well, I'm telling you a fact that I know he's not going to live. He's not going to live. Okay. So.
Is he dead now?
Well, I already discussed that with her. He has enough injury that's traumatic enough that he's not going to be able to recover from it.
Oh God. Oh God.
Did Lynn already go get the boys?
Yes. What's happening right now is Lynn's on her way here. She doesn't have car seats.
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out.
Cruel. I meant to say cool, and then I started to say great.
Right. Well, cruel.
I was like, I want to get the boys over there. Like, is he scary looking? Because I want, like, if he's not going to make it, but he's okay. Or he's not, like, I want to...
He's not gonna make it, but he's okay. What the fuck does that even mean? If he's not gonna make it, I'd wager a guess that he's not okay, Wendi. And who the fuck says I didn't even know that he was still living?
I didn't even know that he was still living. Sarah told me that, and then I started freaking out.
Still living is the standard. It would be finding out if he didn't make it that would be the shock.
Jane, I'm sorry. I don't know that his family knows yet. Did they get that information?
We're working on that now. What we do usually as a law enforcement agency, we don't like to tell people that over the phone if we can try to avoid it, just because it's kind of shocking news. And we usually
So can you tell law enforcement there to go to the house?
Correct. That's what we're trying to do now.
Is that better?
Oh my God, shut up, Wendi.
Yes.
Yeah, because we don't know, especially people's conditions and how they're going to react. So if someone gets so upset that they have a heart attack or something, we want, not just be on the phone.
It's better to have a human. But they're working on that now.
Yes.
So it's an actual fact that he's not going to survive these injuries.
That's what General Isom?
Yes, Investigator Isom. Yeah, that's what he.
He's not General.
Investigator.
Whatever. I call him Reggie sometimes. That's okay.
I was just in the car with him. I'm like, what is your name? What do I do? I saw that one from Kara. If you need to call her, you can. You're not being held hostage here.
Just tell her.
So we're in the process right now, and to do that, generally we have to, it's almost like a telegraph that we send to the other agency, kind of give them the information on who to make contact. It's very old school as we were when I started working here.
I know that it's not, well, I don't know what's happening right now, but like as of a little bit ago, it wasn't definitive. Do they want to wait until it's definitive, or do they want him to like?
Wendi, what are you even saying here? Don't they want to wait until it's definitive? Until what's definitive? His death?
They want to wait until it's definitive, or do they want him to like?
Do they want him to like what? Get rolled into the morgue before they tell his parents? This entire stream of consciousness completely proves everything you said about wanting your boys to see him in the hospital was a load of bullshit. So you want everybody to believe that you think it's important for a 3-year-old and barely 5-year-old to get one last chance to see Dan one last time. Yet you think the authorities should wait until Dan is definitively dead before even telling his parents?
You disgust me. How can you live with yourself?
They want to get in contact with them because I think some decisions need to be made, and because they're his parents, they would be his next of kin. Yeah.
So he's still alive, but he's maybe on life support or some such thing.
I don't know the medical terms around it, but it's from what Investigator Adelson was telling her, it does not look.
He was shot in the head?
From what was Investigator Adelson?
I said that and he didn't answer it.
So
someone shot him in the head.
This is one of the things police look for when interviewing or interrogating a suspect. Details of the crime scene that haven't been revealed yet.
It's just he was very badly shot multiple times, maybe badly.
When I think he did say that there was trauma to his face. And that's when you were asking about showing the boy.
I wanted the kids to be with him, but not if he looks scary.
And not if he's, I mean, there's nothing to be.
I know, I just thought he might be like,
no, I know.
I got the feeling he might be a little bit alive.
Right.
And if he was a little bit alive, I wanted him to like touch
be
the
able to
kids
see
one
the
more
children,
time.
right? But he's apparently.
I have such a visceral reaction to hearing her say the phrase "a little bit alive." It actually makes my stomach hurt. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. She says a ton of horrific things in this 6-hour period, yet somehow this is the worst for me. I've actually avoided editing this part because I knew that just the act of typing it out would make my blood run cold.
Beyond that, like he probably hasn't regained
From what Investigator Adelson said.
Yeah, that's what Wendi is banking on.
Correct. Yes.
He's
from
been,
what he was saying, I wouldn't.
He was found in a really dreadful state, and he has not come out of any kind of. He ended that phase. Oh, Wendi, good Lord. Have you called your parents, darling?
No. After we're just going.
Did she call her parents?
They have
they have her phone.
But I know
their number.
I do know my family's number.
I don't.
Okay, no hard feelings, but I hate you. Not joking. Bye.
Because an update on what's going on medically.
I didn't even ask because I know somebody else is dealing with that. And my understanding is he's in ICU. Last I heard was he was probably not going to survive.
Okay.
But they are trying to work out the organ donor aspect of.
She's about to sink her head into her hands as if hearing about him donating organs is just too much for her to handle. But forgets to modify her voice to match the anguish that she's trying to convey with her body language.
That whole thing.
And you told his dad this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It almost sounds like they had to do an automated dialogue replacement in post-production, but just gave the actor the lines and forgot to tell them what the scene was about.
So they are aware.
And is he coming? Is he?
Well, and Melanie spoke with him, and I hadn't had a chance to sit down and talk with her since, because I was on the phone. I was trying to give the nurse a heads up to say, hey, just so you know, we've talked to the dad. He's going to be calling, so that random person didn't call.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And
did Alan say the kids needed clothes?
Well,
they can just sleep in their closet.
Well, and he didn't know how long you were going to be, and stuff like that. And Jane called.
She's just so clearly unaffected by any of this.
Trying to get in touch with you. Please call back to design.
They're probably kind of hearing.
Thank you.
So they're probably hearing, and they're looking for you for confirmation.
Hearing on the news, so you heard that,
What I'll tell you, the police station hasn't released his name,
Yeah.
but obviously this Dean person knows, has an inkling, whatever the case
How
may
did
be.
he know? Something must be going on. How would all of these people know?
Well, if someone like the Dean, and if they're trying to get hold of you and they can't, they're going to start going to other. I mean, I will say the news does have the block. They do have the street,
and then people are figuring it out. Well, Tracy knew that it was him, and she's calling the hospital. So how did Tracy know?
Wendi, how is Sarah supposed to know how Tracy knows?
And I will say that the police,
Facebook. They're all probably talking to each other on Facebook.
I mean, people communicate.
No, I know, but Danny's very, very public.
And then they're all probably trying to call him and say, "Hey, where are you at? What are you doing?" And
right. And so he's not responding, and he's always very responsive. They must have each other's contact on Facebook and then be connecting with each other. And
then what'll happen is they'll get really frustrated because they'll try to contact the police department. We're not telling anyone anything. They'll try to contact the hospital. The hospital's like, "No."
Here comes cheesy.
Whoa, Wendi. Why would Wendi be worked up into such a frenzy over how people are learning about Danny? The method of how information is traveling is such an immaterial concept in a situation this dire. I can't imagine anyone even wasting the headspace to think about it, let alone obsess over it like Wendi is. The only time that I've ever in my entire life wondered how someone knew something is when the information was secretive or private and should not have yet been shared. This only further corroborates my theory that Wendi was not expecting anyone to find out about this for a while.
Okay, I'm gonna call my parents.
Okay.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
I'm sorry, what?
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
Yeah, okay, no, that's what I thought you said, but at the same time, surely nobody could be that disconnected from reality to say that out loud in a police station.
I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
Yeah, no, Wendi, I heard you. My mind is just blown that that's what just came out of your mouth. So let me just try to unpack this. You don't know what to tell your parents because you don't even know that he's dead? Call me crazy, but it almost sounds like your parents are expecting a call from you. One in which you tell them that Danny is dead. Okay, Wendi.
I just know that he has been shot.
But all signs of what everyone's telling you, I mean, when they start talking, sorry to be blunt, organ donation.
I know, that's not really...
He's kind of...
Okay, so I just want to tell them what happened and that I need them here.
And they're going to come up here probably.
Kids are fine.
We just want to make sure you get someplace that you're comfortable, and you've already told me enough reasons that you feel like that maybe whoever did this.
I don't want to go home.
Right. So we're going home just to get the clothing, the computer, and then we can get you on to the other, I can't remember their names now.
Alan and Lynn.
Right.
They live really close to me.
Okay.
You look like you've had a long day.
I have.
Her saying that is such a disingenuous, manipulative thing to say. She's trying so hard to take the focus off of her as a monster. I feel like somebody who's really going through all the emotions and hardships that she would be facing would not even have the headspace to think about the investigator having a long day.
Okay, so we'll be getting ready to go in just a minute, okay?
Okay, well, I don't have a lot of stuff to take with
I
me.
know,
Can
I
I
know.
throw out the tissues in the trash can?
Yeah, but we're not there yet. I just wanted to let
I'll
you
get
know.
a trash can for you before you go, don't worry.
Okay, because I'm making some
It's okay. Do you want me to go with you on any of this?
You're really sweet. I'm okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
I'm gonna call you to check.
I'm most definitely not okay. But
I'm on call this weekend.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you my number. I'm gonna give you my cell phone, and I'm available. Okay.
I know,
so
I just I have friends, and I don't really.
That's good. And friends will know more than I will. But you might have questions that come up.
No, I mean, there's a lot that you can answer, and I'm sorry. I can't believe this is happening.
And I'm sorry this is happening.
God, everyone's sorry this is happening. You know, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. He hurt their daughter, but listening to my mom just like cry and be horrified on the phone and be like, "Of course," she sounded like
that's horrible. And normal, good-hearted people don't wish
nobody wishes
things like this to happen. You know, like
Look who it's not. Normal, good-hearted people.
you might say like, I get frustrated. You might be like, I hate someone, but you don't ever. Saying stuff out of emotion isn't something you really want sometimes to happen.
It's really messed up that people are worried when they hear gunshots on Trescott that they think like something happened to me. I guess it makes sense. It's divorce and people do crazy things. I just am not okay.
Well, this is a traumatic experience, and your brain's gonna kind of process the stuff differently, so.
I just, as he was driving me here, I'm like, oh my God, I'm like, I wonder if I could be like framed for something, like if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail.
Right. Are we getting a sneak peek into what your defense is going to be at your trial? That someone set you up, framed you? That's fun. Note her glancing up at Sarah for approval. Or rather, trying to read her to see if she's buying the bullshit that Wendy's trying to sell her.
I wonder if I could be like framed for something, like if I didn't do something, but I'm still gonna end up in jail.
And Sarah just laughs. You're not gonna get framed for a crime.
I mean, that's your attorney mind probably thinking, but.
No, that's her criminal mind thinking. That's the mind of a murderer silently freaking out when they're picked up by the cops directly after the death of their ex. The death that they planned and arranged, paid for, and thought was so sweet. Allegedly. And listen, Wendy, if you turn out not to be implicated in this murder that you definitely had a hand in, I will personally issue a public apology and send you a bouquet of flowers. But more than likely, I'll be sending you a bouquet of ramen noodles in jail. What? It's not my fault that you're guilty. I would have definitely suggested that you didn't do this had I known you. And furthermore, I definitely would have suggested that you not be such a horrible, lying piece of human garbage if you didn't want the entire world to think that you were guilty. What a concept. But, I mean, you do you, boo.
You've been more than forthcoming with information, and you're doing everything you can to help.
I can't imagine who would do this.
I can. But, again, that's neither here nor there, I guess.
Well, I tell him I can't see it. I don't want to. Okay, so we think like Danny's not waking up. Like, is that? That's the thing. Is like I don't want to tell my kids that their father is gone if he's not. Like, I don't want to have that.
Do you think you can be around them tonight without maybe disclosing to them?
I do.
Then maybe it's something you could just wait till the morning till you know a little bit more certainty.
Again, This is so telling that to Wendi, the only option, the correct outcome, is that of Danny's death. She keeps hemming and hawing that she's going to have to traumatize her kids by telling them that their father died. Yet, all the while is viscerally affected at the concept of his survival. It's so transparent. And you can tell that she's never even considered the fact that he might have survived this. That was never part of the plan. And it's so apparent with the absolutely off-the-wall shit she says through this entire interview.
Somebody going to tell me, like, if he doesn't make it and it's like official, is someone going to what?
A normal person would just ask for updates on his status, not ask if she will be told when he's officially dead. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'll know because they'll notify me, because then when incidents like this happen, they'll have to do an autopsy and things like that. So I can ask the investigator to let me know when they get, because they'll have to notify the police.
They'll figure this out, right? They'll figure out who did this.
How awesome would it have been if Sarah just said, well, actually, you'll be happy to hear we're interrogating the number one suspect right now. And then just deadpanned Wendi until Detective Isom came in and cuffed her ass.
That will be their goal, and that they figure it out.
There are unsolved crimes, aren't there?
I mean, there's always unsolved crimes, but I would say these guys that work here are really good. They're going to be working really hard, probably throughout tonight. If you think you'd be comfortable tonight, just kind of waiting to see. I do.
You think that makes sense? Like, not just because I am still not.
Well, you know, because this is. I would say maybe yes, it would make a little bit of sense, and talk it over with your family and friends. But the thing is, because then if not, you're gonna have to tell them something along the lines that he's seriously hurt. No, you can't see him, and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And then you're gonna have to come back and be like, oh, well, actually,
What do you tell your children when their father was murdered?
What do you tell your children when their mother was the murderer?
It's not like Daddy had cancer and he's sick and he's he's around for a long time.
I don't think you tell them all that right away. And
No.
again, I'm not, I don't work with children very often. But I would tell them, just that, he was really hurt and he had to either, go to heaven, whatever kind of concept that they have on that.
I don't know how, I said, I don't know how much they get this. But, he was fine. He was healthy. Mm-hmm. He was strong. It's not like he was sick and they saw him get sick.
Well, and that's why you said he was hurt, because, and I know they don't understand this, but think of this, he could have gotten in a traffic crash or something.
I have questions, though, and I don't want to lie to them.
And you don't.
I don't want to say he was hurt. How was he hurt? He felt like.
Well, you could then say something like, some very bad person harmed your dad, Do you think they're going to ask?
I don't want to. I
don't
want to
expose
them, but
well,
they're going to be so scared. What if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're going to be orphans?
Well,
the very bad person is in the room with us. Wendi, for as much as you play the victim, you'd think you would be better at it. Because you were such a transparent mess through this entire interrogation, and everyone sees right through you. But we've only begun to unravel your tangled mess of lies, and trust me, it becomes even clearer as we go deeper.
You're doing fine.
What's happening?
You're doing fine. I know it's all of a shock. I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay?
I don't know who would do this.
Okay, well, it appears from what we've seen so far that someone intentionally hurt Danny. Okay, intentionally. Okay, I don't think.
You don't know who it is.
No, and I don't
What
think.
if they come after the boys?
I don't think that's going to be. I have no indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay, but the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't. I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't.
So, a few things happen here. This is the first of many times that Wendi conveys her fear over the boys being injured or killed. Isom lays things out pretty clearly. He assures her that there is no indication that the boys are in any harm, and then immediately calls her out for just being at Trescott, making it very clear who he thinks the perpetrator of this crime might be. Wendi also mentions that she doesn't know who would do this. A very bizarre thing to say, since not knowing who committed the crime is a given. Of course you wouldn't know. The entire purpose of the investigation is finding out who did this. The only person who would need to emphasize that they don't know is someone who definitely does.
I don't know how I'm gonna tell them what happened.
And you know what,
they're so little.
And you know, it is difficult sometimes for little kids because their perception of realities.
They love their dad.
Of course they do.
Please make note that Wendi is crying so hard here, she's having to pull out multiple tissues from the pack. And the time is 4:02:08.
I'm sorry, you can ask me questions.
No, you're fine. Talk to me about what you want to talk to me about.
And less than 4 seconds later is recovered enough to be talking completely normally.
It's fine. I'll tell you what you
No, you're good though. Like, I want to be here for you too. I can say very strong.
I just like I can't believe this is happening. I don't understand, and I'm very scared because if this can happen, like, what if someone's gonna come after the kids? Like, who did this, and why would they do this?
And from what they're missing, they haven't had any indications of that.
Do you think someone can watch the house where I'm gonna be with the kids tonight to make sure that nobody comes after us?
We'll discuss kind of that type of stuff. I'm gonna make sure that they know all your concerns and fears. Okay.
Here we are again. She's afraid someone is going to come after the boys and is in disbelief that this is happening.
I don't think that's good for the kids. Like, I don't want people, I don't know what to do about, like, the kids are really young. I don't know what to do in terms of that reaction, but I also am kind of scared that there's like some maniac out there, and I would like for you to find whoever that is, so I don't want to make things worse in some way in terms of you being able to find someone.
Okay.
That's all I'm asking.
Now there's a maniac out there, and she's concerned for the kids. Not to fear, Wendi. The maniac is in here.
I'm just worried about the kids, and I'm so sorry for his family.
His family. Okay, appropriate.
And for his children.
His children? Not my children or our children. His children. That's some pretty major distancing language. Both with his and children.
Who are now going to grow up without a father. And I have no idea who would do this, and I feel like they're out there. And if they're capable of this, like, what's to keep them from going after the kids? Like, if they hate Danny, then why wouldn't they hate his children?
If they hate Danny, why wouldn't they hate his children? Pour it on real thick, Wendi.
And And, you know, they're doing this investigation now to kind of figure out what happened.
He didn't do it to himself. There's no way he did it. He never really got depressed. He never got that sad. You know, like, he was a really positive guy. It wasn't him.
I love how she's acting as if a self-unaliving is even an option. She's been told how many times now that this was a targeted attack against Danny.
Is the police officer still at school? Like, are the boys safe there right now?
I don't know the for sure answer to that, but I do know that they checked on them. And
I know they checked on them, but like, the kids, I just want to make sure they're okay.
Let me go talk and let me ask them that for you. Wendy, look at me.
I have always wondered how much the victim advocate knew beforehand, because I've always been curious if she tells her to look at her during this part to see if she has any real tears.
There's no reason for them to think that anything's going to happen to the boys right now, okay?
Okay.
And I just want you to know that there's no indications that...
But why would someone do this? Like, why wouldn't they just come after my whole family?
Here she is told yet again that there is no indication that the boys are in danger. Yet she insists that essentially the killer should have probably killed her whole family, i.e. the kids as well.
I do hear your concern. I do. I just want you to know, though, like, there's no... If there was an indication...
I mean, there's no indication some crazy person was gonna kill Danny, so why would they not think someone was gonna, like... Anything could happen, right?
Like, anything could happen, right? Most mothers would never want to even fathom a circumstance in which their kids could be put in danger. And if they were really as worried as Wendi pretends to be, don't you think that they would insist on being with their children?
From what I understood, that there was someone that was at the school.
They didn't find anyone like running away at the scene, did they?
I don't know that answer. Okay. I'm sorry. I know I'm giving you a lot of I don't know.
I know. I'd rather that than you make something up, but I just have no idea what's happening right now.
I'm sorry.
And God, is it killing her not to know what the cops do.
Sorry.
Oh my God, I hate this woman.
Do you think whoever did this is going to come after the kids?
I'm very worried about that. And I think...
I don't want to be, like, left alone in that house. Like, I want protection and I'm scared. I don't know who this is. I don't...
Okay, well...
Again, making everyone aware that Wendi definitely, for sure, totally has no idea who could have done this. For realsies, though.
We just want to make sure you get someplace that you're comfortable, and you've already told me enough reasons that you feel like that maybe whoever did this...
I don't want to go home.
Right. So we're going home just to get the clothing, the computer, and then we can get you on to the other, I can't remember their names now.
Alan and Lynn.
Right.
I mean, be scared, I guess. But how far can one get away from themselves before they feel safe?
Trace the call. It's coming from inside the house. You hear me? It's coming from inside the house.
Is it good, like, should I be taking the kids to school when Monday comes around? Like, is it good to have, like, a routine for them?
School? You mean daycare? Because it's mid-July and your eldest has not even started kindergarten. I don't know, Wendi, it's Friday night. You're about to have to tell your babies that their dad was killed. Maybe just spend some time with them on Monday. And for someone so concerned for their safety, you would think that she would not even want to let them out of her sight so soon. Or is that because you already know that the killers will be back in Miami by then?
I mean, it's up to you if you want to keep that. And yeah,
well, I say it, and now I'm like, I don't want those kids away from me. Like, what if there's like a deranged gunman in town? Like,
Those kids You don't want those kids out of your sight? That is some pretty serious distancing language there.
I feel like a fierce mama cat right now. Like, I just want to get to my boys. And I know they're fine with Alan and Lynn. Like, and I think
that you want to hold them and see that they're okay with your own eyes. And
yeah, I really need to be with them.
Ugh, I rolled my eyes so hard when she said fierce mama cat that I'm pretty sure they're dislocated now.
And if
I'd rather
anything,
be with
have
Alan
support.
Yeah.
And kind of a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah, it'd be nice just not to worry about, like, I don't know, I'm just picturing, like, getting up and trying to, like, you know, the kids being, like, they're 3.5 and 5, right? Like, they'll wanna eat ice cream or do whatever, and, like, I don't have the energy to, like, impose any restrictions.
Right.
3 and 5-year-olds whose lives are about to change in such a fundamental and horrific way. Learning half of their world is gone forever. Just let them eat the damn ice cream for breakfast, Wendy.
I know. And then, you know, it's difficult time. They might not need those restrictions. And
oh, those poor kids.
Those poor kids. Never in the history of ever have I referred to my children as those or the kids. Maybe if I'm talking about them while they're in a group of other kids who don't belong to me, I would say the kids. But referring to just the two of them together, always my boys or my babies. Especially in a situation like this, you'd think she would be using the closest, most protective language she could. You know, being a fierce mama cat and all.
What do you tell your children when their father is murdered? It's not like Daddy had cancer and he's sick and he's, you know, he's around for a long time.
I don't think you tell them all that right away. And
No.
again, I'm not, you know, I don't work with children very often. But I would tell them, you know, just that, you know, he was really hurt and he had to either, you know, go to heaven, whatever kind of concept that they have on that.
I don't know how, I mean, I said, like, I don't know how much they get this. But, like, he was fine. He was healthy. He was strong. It's not like he was sick and they saw him get sick. Like,
well, and that's why you say he was hurt, you know, because, and I know they don't understand this, but think of this, he could have gotten in a traffic crash or something.
They're gonna have questions, though, and I don't want to lie to them.
Nope, not Wendy, pillar of truth and honesty Adelson.
I cannot tell a lie.
And you don't...
Like, I don't want to say he was hurt. How's he hurt? He felt like...
Well, you could then say something like, some very bad person harmed your dad, you know? Do you think they're going to ask?
I don't want to... I
You don't want to
say
expose them to
something, but, like...
Well,
they're going to be so scared. Like, what if the very bad person comes and harms me, and then they're going to be orphans?
Well, talk...
Cover, which you shouldn't, but we're going to find out.
And again,
This is an absolutely horrific thing to imagine, and that's why I've avoided talking about it until now. But my theory is that Wendy maybe wanted those kids to be killed as well.
In the summertime, we have a week on, week off schedule with the boys, so we have week on, week off, but on Wednesdays we do an overnight.
Right. Where did the children sleep the night before? Have they been staying with Danny right along?
Yeah, except week on, week off, but with Wednesday overnights. So Wednesday night they were with me.
When you say Wednesday overnight, Wednesday...
It means like if it's a mommy week, then
Right.
they're with you all week. Except Wednesday night they'd go to Danny.
Okay.
If it's a Danny week,
Right.
so they're with him all week. Except Wednesday night they came to me.
So in the summertime, Wendy and Danny would do a week on, week off time schedule, alternating custody of the kids every week, and then spending the night at the other parent's house each Wednesday.
What was the child custody schedule when you were living at Aqua Ridge? And I assume Mr. Markell continued to live in the marital home on Trescott?
He did.
Okay, what was the custody situation with the kids?
So the custody situation changed over time and depending on the part of the year. But I think in the beginning, we would do a Wednesday night overnight. It was about 50-50 shared custody, but I don't remember the exact arrangement. I do remember in the summertime it would switch to week on, week off, but during the school year it was slightly different.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markell was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning I think they were at Danny's house.
So the kids were with Danny at the time 2 hitmen were sent up to go murder him. But let's not forget, Garcia and Rivera did not go up only in July. They were also there the month before.
I want to ask you about the first trip. Do you know the date that you came to Tallahassee on the first trip?
Date. I can't remember, but no, I can't remember.
Okay. Does June 4th through June 5th sound correct?
Yeah, it was around June. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And that's of the year 2014, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do you know, are you familiar with a traffic ticket that y'all got in the area of Gainesville on that first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 81. You recognize State's 81?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of the traffic ticket that y'all received on this first trip to Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and this was in the car that was rented by Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Who got the ticket?
I got the ticket.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce into evidence State's 81.
Any objection?
Not at all, Judge. Not Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
What was the ticket for?
Speeding.
Okay, and so you were doing the driving, at least in the Gainesville area, is that right?
Yeah, we had switched for a minute, and he told me to drive.
All right. Do you know what time of day you arrived in Tallahassee on that first trip on June 4th?
In the morning, like around 5, 6 o'clock in the morning around there.
Okay. And would it refresh your memory related when this traffic ticket was received?
Let me see.
I'm going to draw your attention to the top right corner of this traffic ticket. Indicates that you received a ticket at 9:12 a.m. in Gainesville, Florida. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
So June 4th, Garcia and Rivera make the drive from Miami to Tallahassee. And according to the time on the ticket, they should have arrived in Tallahassee between 11:30 and noon. Here's June 4th of 2014, a Wednesday. That Wednesday would have been on a Danny week, and Wendi would have had the kids that night only. And it seems like she knew that the killers were in town.
I want to ask you about June 4th, 2014. Do you recall an event that occurred that day that was unusual?
Yeah, I remember a couple of unusual occurrences on June 4th.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, I had met Miss Adelson at the Red Eye Coffee Shop in Midtown for a coffee about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We were going to talk about our relationship a little bit. And she canceled a trip we had planned to California to visit my parents, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th.
All right. And was she acting strangely that night?
Yeah, that night she was a nervous wreck to the point, I couldn't put my finger on why at the time, to the point where she lived kind of way up Centerville where there was no convenience stores or anything close, and I actually took about 35 minutes and drove to a convenience store to get her Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck and had a real nervous stomach that evening.
Okay. And did she ever tell you what the problem was?
No, she's very non-specific about it.
All right.
Prosecutor asked you about June 4th, 2014. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were at the Red Eye Coffee Shop, right?
That's correct.
And around what time was that?
I had a hair appointment at 2 or 3, so it was at 1 or 2.
And so in the early afternoon?
Could have been as early as 12:30, sir.
12:30,
yeah.
Okay. So around 12:30 on June 4th, 2014, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that she was and by she I mean Wendi Adelson, that she was acting unusual?
That's correct.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Did you ask her what was wrong?
I did ask her what was wrong. It was very non-specific. That happened with Wendi quite a bit with it, where she was upset and there was not an exact name put to why.
Was she upset often?
Yes.
Would she get these kind of physical reactions often, that her stomach would hurt or that she would ask you to get her medicine?
I got to know her better in the spring, so I saw more of it than I would have in the fall. That was the only time I can recall that was not an average thing. I think that's why I remember it, because it was unusual.
And you said that you drove about 35 minutes to get her medicine?
Yeah, it could have been 25, 35 minutes, but where she lived was not convenient to run to the store, so it was a discussion like, do we want to do that? It's all the way down there, and she was so nervous. I thought, no, I'm going. So.
Did she go with you?
No, she did not. She had the kids that night, so she stayed with the children.
Did she make any kind of doctor's appointments shortly thereafter? To your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Let's go to something you said on direct talking about June 4th.
Yes.
And you appear to have a very good memory of all the instances. You said that Wendi had the kids on June 4th, the night of June 4th.
Yes.
You spent a lot of time with Wendi, spent a lot of time with the kids. You knew their daily schedule of the boys, right?
I knew not so much because I usually got there in the evening. So at the time, I would know what days she had the kids. But as far as pickup times and things like that, I usually saw them at the end of the day. I accompanied her just a couple times to pick up the kids. So I don't want to sound like I'm an expert in that because I'm not.
So June 4th, she has the kids. The next morning, June 5th, she would have taken them to Creative Preschool.
She would have, but I never stayed over there. So when the kids were there, so I wouldn't have known that because I left at the end of the night if the kids were there every time.
That would have been consistent with the custody setup that she had with Dan Marquette, correct?
Yeah, depending on what the days on the schedule were, which I don't recall. I used to know that. I don't anymore.
It wouldn't have been that he'd come and pick them up at her house and then bring them over to Creative Preschool.
I never saw that kind of scheduling anywhere.
So it would have been consistent with on June 5th, she would have dropped the kids off.
It would have been consistent, but I don't have any primary knowledge of what she did on June 5th.
So Wendi is so nervous the day the hitmen arrive. Jeffrey actually has to buy her Pepto-Bismol. And as we know, Katie was getting regular updates from Sigfredo as the day went on.
All right, so what was the purpose of the first trip?
We came to scope them out.
Okay, were you intending to commit the murder on the first trip?
It was supposed to, but we couldn't find them.
All right, so when y'all came to do the first trip, was any money exchanged?
Not yet, money.
Who did?
Garcia.
How much money did he have?
He probably had, I think, from $2,000 to $5,000.
Between $2,000 and $5,000?
Yeah.
Okay, and did you know where he got the money from?
The money he got it from the people that hired him.
All right, and who is that? Did he tell you?
Nah, he didn't tell me yet.
Okay. Did he give you any money on this first trip?
Excuse me?
Did he give you any money for this first
he gave
trip?
me a couple of $100.
Okay. How many nights did you stay in Tallahassee on that first trip? If you remember.
I say like 2 nights,
All
2 or
right.
3 nights
Where did y'all stay?
in a hotel.
Okay. And did you interact with a man by the name of Shadrach Nobles in the hotel?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you came here to do the murder, but you couldn't find him. What did you mean by that?
We have followed him, and we
Followed
lost
who?
Markel.
All right. Where'd you follow him to?
Followed him all the way to a daycare where we kept losing him.
Okay. Where did you follow him? When you say you followed him to the daycare, where did you start following him?
Like, we had stopped by a park and watched him come out of his house.
So you knew where his house was located?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know where Mr. Markel's house was?
Garcia pointed his house to me.
Okay. Was that something that was written on the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you said you pulled into a park and waited for him. Where was the park?
It was in the corner by a light.
I'll show you what I marked as 1647. You recognize States 47?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a fair and accurate aerial map depicting where you parked that day waiting for Mr. Markel to follow him or scope him out?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce States 47.
Any objection?
No objection from Mr. Garcia.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Yeah, public.
You may.
Mr. Rivera, does this yellow dot here indicate where you and Mr. Garcia waited?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And had you already seen Mr. Markel's home before you parked here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when he pulled out, did he pull out down this road right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you're talking about the light, are you talking about this intersection?
Yes.
All right. Tell me where you followed him. If he came down this way, where did y'all go?
Pulled right behind him, and he went straight.
Straight down through this light?
Yes, ma'am.
Even after adjusting the picture to better show the map, it's still pretty hard to see. Here's a Google Map image. The arrow's pointing to Dan's house, and right there is the park that they were waiting at. You can see here, this is the intersection of Trescott and Benton, where they saw Dan drive out of.
And is that when you followed him to the area of the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you say you lost him, where and how did you lose him?
He had pulled him into the daycare. By the time we made a circle, I guess he had pulled down and left. So we kept losing him.
All right. And when you talk about following Mr. Markel to the daycare on this first trip, who was driving when you all followed him to the daycare?
Garcia.
All right. You mentioned going by Mr. Markel's residence. Can you tell the jury exactly what kind of scoping out y'all did of Mr. Markel's residence on this trip?
Just driving through to see if we see his car, to see if there was somebody in the house, but we never got to see his car.
Did you ever pull around behind the house or go anywhere besides other than driving right in front?
Yeah, we went around the house.
Okay. Did you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
Did Mr. Garcia get out of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that.
He got off, went behind the house, tried to see if somebody was in the house.
Who was supposed to be the shooter on this first trip?
I was going to be the shooter.
Did you make a suggestion to change the plan from shooting to something else?
Yeah, I found out for the kids. I ain't going to shoot nobody in front of no kids.
All right. When you saw Mr. Markel on the first trip, did he have his kids with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Why didn't the murder get done on the first trip? Is it because...
We lost him.
Okay. Did you ever observe Mr. Markel on the first trip where he was I guess, separated from his children?
Excuse me?
Did you ever see him where he was in his car in his home and the kids were not around that first trip?
Nah, he always had his kids.
All right, you mentioned you learned along the way that you were coming to do a murder, not a robbery. Was that on the first trip?
That's the first trip.
Okay, so you learn along the way you're going to do a murder. Was the purpose of the first trip to scope out the place, to do the murder, or something else?
To scope the place out.
Okay, and what did you do to scope the place out?
We sit near his house by a park for a little bit.
In whose house?
Marquez.
Markel's?
Marquez.
Okay, and what did y'all do? Drive around the house?
I drove around the house first. We drove around it. We went around the block like twice, and then we sit by a park for a little bit, washed out, and then went to the hotel, and then the next morning did the same thing, and then following him to see where he was going to.
If there had been an opportunity to kill Dan Markel on that first trip, would y'all have done it on the first trip?
Yes.
All right, and why were you not able to accomplish the murder on the first trip?
He was with the kids.
You didn't want to kill him with the kids in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a particular plan as far as who was going to actually do the murder?
I was supposed to do it.
Okay, and was it always going to be a shooting?
It was going to be a shooting.
What was the plan? Were you always going to do it in his car, or what? Was there any kind of plan?
No, there wasn't no plan. Really didn't plan nothing out.
So it was just going to be, if an opportunity arose, you were
If
going
there
to
was
take
opportunity, we do what we got to do and go.
What if an opportunity arose when the children were present?
Probably not doing that in front of the kids.
Okay.
Not me.
Did somebody instruct you on that, or that was just a given that you weren't going to do it?
I was not going to do it, period.
You testified earlier that you didn't want to kill Markel during the first trip because he had his kids, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told Sigfredo that during the first trip.
Yeah.
You didn't want to do it in front of the kids.
I believe so.
Let's thank God that Luis was a decent enough person not to kill Dan while his kids were present. And please make note, he didn't refrain from that after being instructed not to. He was just thankfully a good enough person not to want to hurt the kids that way. But it's not like Wendi knew the difference, though. And honestly, one would have to assume if you're finding people who are willing to kill your ex-husband without even knowing him, I don't think it's that much of a stretch to assume that maybe they wouldn't give a damn about killing the kids as well. And it's not like they had special instructions to wait until he was home, wait until the kids weren't with him. They could have easily shot him with the kids in the car, and the kids could have been injured in several different ways. Mainly, they could have also been shot. Without knowing how many gunmen were going, what types of weapons they were using, etc., there would have been no way of preventing something like that from happening. Dan could have been shot while driving the car and gotten into an accident, which could have killed the children. He could have been stationary at a stoplight and gotten shot, which could have potentially taken his foot off the brake, rolled him into traffic, and could have also killed the children. The fact that there was zero precautions taken to prevent any harm coming to the kids, and the fact that the hitmen were sent up there not once, but twice on Danny's weeks with the kids is absolutely mind-blowing. I would never have my ex-husband killed, because I'm not some psychotic monster. But if I did, you can bet that my kids would be nowhere near there. Out of all the witnesses in this case, I find Luis Rivera's to not only be one of the most helpful, but also one of the most believable accounts of what happened that day. And hearing his concern and self-restraint for the sake of the kids was refreshingly wholesome. In fact, Luis seemed to be the only one who was actually bothered by the death of Dan Markel.
I even woke up one day, I was in my house drinking. I ain't tell you this though. I was in my house drinking one day and I was so mad. I was thinking about the murder. And it was just hitting me. And then he came to my house. Jessica called him, yo, come over here and calm this nigga down. I don't know what's wrong with him. He came and told me, chill out, man, stop thinking about that shit. I said, man, it ain't even that, man. Like, I ain't do it. How the fuck can you walk around here like that? Something that you did and you out here, like everything is all right. I couldn't sleep. Kept thinking about that man and them kids. Like, it really hurted me, man. It really do.
It gave me just a little bit of solace knowing that someone involved in this crime felt some remorse. But there was something else he said that made my blood run cold.
Back up a little bit further. You said they gave him $5,000. Tell us about that. What did he say? Where did he get the money from?
Oh, he said he got the money from the lady. He still haven't told me her name yet. He said, I got the money from the lady. Well, his wife gave him the money. So Katie gave him the money. But he told me about the lady. He told me, yo, the lady got the money. She's gonna pay us. So, you know, all this driving around and talking to him about the money, I told him, we should just go rob her. That was my intention. Fuck this guy. I don't got nothing against that guy. I don't even know that guy. Especially after he told me about what was it for the 2 kids. Told me because I asked him, why are you going to kill this guy? Because the lady wants her 2 kids back. She wants full custody of them kids. Because he had all the custody. That was the plan, that was the deal. That's what I went to go kill that man for.
And how did Tuda know all this?
Katie, I guess Katie told him everything. Ain't nobody questioning us. Ain't nobody gonna question me. Ain't nobody even. I think that they didn't even know I was going on the ride unless the only one that knew was Katie. She knew I was in that car.
How did she know that?
Because he told her. He told her, I'm going with Tato. They call me Tato. So I think I'm going with Tato. So I said, I asked him who knows. He goes, no, it's just Katie. I said, that lady knows I'm in the car. He's like, nobody knows, just Katie. But in my instance, I didn't trust him that day. I'm like, somebody else gotta know. Because if you told Katie, Katie had to tell that lady. Because, you know, that day that they murdered, when I seen Wendi, that's when I asked him, who's that lady? And he said, that's Wendi. I remember I clear as day with them 2 boys. Because we got there at 10 o'clock at night, 10 to 11 o'clock at night, went to the hotel, we're hanging out, we're just chilling. I said, man, I'm going to go to sleep, I got to get rest, because if you're going to have me watch this guy all day tomorrow, I got to get rest. So I tried to fall asleep. He was still awake doing coke. I went to sleep. The next day, it was Thursday. The next day we drove around there. I went around the block. I went around the block to the other park behind his house. He said, pull in here real quick. Let me go see if he's home. So we pulled in. He walked over there. He looked, came back. He's like, go around the house. He said he seen something, but he wasn't too sure if it was somebody. So when I go around the front of the house, that I come back like this. So I'm driving this way. Wendy's walking this way with the 2 kids. So I'm driving. Before I get to the bump, I'm looking to my rearview mirror and I ask Garcia, man, what's up with this lady? Why is she looking so much? He's like, oh, that's that lady. That's Wendi. I'm like, oh, no, that's her name. I said, well, so, you know, I'm like, okay, I seen the 2 kids. I said, what's she doing up here? What is she doing up here? Oh no, that she came to make sure that everything's alright because he's leaving out of town tomorrow. So it's gotta get done tomorrow morning before he leaves. Like, alright, we leave. We go back to the hotel.
Let me interrupt you for a minute. Was there ever a phone call from anyone around the time that you saw who he described to be?
When she walked, as I'm looking at the rear mirror, I seen her walk a little bit further from her house, get on the phone. By the time we get to the hotel, he's talking to Katie. That's when he asked Katie, what's she doing up here? You know? But I asked him in the car before Katie called, what is she doing up here? She came up here to see if everything's all right with the kids. I said, man, you gotta know something besides that shit. What this lady's doing up here? And she knows that we're up here. She knows you're up here. So what's she doing up here? So when he calls Katie. Hey, what's going on? I seen this lady up here. Oh no, she's making sure that everything is fine. That what time he's leaving tomorrow on the flight or where the fuck he was going. I said, so we gotta do this tomorrow, huh? He's like, yeah, cause he's leaving, and she came to see the kids. But I seen her face and everything. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, we're going back to the hotel. I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down on the chair in the hotel, and he's literally like, you all right? Like, nah, I'm just curious what the fuck this lady's doing up here. Yeah, don't worry about that shit. Everything good, man. She just made sure that everything was all right. I said, I don't really like the sound of this shit, but whatever. If you say everything's all right, I trust you because I just trust you. I trust you because you're my dog. You don't worry about it, man. Here, man, take a drink. Like, man, that was early in the morning. It was 12. Like, man, I'm good. I don't want to fucking drink.
So this all happened before 12 noon?
Yeah, before 12.
On Thursday?
On Thursday.
You drove by, you saw her walking the kids. Mm-hmm. You asked him, he says that's Wendi. Mm-hmm. She's making sure that we're going to do this or whatever.
That she wanted to make sure that we was up there. She thought that we were lying, that he was lying. Because they don't even know I'm in the car until she seen me that day.
Yeah, but your car's got tinted windows. Does she even know what kind of car you guys are in?
That car, it's not even tinted. Like, you can see through it. It's like, you can see it. It's tinted, but not dark like people think.
Right, but she wouldn't know you from Adam's house. She wouldn't know you from anybody.
Yeah, she don't know me from anybody. But you can see, you got a little short guy in the car like this. I'm driving like this. And you see Garcia. Garcia's on the passenger side. You know, so she looked and then he looked. Like, you know, that's what caught my attention. Like, what's up with this lady looking at the car? She didn't know she wanted to make sure that we was up here. I guess Katie had told him everything. And then he called Katie. I remember leaving that day when we left. He called Katie. Yo, everything all right with this lady? She's like, yeah, everything's straight. Don't worry about it. Just make sure you get that shit done.
You hear that?
Yeah.
Or he tells you that?
No, I can hear her talking on the phone.
You're in the car or in the motel room?
No, I'm in the car. We're still in the car. We have pulled up. Every time before we go in the hotel, we're sitting in the car for like 10 minutes. We don't go, we just don't go in because I'm sitting down like, yo, you see that camera right there? You know, it's facing that way. You see that one over there? Yeah, man, how you see all these shit? I said, because look at that camera over there, man. I tell him, yo, you gotta start drinking, man, before you can pay attention.
So you hear her voice saying that he recognizes her without question. He doesn't have to ask.
He don't even gotta ask. He didn't even have to call and ask none of this shit. He already knew.
He's already saying, why is Wendi here?
Yeah. No, I asked him why she's up here.
And then he relays to her on the phone
he relays to her why she came up here for.
Okay.
That's the conversation.
So it's not a question of if it's Wendi. He already knows it's Wendi.
Oh, he already knows it's Wendi.
And he's telling Katie, why is Wendi here?
Mm-hmm. To make sure that he was up here, make sure he wasn't lying, that she was just paying him for nothing but.
So Tudo's met Wendi?
Yeah, I think he did. Matter of fact, I ain't even going to answer that right there, because I'm not 100%.
Okay.
Did you know Wendi?
No, not at all.
You ever seen her before?
Just that day. That day I seen her, that Thursday. I'm not gonna say I never met her, I never seen her. I don't know if he met her or he knows, but I know he said that's Wendi. I'm like, all right.
Okay. All right. And Katie says she wants to make sure that you guys are.
And we make sure that was up there.
And you heard her voice say that?
Yes, sir.
You woke up on Thursday, July 17th. What happened that day?
Woke up, took a ride towards Markel's house. It's that Thursday morning. And we went around the house. So we went around the house, we came back around, and we seen a lady walking through.
Mm-hmm. Where was the lady?
She was towards my right-hand side, towards his house.
Towards whose house? Towards Markel's house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was she in the street, on the sidewalk, or something else? Okay. Did she have children with her?
Yes, ma'am, 2.
All right. What happened when you saw this lady? Did she see you?
Yeah, she looked dead at the car. I was driving and as I looked in my rear mirror, I seen her looking.
Mm-hmm.
So
What happened next?
I asked Garcia, what's up with this lady? Was she looking at the car? Yeah, like, that's that lady with the kids, man.
So you asked Garcia, hey, who's this lady that's looking at the car?
Yes, ma'am.
And he said that's the lady with the kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you take that to mean?
That's the lady that wanted the kids.
The lady that wanted you to do this job?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you worried about seeing her there?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you worried about her seeing you there?
Of course.
Were you concerned? Did you ever ask Garcia, who knows that I'm involved in this job with you?
I can't remember.
Can't remember that?
No.
Okay. What did you do once you see this lady and Garcia tells you that's the lady that wants this job done?
We drove off. We left.
Okay. Did Garcia make a phone call about seeing the lady?
Well, I'm looking to the rear mirror and I seen her making a phone call. I seen her getting on the phone.
The lady that you saw on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then y'all drove off?
We drove off.
Okay. And did Mr. Garcia, after seeing that and driving off, did he make any phone calls?
After we done bent like the corner, he got on the phone.
All right. And who did he get on the phone with?
I believe he got on the phone with Katie.
How do you know it was Katie he got on the phone with?
Because she, like, the way he was talking, it's only her. He only talks to her.
All right. And what do you mean the way he was talking? How are you able to tell?
Like, when he spoke to her, she like, y'all get out of there. The lady just seen y'all.
All right. And so y'all were worried about this lady having seen you?
Oh, I was worried.
You were?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able, you said that you believed Garcia called Katie. Could you actually hear her, or you could only hear his end of the conversation?
I'm hearing his end of the conversation right now.
All right. And tell us about his end of the conversation. What did you hear?
He's like, we just got to go. Like, let's get out of here.
Okay. Did you learn anything about Mr. Markel planning to leave town?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We had to get the job done because he was supposed to leave that Friday morning.
How did you know that?
Garcia told me.
And how did he know that?
Katie told him.
And when Katie told him that, was that something that happened while you were present or something that he already knew before y'all arrived there?
No, I was present. I was in the car.
All right, I want to back you up and ask you about a few things that happened the second trip. You talked about seeing the lady or seeing who you believe was Wendi Adelson. Can you tell the jury about that?
Well, it was the day before.
Day before the killing?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, tell us about that.
I was scoping the house, and I was scoping the house and we leaving. She was walking the sidewalk with two kids.
And that was on the road where Markel lived?
Yes, ma'am.
All
A couple
right.
of houses down from his house.
Okay. And were you driving at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the lady do when you saw her?
She looked at the car and got on the phone right away. Made a phone call.
Okay. And how did you know that the lady, or why did you think that the lady was Wendi Adelson?
Let's ask her, see her. Why is she looking at the car like that? Yeah, that's her. That's the lady.
Okay. So you believe that could be Wendi Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So Rivera claims to have seen Wendi the day before the murder near Dan's house. And very shortly after he sees her, Sigfredo Garcia confirms with Katie that Wendi just saw them. They also learn from Katie that Wendi was just there to check to see if the job had been done yet, and provided them with a new piece of information, which was that Dan was leaving the following day on a trip, and the job had to be done by Friday the 18th, which they would have had no other way of finding out had it not been through Katie via Wendi. Now, there's a few parts that I want to touch on. The first being why Wendi may have been so paranoid that the job wasn't going to be actually done. We, of course, know that there were 2 trips by Rivera and Garcia up to Tallahassee. the first one in June being a failed attempt. But what is also highlighted in the TPD investigative reports is that there was a potential other failed attempt by hitmen who were hired prior to Garcia and Rivera. And in that instance, not only was Danny not killed, the hitmen never even went to do the job. I received a message via email on January 3rd, 2019, referencing an inmate, Nicholas Atteridge. I returned the call to Angela Frank, an attorney who is acquainted with Atteridge. Ms. Fink stated that Atteridge wanted to provide a statement regarding his conversation with fellow inmate Sigfredo Garcia while they were housed together in the L pod of the Leon County Jail. It should be noted that I attempted to interview Atteridge previously. During my interview with another inmate, Jason McNair, on December 20th, 2016, McNair had referred to a second inmate that had conversations with Garcia while in L pod. McNair said the second inmate was Nick and thought his last name was similar to Aldridge. I conducted a search of inmates and found Atteridge was possibly the person that McNair was referring to. On a subsequent jail visit, the last week of December 2016, I met with Atteridge in the D-Pod conference room. He appeared to be groggy and sleep-deprived. I asked about any conversations that he had with Garcia while they were together in L-Pod. Atteridge portrayed suspicion in my inquiry and asked if McNair had named him. I acknowledged that McNair had stated that Nick was present when Garcia made incriminating statements in the L pod. On January 25th, 2017, Sergeant Pat Sanford and I went to LCJ to contact Atteridge in the D-Pod conference room. I reminded Atteridge that I had previously attempted to interview him the last week of December 2016. He acknowledged the visit and said he had not slept for several days because his cases were pending plea agreements at that time, and he thought my inquiry was about other criminal activity that he was part of previously or while in custody at LCJ. He went on to say that he had just left a visit with his attorney before coming to the conference room to see us and had signed a sentencing agreement for his charges wherein he would eventually be transferred to a state prison. Atteridge expressed his willingness to provide information on his interaction with Sigfredo Garcia while they were in L-Pod at LCJ. After some conversation regarding his time spent in L-Pod and interaction with Garcia, it was apparent Atteridge was familiar with participants and events in the murder conspiracy. Atteridge agreed to have his statement audio recorded. And guys, I tried to get this audio, but they're not releasing it yet. During the interview, I reminded Atteridge, since his sentence had been determined prior to our interview, that there would be no consideration for his testimony, to which he agreed. In summary, Atteridge had two significant conversations with Garcia regarding the murder. The first was when Garcia learned co-defendant Luis Rivera had accepted a plea in exchange for testimony. After getting drunk on homemade alcohol, Atteridge referred to as toilet wine, Garcia began complaining to inmates by saying Rivera had waited in the car while Garcia shot Markel and Rivera had supplied the gun used in the murder. The second conversation occurred when Garcia found out that Catherine McBanoa had been arrested. Once again, Garcia got drunk and said he wanted to get word out to McBanoa to testify against himself and the Adelsons. Atteridge asked Garcia how much he had gotten paid for the murder. Garcia never gave a monetary amount, but stated that McBanoa got breast enhancement and Garcia and Rivera got toys, referring to motorcycles and cash. Atteridge went on to say he understood from Garcia that McBanoa brought the murder plot to Garcia, telling him her ex-boyfriend's mother wanted the murder to happen and paid for it to be completed. After the conclusion of the initial recorded interview, Atteridge stated that he wanted to add some information. I activated the audio recorder again, and he provided the additional information, which concerned Garcia, stating his money would stop being sent to LCJ since McBanoa was arrested herself. The money was for the murder payment, according to Garcia, via Atteridge. He stated that the information he provided was directly from Garcia, and he understood that he may be called to testify in court. A copy of the audio recordings will be submitted to the SAO, and this case remains open active. On December 13, 2016, I was notified that the State Attorney's Office, SAO, had received a letter from Jason McNair, an inmate at the Leon County Jail. The letter was addressed to the Queen herself, Ms. Georgia Kappelman, the best assistant state attorney ever in the history of ever, prosecuting the Markell homicide. McNair stated in the letter that he had a lot of information on Garcia and McBanoa, who were co-defendants in the Markell murder. McNair stated in the letter that he would be willing to provide the information. LCJ records indicate McNair was in the same housing pod, L, as Garcia from September 12th of 2016 to October 10th of that same year. I went to LCJ on December 20th, 2016 to conduct an interview with McNair, who is now housed in Pod J. McNair was summoned to a conference room for the J Pod, where he and I conversed in a closed room. McNair provided some of his background and stated that he was in the L Pod with Garcia in September and October of 2016. He was asked to describe the setting and stated that there were usually 96 inmates in the pod, with 2 inmates assigned to each individual cell. Aside from lockdown at night, or when inmates were transferred in and out of the pod, the inmates were allowed access to the other cells and the common areas of the pod. On an unknown date, sometime after McBanoa's arrest, which was October 1st, 2016, Garcia began talking to McNair and the other inmates about the murder and how he became involved in carrying out the crime. Garcia said he was offered the task by his ex-girlfriend and the mother of his children. McNair and Garcia referred to the woman by her last name that McNair knows starts with an M. McNair does not know why Garcia did this when telling this account, as McNair knows the woman's first name is Katie. Garcia told him that another woman named Dawn asked Katie about having someone killed for money. McNair and Garcia also referred to this woman as Wendi Adelson, who is a mother-in-law or a grandmother that wanted the man killed to get custody of 2 children. Garcia also said Dawn had paid other people $50,000 up front to commit the murder, but they did not do so. This time, Dawn told Katie that she would pay $5,000 up front for expenses and then $100,000 when it was done. Why would they kill Dan if you gave them all the money up front? They have the money and then they're not going to get a murder charge on top of it. How dumb can you be, Donna? As this information became pertinent to the case, I asked McNair if he would agree to have the conversation audio recorded. He agreed to the recording, and I activated a digital recorder for the remainder of the interview. In addition to the above information, McNair provided the following information, which was audio recorded. Rivera was enlisted to drive a car for the murder and was paid part of the $100,000. Rivera did not know that the trip was for a murder initially, and there were 2 trips made to commit the murder, the first being a blank trip. He also knew that the murder occurred at a house in a garage. Garcia said that he was the actual shooter, but he did not say how many times he fired. The gun was purchased for $150 in Miami. Katie either bought it herself or provided the money to purchase the gun. Upon returning to Miami, Katie obtained the money from the Adelsons, with Garcia getting $45,000, Rivera getting $35,000, and Katie $20,000 to $25,000. Garcia bought a motorcycle and 2 cars with his share of the money. McNair claims that this is independent information that he received directly from Garcia, and he is willing to testify in court. McNair did not ask for any consideration prior to providing his statement, and nothing was promised or suggested before or after the interview. This audio recording has also been provided to the SAO, and this case remains open active. 2 inmates confirmed that Garcia discussed the involvement of the Adelsons in this murder-for-hire plot. Jason McNair divulged even more information, saying that there was a failed attempt prior to Rivera and Garcia being hired, where Donna prepaid 2 hitmen who decided to not even attempt the hit, which should absolutely be no surprise to anyone with half of a brain, because why would you risk going to prison for life when you already have the money in your pocket? Really, I would have not been shocked if Donna had called the cops to report that the hitman stole $50,000 from her without completing the promised service. I've already filed a Better Business Bureau complaint, but I'd also like to report a crime. Let's also remember that this is the same woman that more than likely was the one behind trying to wash her prints and DNA off of their blood money. So based on that, it would kind of make sense as to why Wendi would be worried about this job getting done, which would be a corroborating piece of evidence backing up Rivera's claims of seeing her the day before the murder. I think another piece of supporting evidence that Rivera and Garcia saw Wendi the morning before the murder is their learning of Dan leaving town the following day. How else would they have gotten that information?
Was there a reason that the murder had to get done on the day it did?
It was just the right thing, the right opportunity, I guess.
Okay, did you have any information that the victim was going to be leaving town the day after the homicide occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, meeting.
Is the answer struck?
The answer is not struck. You need to rephrase your question.
All right, so how did you find out that the victim was leaving town the following day?
I can't remember that good.
Was it from a blog?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
It's not leading, Your Honor. Was it from a blog?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what blog was that?
The blog was Wendi.
No, I was saying from the computer. Did you research
Oh,
it
no.
Okay, so somebody gave you the information.
Yeah, somebody else.
A person.
A person.
And how did you actually talk to the person?
No, ma'am.
Who talked to the person?
Tuto. Garcia.
Garcia talked to the person.
Talked to
All
Katie.
right. Okay, so Garcia got the information from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And do we know where Katie got it from?
I don't know.
Okay, were you present when Garcia talked to Katie and found out we got to do it today?
Yes, ma'am. He was on the phone.
I'm sorry?
That was on the phone speaking.
He was talking to Katie on the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were present for that?
I was in the car.
Luis testified to the fact that he saw Wendi the day before the murder in all 3 trials. However, during Charlie Adelson's trial, Dan Rashbaum did his very best to try to alter the timeline and confuse the jury.
During the second trip, the day before the murder, you drove by Professor Markel's house. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that at some point after you arrived at Markel's house, after noon on the 17th, you saw a woman and 2 kids walking on Trescott by the house,
yes,
right?
Sir.
And the woman looked at you as the Prius passed and immediately got on her phone.
Yes, sir.
You testified that you asked Sigfredo what was up with the lady. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo responded that that's her. That's the guy's wife. That's the one that wants the kids back.
Yes, sir.
You asked Sigfredo what the lady was doing there on Trescott with the kids.
Yes, sir.
And Sigfredo responded that she came there to make sure that everything was all right.
Absolutely.
Meaning all right with the plan.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here now, you're aware that the woman and the kids on the street was not the same lady, right?
I don't know if that was her or not, but she looked at my car.
It's possible that Sigfredo lied to you, right?
Who knows?
First off, look at his smug little face right here.
Was not the same lady, right?
He really thinks he did something there. Too bad that's not at all what he said, like, ever.
It was early in the morning. It was 12. Like, man, I'm good. I don't want to fucking drink.
So this all happened before 12 noon?
Yeah, before 12.
On Thursday?
On Thursday.
You drove by, you saw her walking the kids. You asked him, he says that's Wendi.
Rivera never said this occurred in the afternoon. He stated that this occurred first thing in the morning. A statement that is backed up by the fact that they arrived to Danny's house every morning before he even left to take the boys to preschool. As Wendi testified to in my last video in this series, the kids would normally be dropped off between 8 and 9 a.m., and the daycare was about 15 minutes drive from Dan's house. The school drop-off pickup schedule was stipulated to in Charlie's trial. A piece of information that was also included in the report that I received from the Tallahassee Police Department.
Are you now aware that there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 4th, 5th of 2014?
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott, was your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
Markel children.
Very well.
Do you need a copy, Your Honor?
I have it right here. I'm just bringing up instruction 2.3. Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact, you must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept are true are: the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool located in Tallahassee. During the week of July 14th, 2024, their drop-off pickup schedule was as follows. Monday, July 14th, 2024. Dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markell. Picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markell. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014. Dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markell. Picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markell. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014. Dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markell. Picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendi Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014. Dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendi Adelson. Picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markell. Friday, July 18th, 2014. Dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markell.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the July 17, 2014 schedule. On July 17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, do you recall dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And Professor Markell picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up that day.
No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible, the person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markell's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
Now, here's where this becomes super misleading. And even Rashbaum messes up here, so follow me very closely. I'll admit, when I first heard this portion of the trial, I pretty much marked off Rivera's sighting as a case of mistaken identity. To me, it sounded like the judge was backing up Dan Rashbaum and saying that it would have been impossible for Wendi to have been on Trescott when Rivera claimed to have seen her. Except, this is not what he says at all.
Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact, you must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide.
The stipulated fact is that the kids were dropped off and picked up from school at the time stated by the judge. The significance of that fact is up to the jury and us to decide. Basically, those drop-off and pickup times are not being debated, but the relevance they have to the case and the movements and whereabouts of Wendi Adelson are still very much up for discussion. Now, let's go back to the question that Dan asks immediately after this stipulation was read. And pay very close attention to his speech pattern.
So it would be impossible, the person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markell's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
Now, Rashi's normal speech pattern is very staccato and somewhat broken up normally, but the pause after impossible and after morning are both unusually long. And if we notice, he corrects himself after he says the word impossible. And I don't think he meant to say morning either. The other words he takes a moment after, and they're only 1 second pauses. The pause after impossible is 2.5 seconds long, and the pause after morning is 3 seconds long. Very clearly showing that he misspoke on both of those points. Because it is not impossible for Wendy to have been by Danny's house with the children the day before the murder. And even with the drop-off schedule being set in stone, that has nothing to do with anything, as I believe this incident happened prior to their drop-off. Think about it. Danny was dropping the kids off at daycare between 8 and 9 every morning. And as we have already learned, the daycare was a 13-minute drive from his house. So for Garcia and Rivera to even be able to facilitate a proper surveillance of Danny, they would have to get a pretty early morning start. We can assume that for the boys to get dropped off at 8:30 a.m., Danny would have had to leave his house not too much later than 8 a.m. But we actually don't even have to assume this, because Luis tells us himself.
Yeah, when I got to the room with no drugs, we had powder, we had beer, but we had a bottle. We had a bottle in the pocket, we was drinking. We had powder, we was chilling all night. I probably went to sleep at around 3. I woke up around 7 that morning. I think it was 7 o'clock the next morning. But when we got there by that time, we slept for a little bit. We check out was at 11. We leave. Went by Markel's house. Went around him. Went straight to his house. I parked by the park like I showed you. I parked there for a little bit to see if it's gonna come out. When he came, I seen the car. I'm the one that scoped the car. I'm like, yo, that's that guy right there. I seen a white male in the car. He's like, yeah, that's him. Let's follow him. So we followed him all the way to the school. He got the kid off. Boom. I lost him. I guess he was going to the gym in that morning, but.
How do you know what kind of car he's driving?
Because Sigfredo told me the car.
Sigfredo told you the car?
He said he got a black Nissan.
Okay.
No tints. You will see him. Because he already showed me the picture.
Here he was talking about the first day of the June trip. However, it makes sense that they would keep their surveillance schedule pretty much unchanged to avoid missing Dan leaving in the morning. Meaning they would have likely seen Wendy well before 8 a.m., giving her more than enough time to make it to preschool by the confirmed 8:30 drop-off time on Thursday morning. Jeffrey Lacasse also said something interesting in his interview that, to me, confirms the notion of her taking walks on Trescott.
She sent this document. She had compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendy, for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time and saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids? I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids." Wendy claimed that was stalking because he said, So anyway.
And to me, this doesn't seem like he would have seen her at the university, because one could assume that they would both be working at that time, and he would neither have the capacity to watch the kids nor the expectation that she would be watching them while she's working. So it really only makes sense that she would have been walking down Trescott Drive in front of his house on the weekend or some other time where they were both off. So I fully believe that Luis saw exactly who he thought he saw the morning before the murder. And I fully believe that Wendy got right on the phone with Charlie saying they've got to get this done by tomorrow before he leaves. Information that he then relayed to Katie, who in turn passed it on to Sigfredo. And based off that prior failed attempt, or lack of attempt, I think that would make Wendy feel like she had to keep a better eye on these two hitmen.
Mr. Rivera, the defense characterized a lot of things that Garcia told you as lies. Do you know that those things were lies?
No.
So when he said, "Oh, that's the lady, she's looking at us," do you know if he really thought it was the lady or not?
No, it was the lady.
He thought it was the lady, right?
It was the lady.
Okay.
It was her.
All right.
I really can't get over how petrified Charlie looks the entire time Rivera is on the stand. And my absolute favorite part of Luis Rivera's testimony is when he stares at Charlie during an entire sidebar, and Charlie just sits there like prey on the Serengeti.
Are you on the prof's blog server list?
No.
What is your objection?
Can you just come sidebar for one moment?
I would. Okay.
Daddy Rashbaum and the rest of the pack wander away, leaving little Charlie all alone at the defense table. Pale and vulnerable, Charlie is not well suited for this level of abandonment. He nervously looks around, his eyes darting across the barren courtroom, attempting to assess any imminent danger. His best chance is to remain still and quiet and pray that he is not spotted by a fiercer predator. You can sense his unease as the anguish of being separated from his pack begin to take hold. If he can just hold out until Daddy Rashbaum re-emerges, he will remain safe and secure. Across the room, from the witness box, a savage hunter locks onto his target. With very little movement, the Latin King patiently contemplates his ambush. Charlie is left helpless in this moment, and the Latin King knows it. His eyes remain focused, unblinking, and relentlessly trained on his victim. Tension grows with each passing second, making Charlie's odds of escape more and more unlikely. The Latin King's gaze is broken with the re-emergence of Charlie's pack. The adults of the group reconvene around tiny Charlie, completely unaware of the danger he just faced. As the elders of the group return to their mundane social activities, one can tell that baby Charlie remains shaken by his near-perilous experience. As he tries to calm himself, one can assume that he will be forever changed by what is sure to be a close brush with death that he certainly won't want to experience again.
And I'll leave you all with a riddle. What does Aladdin become after he marries Princess Jasmine? Give up?
Latin Kings. In fact, you were the head of the North Miami branch of the Latin Kings, right?
Yeah.
That would have also been deleted prior to law enforcement analyzing her cell phone that afternoon, the same day as Dan Markel's murder.
That's correct.
Sending the "This is so sweet" text with absolutely no context is bad enough. But deleting it is even worse.
All right, and that message was deleted as well?
I always delete my messages. I always delete my messages. I always delete my messages.
Our last interaction wasn't nice.
What are you talking about, personal?
I'm just looking here. I didn't want him to take the boys this afternoon. I had wanted to have them. And I talked over with my brother and realized, if their dad wants to take them swimming, it's not worth getting upset over. It varies. Sometimes he has breakfast with him. I got the call from him, it was 9:04, I think, right. So he must have already just dropped them off and was probably driving from school to the gym, and that's why he was saying, going to this class, I'll touch base with you after.
Okay. All right. And then no contact after that?
We had some texting contact. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30, and I was like, well, what about last week? I picked it up at 5, and he said I was just being nice, and I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
Okay.
That's the last thing I said to him.
Okay.
Whoa. I'm gonna need you to back up just a touch. Because what I thought I just heard you say was,
I always delete my messages.
but then you were just looking through your phone at what? A text?
We had some texting contact. I'm just looking here. That's when I was saying that my last contact wasn't very nice. Our last interaction wasn't nice. I was saying, well, I wanted to pick them up at 3, and he was saying, well, you are only allowed them after 4:30, and I was like, well, what about last week? I picked it up at 5, and he said I was just being nice, and I said, I guess nice was fun while it lasted.
So what you're saying is that you deleted what you are trying to pass off as a completely innocuous text to your brother at 8:12 in the morning, but then kept what you yourself characterize as a not nice interaction with your ex an hour later?
Sure, Jan.
And then Rashbaum, of course, tries to trivialize the entire event, except as usual, provides absolutely nothing to help try to discredit it.
You then have a text from Wendi Adelson, which says, "This is so sweet." Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you tell that it was a picture?
I don't know that it was a picture.
LOL, because it wasn't.
Okay. Do you know what it was?
Just a text that said, "This is so sweet."
And that ominous text, scary text, that was also deleted, right?
It was, yes.
Oh, really good point, Rashi. Thanks for confirming that Corbett remembered the text. Verifying that it lacked any context or pictures. And mocking the connotation of it. Rashi's entire technique for cross-examination only serves to reaffirm any and all points made by Georgia and Sarah on direct. To me, it seems pretty clear what this text is about. We really need to look at the history of this timeline to best assess the true meaning of this text. The point in which we have reached by the morning of Dan's murder, this hit has been unsuccessfully executed at least once, but more than likely twice. So Wendi has gotten her hopes up for this several times over the past few months, expecting this murder to take place only to be let down when it hasn't been accomplished. If we are to believe Rivera, her anticipation was so great that she was stalking Dan's residence to assure that this would be taking place. A theory that I believe is corroborated by her visit to the crime scene just after the murder takes place. I'm sure by the time that she actually believed that today was the day, she could not contain her excitement. Texting Charlie, "This is so sweet," supports her elation. I also believe that this was supposed to be a WhatsApp message and not an actual text. I feel like Charlie likely prompted the deletion. And his subsequent 18-minute phone call was likely to help subdue her and contain her excitement, encouraging her to relax and just stick to the plan, and soon all of her problems would be solved. Of course, Wendi categorizes this phone call as brainstorming with Charlie as to what she should do about the TV repair.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easy for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay. Okay. And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper.
All right. So you're at your house with the repairman. He leaves. You go back to working on your papers, and then you leave your house around noon.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been, I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yeah.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure. That's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you, like, this thing can't be repaired, or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being... Oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
and
so nothing to do with the TV?
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably. Maybe I would have asked him about his work, or we would have caught up.
Did the information from Wendi Adelson's forensic extraction or her Cellbrite report, so we're able to see other things that were contained in her phone. And one of the first things we see is that she had a calendar entry for that day for listed as fixed TV.
Now we see that it's deleted.
Yes.
When would that have been deleted?
Sometime prior to our analysis of the handset.
And your analysis of the handset was done that same day?
It was done, yes, the afternoon of the 18th.
Okay. So this calendar event, fixed TV, was deleted at some point before her phone was taken by law enforcement and looked at that afternoon?
That's correct.
Okay. Go ahead.
Then we see that there is an outbound call from Wendi Adelson to Donna Adelson.
And that's starting at 8:09 in the morning?
That's correct.
Okay.
An immediate return attempt, and then a text message. Again, this is from Wendi Adelson's handset itself, but there is a return text message or a text message from Don Adelson to Wendi communicating about Best Buy and coming by for the repair of the TVs.
Okay, she says, Best Buy just called me and I told them to confirm with you. They are on their way over now to help you with the TV set in your living room.
Yes.
Okay. All right, what's next?
We have a text from Wendi Adelson to Charlie Adelson stating, "This is so sweet."
We see that that's deleted.
It is, yes.
That would have also been deleted prior to law enforcement analyzing her cell phone that afternoon, the same day as Dan Markel's murder?
That's correct.
Okay, what's next?
An attempt from Charlie Adelson to call Wendi Adelson. And then a return call from Wendi Adelson to Charlie that lasted just over 18 minutes.
Okay, let's go over this timeline a little. So, when asked how long the Best Buy guy was at her house, Wendi tells Isom he called around 8 and left at 10. But Georgia, who clearly has the accurate information from the Best Buy guy himself, likely with the electronic records of his time, states that he was there for 45 minutes. A clear discrepancy, but on which end? From what I've found, they tend to call you about 30 minutes prior to arrival. I have an appointment today between 12 and 8 p.m. Is someone going to call me a half an hour or so before the appointment? Anonymous asked 3 years ago on the Best Buy site. We were notified 30 minutes before arrival, answered Jesse. I have an appointment between 9 and 7 today, September 17th. Can you give me an approximate time you will be here, please, to install a new TV and printer? Thank you, K. Stark. Anonymous, 7 months ago. One unhelpful. You didn't deserve that, K. Stark. So that would have put the Best Buy guy in at 8:30 to 8:40 and had him leaving around 9:15 to 9:25.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yep.
And then a return call from Wendi Adelson to Charlie that lasted just over 18 minutes.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably maybe I would have asked him about his work, or we would have caught up.
So Wendi is really trying to say that the repair guy was there for 45 minutes trying to decide whether or not to fix the broken TV. And then she needed an additional 18-minute long consultation with Charlie to make that determination. A literal 30 seconds on Google would tell you which way you should go. Let's actually take a look at what I was able to find online. Taken from the Best Buy site itself, I have the 2-year Geek Squad protection plan on my TV. My son hit it with a toy, and now the pixels are messed up. They will do something to fix this, correct? I couldn't purchase a separate accidental plan with it. The TV hasn't had time to collect dust yet. Asked by Best Buyer 6 years ago. I'm pretty sure they will, but I wouldn't explain to them what happened. Just tell them something's wrong with your TV, and that's it. Right, because I'm sure the repair guy will never figure that one out. The same thing happened to me about 2 weeks after I purchased the TV with a 5-year warranty. They came out, took a quick look, and we were firmly denied. If there's any evidence of damage that the free warranty through LG doesn't cover, neither will Best Buy. No reason to buy the warranty. Answered by Nope 6 years ago. Wait, what did you say? They came out and took a quick look and you were firmly denied? Didn't you mean to say that they stayed there for almost an hour to try to fix it? No, I just took my TV back, which had an internal screen damage, and they told me that the warranty doesn't cover screen damage, and I would have to pay for a whole new TV, answered Jane Doe. Huh? The repairman told you flat out that they would not repair this TV? And just told you to buy a new one? Odd. Warranties on TV do not cover physical damage. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Warranties don't cover you punching the TV? What? Nope. Basically, it only covers malfunctions not caused by the user. Totally worthless in my opinion. Beyond frustrated, and I feel like my money was taken for nothing. Mom of toddler terrorist, 4 years ago. 8 helpful, 2 unhelpfuls. Sorry that your terroristic toddler regularly kamikazes himself into the TV set. Maybe he should be weaned off of screen time and we can think about a TV when he's older. Best Buy does not cover accidental damage. Do not buy a TV from Best Buy. I got screwed too. Find a TV with a warranty that covers accidental customer damage, usually offered by an independent seller, like Beach Buy from Anonymous a year ago. I'm not sure who Beach Buy is, but I'll be sure to give them a try. If you tell them that you physically damaged a TV, then that's on you. Warranty's meant to cover things that are out of your control, like part failures, power surges, etc. If your kid hit the TV, that's not Best Buy's fault. Sorry, but that's how they'll see it. Your best bet in a situation like this is just tell them that the TV isn't working correctly without mentioning the whole thing with your child. If you admit fault, you basically give them every reason they need to deny the claim. Nappy D. Bingo. And most people should know this. It would also say what is covered in the warranty paperwork that they gave you. Or if you lost it, you can always look it up online. My grandson did the same thing with his new TV. We bought the 5-year warranty, but it didn't cover accidents. They then tried to sell me a different warranty for $200. That was more than the TY cost. I won't buy any more warranties or really any big items from them. So it seems like across the board, the consensus is that Best Buy warranties do not cover you breaking your own TV. Well, in that case, maybe we should see what they do cover. Benefits of Geek Squad protection for your TV. We make house calls for TVs 42 inches or larger. You'll never pay for parts or labor. So you don't pay for the Geek Squad to come out for a repair?
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
We will take care of 100% of the cost of parts and labor. You will never pay for it, ever, Wendy.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
Okay. If your screen has bad pixels or a shadow image, we'll correct it. If your TV won't turn on because of a power surge, we'll fix it. If the remote that came with your TV stops working, we'll replace it. If there's a failure from normal wear and tear, we'll replace it. You can transfer your Geek Squad protection when you sell or give someone your covered product. Your Geek Squad protection is still in effect with no additional charge restrictions. Accidental damage is not included. Accidental damage is not included. What? So then I was actually curious what the actual price of repair would be. And here we see it varies depending what type of screen you have. LCD screens being the cheapest from $60 to $475, and the OLED screens running the highest from $100 to $1,000. Additional costs would be diagnostic fee, in-home service call fee, and pickup and delivery. The diagnostic fee for in-home TV repair service from Geek Squad costs $49.99 for Best Buy members and $99.99 for non-members, plus the cost of parts and labor to fix the issue. Some Best Buy membership includes a 15 to 20% discount on repair labor. But Wendy mentions over and over that the TV was under warranty, and that's why she asked them to come look at it. Cracked TV screen repair. You typically cannot repair a cracked TV screen. In some cases, a technician can replace the panel, but the repair is often cost prohibitive, and you're better off buying a new TV. Cracked TV screen repair costs between $300 and $1,500, which typically involves replacing the entire front panel, and that's just for the part alone. The total replacement cost could reach $2,000 or more once you factor in labor time. My God. Wow. And then this was an interesting and ironic find. My brother threw his shoes and cracked my TV, and now I'm over here trying to find me a TV repair shop for the low price. By Charles TV.
Bruh.
That reminds me, actually, Jeff testified about what Wendy's TV looked like.
Okay. So let's go forward a little bit to this TV situation. Do you know anything about Wendy's TV being broken?
I do.
And when was the TV broken, if you know?
Between June 11th and 18th, I think it's closer to the 11th, but 100% in that week.
And how do you know it was in that week?
Because we rented a movie, How to Train a Dragon 2, to give the kids a special movie night, and I have text messages where I'm discussing having seen the movie by the 18th with friends.
So you were able to refresh your memory?
Yeah, I was able to refresh my memory. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so do you get the movie, or?
Well, it was back in the day, it was Redbox, so I rented a DVD from a Redbox. It was 2014.
All right, and go over there with the movie, and what happens when you arrive?
I walk in the door, and Miss Adelson asked me to look at her television because there's something wrong with the television.
And what was wrong with the television?
Well, I turned it on, and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Can you explain what the damage looked like?
Yeah, it looked like somebody stood in front of it, took their fist, and hit it like that, was my first impression.
So kind of like a shatter mark with spiders?
Yeah, there's like an impact crater, and then there's, out from that, and it's all pixelated and distorted, which makes it very difficult, or really no one would watch this TV unless you had to. And I had second thoughts about that. I looked around the room. Maybe the kids broke it, so I looked all around the room, and it didn't seem plausible that the children broke it. They're very small. This object had to be kind of heavy. I'd thrown a ball around with them. I just couldn't see how the kids could have done it.
But you didn't see how it got busted.
I didn't see it. I didn't know for sure, and I didn't know we'd be discussing this in a murder trial, so I didn't investigate further or think about it very much, to be honest with you. I just thought, okay.
Were there other TVs in the house?
There was a TV in the back bedroom, a similar make and model, that we had watched television with the kids before on that TV before, so yes.
Is that where you watched the movie that night?
No, I went to go hook up the DVD player in the back room. Miss Adelson insisted that it would not work and actually stopped me from even trying. So thought that was very odd, but I didn't want to argue, and it's her house, her TV, her kids, so I said, okay.
So did you watch the movie on the broken TV?
Yeah, we gave the kids movie night where we watched a movie on a broken television that was distorted enough that you could follow what was happening, but the kids are whining and crying the whole time. And I wasn't whining or crying exactly, but I was tempted to because it was pretty frustrating, and I just didn't understand, what was going on. And of course, I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're gonna have to get a new TV, and I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room, so we could have replaced it right away.
All right, did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer, and again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries, and I said, oh, okay. But it was inconvenient because after dinner, it's nice to be able to put the kids in front of that TV while you clean up the dishes and stuff. And it sat there being an inconvenience for a while.
All right. I want to ask you about when is Ms. Adelson's birthday?
April 22nd.
Okay.
Earth Day.
I've got this out of order.
And I have crossed all of Trescott to find you. I know your name. They have stolen the heart from inside you. But this does not define you. This is not who you are. You know who you are.
A fucking monster. Ladies and gentlemen, Mother Earth herself, Wendi Adelson. So, Wendy's claim is that she had to talk to Charlie about if it made sense to fix the TV or not. But from everything that we've read about, and according to Jeffrey Lacasse's testimony, it seems pretty clear that there was no fixing the TV. So what on Mother Earth were Wendi and Charlie talking about for 18 minutes the morning of the murder? Thankfully, I was able to get a hold of the recording of this phone call, and I will share it with you now. Hey, Wendi, what's up?
Hey, big bro, what are you up to?
Not much, not much. Hey, real quick, I'm going to give you a call back from my landline.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Good idea. Call me back on mine. Hey.
Hey there, okay, that's better. What did you text me this morning?
What? Oh, this is so sweet. The murder is finally happening.
Yeah, Wendi, I don't know if this line is safe. Let me switch over to the other landline. Okay, my purple phone is way safer. Wendi, you can't say stuff like that over text.
I'm just so excited, Charlie. It's really happening.
What was that? I think I just heard something. Let me switch lines again. Okay, you need to delete that text right now. You can't be so careless.
I'm sorry. I meant to send it through WhatsApp. I'm just so excited. I didn't realize.
Whatever, just get rid of it. Is the repair guy still there?
No, he just left.
Already? That's not good. Did you try to hypnotize him with your blue eyes yet?
Yeah, and he wasn't even fazed. He just kept saying, I have to get out of here. I've already told you this can't be repaired. I was trying to stall him, so I told him the remote was broken, but it took him about 2 seconds to realize that the batteries were out of it and that I was holding them.
Shoot. Okay, don't worry. Just work on some papers. Make sure you're saving them every few minutes to your computer. And then be sure to send out some emails to show that you were home.
Oh yeah, great idea.
And I'd probably make plans for later today to keep yourself busy.
Good idea. Let me text Janine and Ritu and see if they want to do lunch. A whole delicious lunch.
Okay, good. Hey, Wendi, let me switch you over to my shoe phone. Don't forget who the maestro is. We got this covered. As long as you're nowhere near the crime scene, they can't pin anything on you.
Oh man, I almost forgot. I need to pick up something for the Stock the Bar party tonight.
What do you need to get?
It just says wine or liquor or something bar related.
There's this bourbon called Bullet Bourbon. That would be hilarious. Switching to an old-timey phone now.
Oh my god, that's so funny. Let me write that on the invite.
It's spelled B-U-L-L-E-I-T.
Oui, fancy, Bublé, like the singer Michael Bublé.
That's Michael Bublé, Wendi.
Hello, same thing. So I'm going to work on my papers, send some emails, swing through Chescott, and go buy bourbon and meet the girls for lunch. Hold on, our connection is bad. I'm switching to my Zach Morris phone. Whoa, way better, Mama. I must have had a really bad connection, because I could have sworn that I heard you say you want to drive by Trescott. The statistical probability of anyone seeing me is like 1 in a million. I'd say it's closer to 1 in 10,000, but still, you can't go to Dan's house. It's not like I'm gonna stay there. I just want to go check. Wendy, don't blow this for us. Hold on a minute, I'm getting another call. Talk to me. Oh, hey, Mom. Hi there, Charlie. Ma, I got you on three-way with Wendy. Oh, hi, Wendy. Oh, my little sunshines, today's the day. I know. Yeah, Ma, did you make sure that you called us from your brick phone? Oh, no. Give me a second. I'll call you right back. All right, is that better? No, I can't hear you at all. Oh, whoops. I'm using an actual brick. Let me call you back on my banana phone. All right, my darlings. Ma, you gotta tell Wendy she can't drive to the crime scene. Oh my God, Charlie, stop being so lame. Charlie, I don't see why she can't go. No one's even gonna be there. It's summertime. Everyone's on vacation. That's what I said. Fine, Wendy, go. Yay! But seriously, if you see any cops there, you just gotta do a K-turn and drive right away. God, Charlie, don't be such a downer. Wendy, I swear to God, you better not get us caught. Kids, everyone just calm down. There's no need to fight. And you know they would never arrest a lawyer, a surgeon, and a domestic coordinator. See? Yeah, I know. You're right. But what is she going to do if it's all taped off? Well, I suppose she could just say she thought it was an electrical storm or a tree fell or something. My little Wendy. Such an excellent actress, aren't you, sweetie? Thanks, Mom. I've been practicing a bunch. You want to hear? Sure, darling. Go right ahead. I'm so excited! I'm so excited! I'm so scared! Great job, Wendy. Yeah, that was actually pretty good. Thanks. All right, well, I'll let you go. Dad and I look forward to hearing from you soon. Okay, Mom. Yeah, I'll tell you as soon as I know. Okay, let's do the family cheer. Even if it is a sin, the Adelsons will always win. We will say this is so sweet, the Adelsons just can't be beat. Go Adelsons, yeah! All right, I love you too. Love you, Ma. Love you. That's the redacted version. So clearly, Wendy's explanation about figuring out whether or not this TV should be fixed is total BS. Let's please watch Ison's reaction to Wendy telling him this nonsense.
And the information from for Best Buy for the service tech that was there, that's at your house?
Mm-hmm. I'd be happy. I mean, if someone wants to
we'll
come back
get
with
that.
me.
We'll get that. And that was basically from when he came out there to serve, well, I guess to replace the TV.
He came out to fix it and then told me that what was wrong with it wasn't fixable.
Right.
And so I called Charlie to find out, should I buy a new one or should I fix this one? And he was like, just buy a new one. And
And once he left, do you remember what time the serviceman left?
probably around 10, a little before 10.
Isom knows what's up. He says to her, so the TV guy came out to replace the TV. And then he laughs out loud when she corrects him to say, actually, he came out to repair it.
He came out there to serve, well, I guess to replace the TV.
He came out to fix it and then told me that what was wrong with it wasn't fixable.
Right.
And
Isom may not be a TV repairman, but he's also not an idiot. Another thing that's so off to me is how many words Donna crammed into that text to Wendy.
And then a text message. Again, this is from Wendi Adelson's handset itself, but there is a return text message or a text message from Don Adelson to Wendi communicating about Best Buy and coming by for the repair of the TVs.
Please listen to how Sarah Dugan even reads it out loud. It's so funny.
Okay, she says, Best Buy just called me and I told them to confirm with you. They are on their way over now to help you with the TV set in your living room.
Yes.
Okay.
First of all, she said sets, which I'm sure is just a typo, but I still want to make fun of it. Here's the actual living room from where Wendi was living at the time on Aqua Ridge Way. And it's kind of hard to see, but the TV's tucked in right over here. Boing. Donna's making it sound like it's this.
Best Buy just called me and I told them to confirm with you. They are on their way over now to help you with the TV set in your living room.
Honestly, though, knowing Donna, I'm honestly kind of surprised that she had that much restraint. And she didn't just say, Best Buy just called and is sending the Geek Squad repairman. I told them to call you because it's your TV. We just bought it for you. They're on their way to your house to fix the TV sets in the living room that one of the boys broke when they threw a toy or something into it. Because it's under warranty and it should definitely be covered. P.S. Don't get nervous. I'm not talking about something else in code because TV isn't code for anything. I promise.
All right, let's go to the day of Dan Markel's murder. What were you doing that day?
I was at home that morning. I was working on a couple of pieces of writing. I was waiting. I remember the Geek Squad was coming to fix my television. I think
Was that the same television that your brother had purchased for you as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman?
It was the television that my brother had bought for me.
All right. And did your mother, Donna Adelson, arrange from Miami for the Geek Squad to come to your home that morning to fix the TV?
Did.
Would it refresh your recollection to review some text messages regarding that issue?
Hold on a second.
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. The witness gave an answer.
Overruled.
Counsel, can I take a look at Thanks.
I'm looking at the items in yellow, but feel free to review the whole document.
Yeah, I don't really understand. It's my best recollection that I set up the appointment for them to come.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes this happens now where there's a different number on the account, so they call the wrong account. So they could have called my mom and she would have said, no, call my daughter. They need to confirm with you.
Okay, but your mom does indicate that she is sending the guy to your
No,
house.
she indicates that she was called by Best Buy.
Mm-hmm.
So that means she was called by accident since they were coming to my house.
Okay. And did you have an appointment scheduled in your calendar, fixed TV?
I did. I thought they were supposed to come sometime between 8 and noon. And then they came pretty early, I think, 9 or something like that.
All right. And did you delete, shown on the far right column there if you need to refresh your recollection, but did you delete that appointment to have the TV fixed?
I'm usually kind of OCD about this. So after I have a meeting, I'll delete it if it's done. I use my calendar kind of like a to-do list. So I'll have the meeting and then I'll delete it.
Okay.
So I must have deleted it once they arrived or sometime later.
Okay. And who made the arrangements for that TV repair?
I did.
Your mom didn't make those arrangements?
I don't believe so.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they might have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay.
So Wendy seems pretty confused. She doesn't agree that her mom set this appointment for her. And then only a couple years later claims to not remember the text at all. Thankfully, Daddy Rashbaum clears things up for us. The amount of dead air produced by Rashi's disorganization is actually insane.
Let's talk a little bit about Best Buy. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defense Exhibit 29 and 30. Looking at Defense Exhibit 29, does that refresh your recollection that the warranty was under your father's name for that TV?
Mm-hmm.
A warranty with the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Now, before you look at Exhibit 20, do you recall that your mother scheduled the appointment for the TV to be fixed with this Geek Squad?
I remember that I scheduled it, but it looks like she scheduled it and gave me the number to call in case I needed to reschedule it.
And in fact, she emailed you on July 11th and told you if you can't keep the appointment on the 18th, call this number to reschedule it, right?
Yes.
You can put that aside.
This trial would have probably taken half the time if Rashi just had his paperwork together when he went up for a witness. I swear that Daddy Rashbaum was secretly hired to work for the state. He provided the evidence for what Georgia was trying to prove, that Donna was setting up this appointment from Miami. Wendi insisted that Donna had to be the one to call since the warranty was under her name, which becomes completely irrelevant once we realize that it's in Harvey's name. But still, it didn't make sense to me that Wendi wouldn't have been able to make that repair appointment for herself. So I decided to call Best Buy and find out for myself.
I'll get a Best Buy team member to help you out. Your call may be recorded and monitored. Please hold for the next available agent.
Hello, thank you for calling Best Buy. Kevin speaking. And how can I assist you today?
Hi, I just had a quick question would hope you could answer. My mom bought me a TV, and I was wondering, I have the warranty info on it. Would she have to make that appointment, or could I make that appointment? Since I think the warranty is in her name or my dad's name.
Okay, so the TV is under the Geek Squad protection?
Yes.
Okay, so either one of you can technically call. It's just a matter of they're going to look up the warranty itself and basically confirm that it is under that protection.
Okay.
So you just have to give the number that they used.
All right.
And I can get you over there if you like. What's wrong with the TV?
Yeah, that was my next question, actually. One of my sons threw a toy at it, and the screen is cracked. I think it's like a 47 inch. Oh, it's not?
No, the Geek Squad protection does not cover physical damage on TVs. Covers everything but.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, thank you anyway.
So in this particular instance, the TV would just have to be replaced. It wouldn't even be cost effective to try to fix it.
Okay, like you wouldn't send out a guy to come look at it or anything?
So if we were to send the tech out to the home because it's a broken screen, it's automatically going to be a charge of $150.
Okay.
Not including the screen and labor to install it. And if it's only like a 43-inch TV, that $150 is more than half of the cost of the TV.
Okay.
Most likely.
All right. Okay, well, I appreciate that information. Thank you very much. You've been super helpful.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling Best Buy. You have a good day.
Thanks, you too. Weird. So as long as Wendi knew her parents' phone number, then she was good, right?
I don't know their number. I do know my family's number.
Well, then, Wendi, you could have called. Oddly enough, they also ask you what's wrong with the TV prior to coming out. In fact, the other Best Buy I called went as far as telling me they wouldn't even attempt to do the repair. The TV, one of my sons actually threw a toy and broke the screen. Would that be covered under the 2-year warranty?
So that unfortunately would not be covered with the service plan.
Okay. Could you still send somebody out to look at it, or?
But they can send someone out to look at it, but they don't do any type of repairs on when the screen is damaged.
Oh, okay. So they don't do repairs at all?
Not when the screen is damaged, no.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's not covered with the plan.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I ended up going to Best Buy for my new TV and was so happy to see this. I was just about to leave when somebody recognized me. Wendi, why do you always look like you just freshly murdered someone? So they would just send someone out to humor you and just let you pay the tech to tell you what they told you on the phone already. But since they needed this for Wendi's alibi, I'm sure Donna either lied or insisted that they came out anyway. It would be interesting to see the Geek Squad notes on that. I think there are a couple things that pretty obviously point to the fact that this was an alibi-only appointment. First and foremost, it being under warranty is a completely moot point.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Easy for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
It's not covered with the plan.
No, the Geek Squad protection does not cover physical damage on TVs. Covers everything but.
This would have been information that she would have had prior to the appointment. Or if Donna didn't disclose what the issue was, the repair tech would have likely told her within the first 1 minute of being at her house.
I turned it on and I was immediately confused because it really shouldn't have been a question. As soon as you turn the TV on, it's been struck by an object and is damaged and basically unusable.
Also, the fact that Jeff repeatedly offered to replace it for her. And the way that it sounded to me, he was offering to do so as a gift. But she repeatedly refused to let him do this.
And of course, I had related that this TV is broken, it's unwatchable, it's not covered by warranty, you're going to have to get a new TV, and I offered to go do that for her anytime she wanted. She's a busy single mom. I'll run by Best Buy, get you a new TV. It was not like a 80-inch TV or something that was really that luxurious. It was a TV like you'd see in a dorm room, so we could have replaced it right away.
All right, did you end up getting a new TV?
No, she turned me down several times on that offer, and again, it's her house. I tried to respect her boundaries, and I said, oh, okay.
And granted, the cost of TVs in 2014 were a little bit higher than today, but not a lot. Back then, you would be paying between $200 and $500 for a 43-inch TV. So the TV would have been able to be replaced for just a little more than what the repair guy cost. But I guess when you're doling out $600 an hour to a divorce lawyer, paying $150 for an alibi is chump change. In a June 26, 2013 email from Donna to Wendi, Donna shows us in black and white that she was paying $600 an hour for her lawyer. And the irony is not lost on me that the very next line after Donna mentions this $600 an hour lawyer that they chose, she starts to boo-hoo about Wendi's lawyer not getting alimony for her. Pick one side of the fence and stay on it.
After Dan Markell was killed on July 18, 2014, law enforcement interviewed Wendi Adelson. And Wendi Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to kill Dan Markell, or to want him dead. She admitted that her brother, the defendant, had even said that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell as a divorce present to her, but he decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And coincidentally, or not, that TV that this defendant bought his sister as a divorce gift instead of hiring a hitman would be Wendi Adelson's alibi for the morning of the murder when the victim was killed by a hitman.
And in September of 2012, Wendi filed for divorce. And you're going to hear about how she filed for the divorce, and you're going to learn that Charlie had no involvement in her leaving the house. Had nothing to do with him. But we got to talk about TVs. And you're going to hear a lot about TVs in this case. See, Charlie has a really bad history of telling bad jokes. So when Wendi left the house, his mom told him that she didn't have a TV. He asked her, he said, "What can I do to help Wendi? She's moved to a new place. She's left most of the stuff behind. What can I do to help?"
I'm helping.
His mom said she didn't have a TV. He said, "Okay, when you go to Tallahassee, go to Best Buy, buy a TV for Wendi, and I'll pay you for it." And so Wendi got the TV, and she called Charlie. This is back in 2012. the murders in 2014. And she thanked him for the TV. And he didn't say he looked into hiring a hitman. He joked, a bad joke. And he said it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Oh, good one.
Now, not only was it a bad joke, but you're going to hear in this trial, Charlie repeated the joke. He repeated it a lot to a lot of people. You're going to hear that he repeated it as late as March of 2014. So the man that they think hired a hitman is joking to others about hiring a hitman.
Exactly.
Puzzle pieces. And you're going to learn why his repeating of that joke is going to be so important. I'm going to tell you in a little bit. Keep in the back of your mind.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I made my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right. That's okay.
I said, he asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because my brother said it was cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Right to jail.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say no, he would never.
Need a copy?
No. Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
I know that Wendi thinks her cool and casual demeanor is the most appropriate way to behave. But let's genuinely think about this from the perspective that she wants everyone to believe. The scenario: your ex-husband gets murdered. While speaking to the cops, you disclose this completely harmless joke that your brother happened to make, that inadvertently, but horrifically enough, lines up perfectly with how your ex was actually murdered. You and your brother are extremely close and are both innocent of committing this crime. Flash forward to almost a decade later. In an appalling set of circumstances, your brother gets arrested and charged for this crime. A crime that you know he didn't commit.
And as you're sitting on the witness stand, the prosecutor throws your very own words in your face. Words in which, at the time of saying them, you were only trying to be helpful and transparent. Words that now have come back to haunt you and your family in such a devastating way. Words that, in large part, are the reason why your poor, innocent brother is facing life in prison for a crime that he had nothing to do with. So now, as you sit in court, the prosecutor reads those words back to you and asks you if it's true that you brought up your brother as a suspect on page 25 of the transcript. Honestly, what would be more of a fitting way to respond?
I did, but my God, he had nothing to do with this. I'm absolutely sick over it. Never in a million years would I have thought that it would have led to this. I can't believe you were here, Charlie. I'm so sorry. I will never forgive myself for what you've gone through. There's absolutely no way that he will ever be found guilty. This is a witch hunt, and there's not a shred of evidence that points to him. We already have a team of lawyers, and we will be suing the living shit out of anyone who has had a hand in this.
The courtroom gallery stirs and chatters uncomfortably. The judge bangs his gavel, trying to regain some semblance of order. As you are dragged out of the courtroom by guards, you continue.
TPD, Leon County, the state of Florida, you will not get away with this miscarriage of justice. You have forced my brother to suffer. They won't get away with this, Charlie. I promise.
Or,
I did.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markell that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
she says while shrugging her shoulders and continually shaking her head no.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
That sounds very believable, yes.
Like Dan Markell? And again, I'm referring to the time frame before his death.
I mean, I think he was also, he would listen to me when I would tell him about things I was upset about at the time with the divorce. So whether he liked him or didn't like him, he certainly was supportive of me.
Okay, but he never expressed any dislike?
No.
Did he mention hiring a hitman to kill your husband?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
No.
Did he ever joke about he looked into hiring a hitman, but buying you a TV as a divorce present would be cheaper?
He did make that joke. He tended to repeat himself, and sometimes he would make jokes that weren't very funny about all kinds of things.
All right, and was that TV, did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
He did.
And was that TV the same TV that was being repaired at your residence at the time that your husband was murdered?
It was.
How convenient. Is it fair to say that in the time frame leading up to the murder of your ex-husband that your brother did not like your ex?
I think it's fair to say. I mean, I also think it's fair to say he wasn't particularly concerned with it. He was leading his own life and not really focused on mine.
But your mom was really focused on yours.
My mom was focused on mine.
And your mom was in the ear of your brother quite a bit, same as she was with you, right?
I don't know about how much she was in his ear or not.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill your ex-husband?
He never mentioned hiring a hitman. He told one bad off-color joke where he said he had bought me a TV when I got divorced and said it was a present and made a very bad joke and bad taste that it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
And was that... I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, that's okay.
What else were you going to say?
I think that was it.
All right. Was that a joke that your brother made one time or more than one time?
He has a tendency to repeat himself, so everything he says multiple times.
Do you know how many times he said it?
I have no idea, but definitely twice at least.
And it was your understanding that he had not made any actual efforts to hire the hitman?
Yes.
But you did get a TV as a divorce present?
I did get a TV.
Now, you had described your brother as a talker. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think I described him as more of a joker than a talker, but he does talk.
Do you remember the circumstances under which he made that statement that the state talked about hiring a hitman, but instead I got you this TV? Who else was around when this statement was made?
Well, he tends to repeat himself, so he kept repeating that joke because he thought it was funny.
Okay, but do you remember the time frame of when that happened? Like, was this way before, during the course of your divorce, or was this after?
It would have been when he bought the TV.
When he bought the TV. And that would be after the divorce.
Well, not after I filed for divorce, right? But not after the divorce was finalized. So sometime after, I really don't remember when I got the TV, but maybe sometime after, starting with the fall of 2012, sometime around then, but it could have been 2013.
All right, let's go to the day of Dan Markel's murder. What were you doing that day?
I was at home that morning. I was working on a couple of pieces of writing. I was waiting. I remember the Geek Squad was coming to fix my television. And I think
Was that the same television that your brother had purchased for you as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman?
It was the television that my brother had bought for me.
All right. Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15. Send me under tab 1. So this tab here.
Okay.
All right, so page 25. You find it?
Yes.
Quote, "It was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV." Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right? That was the joke.
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
Not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right, and who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
How convenient.
Did Wendi Adelson ever make a joke in your presence about her TV?
Yes, ma'am, she did. In October of 2013, the first time I had went to her house on Aqua Ridge, and we were going to watch a movie, she made a joke, which she characterized as her brother's joke, but she was the one telling it, that, her brother had looked into hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper. And I heard her repeat that joke at a later occasion.
All right. So you heard that joke a couple times.
At least twice, yes, ma'am.
All right.
Another thing I wanted to make clear is that statement, the joke that Wendi made about, oh, my brother had joked about looking into hiring a hitman, but got me this TV as a divorce person. It was cheaper, right?
Well, that's the joke, not what I would call the chilling statement.
Right. I'm talking about the joke.
Yes.
She told you that he said that the summer that they were divorced, right?
Say that again, please.
That would have been in the summer of 2013, correct?
I don't know when the joke started. If Wendi told a joke once, she was one of those people, you probably hear it 10 more times. So I don't know how long she's been telling that joke, how many times she told it.
But you'd agree with me that if, based on what she's saying to you, that they would have been around the time of the divorce that he made that representation or
Yeah, I
joke.
just don't know when she started telling that joke, although I heard it for the first time in October of 2013.
Okay, and you have no idea when he met Miss McDaniel, right?
Who's he?
Charlie.
Sorry. No, I don't know when they met.
And that one time that you were sitting there with Charlie, did he at all, I think you had mentioned it, he was vocal too? They were talking about Dan Markel in the hot tub?
He made some comments about Dan Markel that I can't recall word for word, but it was clear he was not a fan, that he was very upset with Dan Markel. Yeah.
I'm sure we've all known someone who says something super off-putting, and then when they get a negative reaction, retorts with, "It's just a joke." Ugh. I feel like most of us are probably pulling examples from middle school right now, because that's usually the maturity level where most people engage in this type of behavior. I really feel like this joke hit on a couple different cylinders for Charlie. One, he could use it to gauge people. If on the off chance after telling that joke, someone replies, "You really should have hired a hitman. Dan's a jerk." That gives him the opportunity to say, "Listen, don't tell anybody this, but I did." And then him and the sicko that he's talking to can high five and chest bump. And two, he's able to really talk about this thing with the joke as the layer of protection. I know Charlie's exact personality type. I know this made him feel like such a big man. This made him feel powerful. This made him feel untouchable. This made him feel like God. To him, this is the biggest display of wealth and power that you can have. To be able to pay someone to snuff out someone's life and then use that same wealth and status to avoid getting caught. That is really the ultimate power trip. And Wendi felt the same way. She had the wealth, the status, the job title, plus her feminine wiles as an added bonus. It's clear just from her interview with Isom and listening to what Jeff Lacasse says about her that using her looks is how she gets her way. We can even see this in the courtroom as she lays on the heavy, coquettish, innocent baby character. Trying to look cute and charming is very clearly more important to her than coming across as believable. Both of them lack impulse control, and the joke gives them a gray area to openly discuss this horrific thing, seemingly without any repercussions. Let's really talk about the context of this joke, though, because it makes absolutely no sense. What in the world does a TV have to do with a hitman? I could see you saying, "I bought you brass knuckles or an alarm system or a gun because that was cheaper than hiring a hitman." All of those things pertain to a level of protection or self-defense and kind of makes sense in terms of getting that instead of having to kill your ex-husband. It would even make sense if he said he got her a dog instead of hiring a hitman. Because again, that's something you could use for protection. But a TV makes zero sense for the joke. which only further solidifies the fact that it is not a joke and just a way to openly talk about the plan to kill Dan Markel. And the actuality that this TV was broken and then used as part of Wendy's alibi is just... But my joke theory seems to be 100% proven by what we will hear that Wendi confided in Jeff Lacasse.
Was there anything unusual about her behavior that evening?
Well, she made a very strange statement to me at the house.
Tell us about that, please.
Yeah, so we're walking into the house and we're having chit chat, and she says, "Can I tell something to you confidentially?"
And I told investigator Hill this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre.
Was there anything unusual about her behavior that evening?
Well, she made a very strange statement to me at the house.
Tell us about that, please.
Yeah, so we're walking into the house and we're having chit chat, and she says, "Can I tell something to you confidentially?" And I said, "Sure." And she tells me that last summer, when the relocation got denied, Charlie investigated multiple ways to fix this problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman, and that it was going to cost about $15,000. And I'm unsure if that number is 15,000 or 50,000 because they sound similar, but she told me that the previous summer that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed by a hitman.
All right, so that would have been the summer of 2013.
Yes.
Okay, and when she told you this statement, you previously characterized the TV statement as a joke. Mm-hmm. Was this statement also in the characterization of a joke?
No, these are two discrete, completely different things. She had a joke she would make about a TV being cheaper than a hitman. I knew that joke. This was a separate statement. This was chilling. This wasn't funny. This made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing at the time. It's completely different.
And the statement was made 5 days before the murder of Dan Markel.
That's correct.
By a hitman.
That's right.
It's hearsay. It's tertiary hearsay. I don't know if that's useful to you. I'll tell you something. Somebody told me. Somebody else told me.
Yeah, I mean, and you'd have to tell me what it was, and I would have to say, okay, is this something that can be excluded from the report, or is it something that's inculpatory? Is it something that...
Maybe I can just make it simpler than that. Maybe I could just say, I would be investigating Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
Maybe it's that simple.
What makes you say that? And here's another thing. We're talking to a lot of people here.
Sure you are.
And, you know, you're just telling us what you think.
Sure.
And everybody else is doing the same thing. And that's okay. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah. What we're trying to do is just get all the puzzle pieces before we start trying to put the puzzle together.
Yeah.
We're still in the stages of getting all the pieces.
I got you.
Puzzle pieces.
I got you.
So why do you think it would be pertinent for us to investigate Charlie?
He's very angry about Danny. And if you met, I know he's down there, you can't get him in front of you, but you're, experienced investigator. If you got in front of this guy, he'd set off your radar, set off mine. I used to do juvenile justice, I used to do forensic psychiatry. He set off my radar a little bit. He's a weird guy. Strange guy's a conduct disorder kid. And he hates Danny. And see if I can put it a little vaguely. Or not, but this enough to be useful here.
Let's not put it vague. Let's go with what you know specifically.
Wendi had reported to me that Charlie had considered all the options possible to take care of this problem. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
And when she said it.
When did she disclose this to you?
I don't remember when. But she said it was chilling. Because she said, "Can I tell you something confidentially?" And I said, "Sure." She said, "I think Charlie kind of looked into some options, like literally saw how and why, and how you would do this if you did it." I think this was last summer, when she had her petition to relocate denied. That family wants her back there so bad.
And this is when she disclosed this to you, was last summer?
No. This is when
Charlie
had been examining all the options.
Okay.
He's a very successful dentist, but he reeks of antisocial behavior.
My name is Dr. Charlie Adelson, and I am a periodontist, owner, and what I love about what I do is being able to change the way they chew.
Now, I could be 100% wrong, but I wouldn't want to miss that if I was investigating it. He's got a close friend who's a ex-Special Forces guy, like a Navy SEAL or something he hangs out with all the time.
What did she say to you specifically? I mean, when you say
she said, I can't remember exactly, but it had something to do with the amount of money it would cost to have someone killed.
And what did she say?
Something like Charlie looked into how much it would cost to have someone killed. Something like that. Some statement like that. I can't remember.
Did she give you a dollar amount?
But that's the other thing. He's a dentist, but he's an independent businessman. He has a bunch of practices, and he's a Ferrari, and he's a millionaire, and this kind of stuff. So he has a lot of resources. And this might screw them.
Don't worry, Jeff. They screwed themselves.
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
I gotta. From me talking to him myself in the hot tub one time, a few things Wendi said.
When was this?
Like March 15th-ish. I was there for the one day with him. I was staying at his house.
Of this year?
Yes. Wendi and him were talking. I'm just listening. I just met him an hour earlier. We're sitting in the hot tub having a beer. It's a really nice house. And I guess this is what occurred.
Was anybody else in the hot tub with you guys?
Not during this part of the conversation. Another guy, his roommate, came in eventually, and they just started to talk about girls and stuff like that. But, and I'm not trying to play cop here, but I do know one thing you'd be looking for is a lump sum of money moving around and some kind of crazy stuff happened. And I think there's a lot of financial irregularities. I think there's a lot of, tax fraud kind of stuff, and putting stuff in different people's names and moving money around, and there might be cash. I don't know exactly what, but he's not doing anything on the up and up in his finances. It was pretty clear. He was pretty open about that. So I thought about, if you guys do look into it, I don't know that.
How the exact conversation in the hot tub go?
He was just talking about, I put that in Dad's name, I put that in Mom's name, and it was just clear that
hiding resources.
Yeah.
Monetary resources.
Yeah. So if you have to do an investigation, that's something you guys should know, because I think there's a lot of, I don't know if it's illegal, but I know there's a lot of, he plays the system, This guy's so inappropriate. We're sitting, please don't write this down.
Don't worry, Jeff. This will never get out.
He's so inappropriate. We're sitting in the hot tub, and he starts talking about sex acts with his girlfriend that he did to punish her for bad behavior in front of his sister. And I didn't know what to do. I just met him, protected with my girlfriend. This is just so weird, It's like this guy's, his social radar is way off. His sense of right or wrong, just norms, is just off. He set off my radar. Now, I don't know if he did this. If you're looking at somebody, don't miss him. And I could also see him doing this without ever telling Wendi he didn't do it. I could see Wendi being innocent, puzzled.
Well, she is certainly puzzled.
Puzzle pieces.
And Charlie did. I can totally see that scenario. He's very protective of her. I think that's more likely than romantic. All the romantic couplings are with highly educated, high elite status men.
You don't want to throw that away?
Who've got a lot to lose. I mean, she doesn't slum that I know of at all. She doesn't.
Well, I mean, this Charlie guy's a millionaire by your own admission, so.
Yes. Well, he is. He's got this buddy.
He's got a lot to lose.
He does. He's also really cocky and arrogant and narcissistic. So, I wish you had him in front of you, because I think he'd set off your alarm bells. That doesn't mean he did it, but he's aggressive, he's argumentative, focused on himself completely. He's got 3 girlfriends at a time, which some people do that, I know, but no qualms about it,
So you think he may be good for it?
Jimmy, this isn't a botched burglary or something like that. He's the first, it probably popped into my head within 20 seconds of hearing this. I mean, there was all just to give you some context that may be helpful. Last summer, when they were trying to figure out how to manipulate this divorce or work the divorce, I guess, so they could get, it's a bad fight, all this kind of stuff. They were talking about Wendi converting the kids to Christianity just to annoy Danny.
New beginnings in Tallahassee. Hashtag Catholic. Hashtag Christian. Hashtag Adelsons never lose. So glad you found a church you love.
I mean, this has been a pitched battle, I mean, we fed the kids bacon regularly. He tries to keep them kosher. There's all kinds of passive aggressive shit going on here, So the family is important that you know this, actually, man. The family is so unhealthily enmeshed, so completely enmeshed, that Wendi is not really an adult. When she drives to South Florida, every single time those two parents drive up here and drive with her down. They don't trust her to drive from Tallahassee to Miami. It's not a normal family. It's not like she's a 35-year-old that has two kids and come down and see us. It's complete enmeshment. It's a matter of they didn't infantilize her. She's considered the baby still. She's 35 years old. Charlie protects her. So I don't know if this could be a bizarre fantasy. I mean, you guys are hearing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I hope to God it wasn't Charlie, honestly, but that's what popped into my head.
Right. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
You're okay.
I got stuff happening everywhere.
I just spit it all out. So
Did you really? Okay. All right. Thank you. Who did it?
He's thinking, her brother Charlie could be a viable suspect.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if we've ruled him out or not.
Nobody's ruled out.
I don't think Charlie would have done it, by the way. But he's one of these. He's a real rich guy, but he's got friends on both sides of the tracks, and he's real street smart. He's always trading and stuff like that, and got this buddy that's in the special forces, and so he's like a dentist, but he's hanging out with guys that different social class actually, and kind of antisocial, impulsive, angry, fiercely protective of Wendi. And I've heard him say, I'd like to kill that motherfucker. I mean, I've heard him say that so many times. Now, I've said that out loud, too, and I didn't do it. But there's something different about Charlie. He reminds me of like an antisocial.
Charlie's an older brother?
Yeah.
She's the baby girl?
She's the baby girl.
Is Charlie older or younger than this one up in Albany?
He's the middle kid, I think.
Charlie is?
Yeah.
I love the level of disappointment in Jeff's voice here. Like, yeah, he's a middle child. What a shame.
Introducing the okayest new magazine just for you. Well, you still have to share with your baby sister, but it's still for you. Introducing Middle Child Digest, the world's leading only magazine for middle children. Inside, you'll find tons of cool stuff, like why your parents don't have any pictures of you. Aww. And true stories about other middle kids just like you. Full of tips and tricks to help get you noticed. Woo! And there's even cool extras like this month's pull-out poster. Also in this month's issue, we discuss Middle Child Day. Hey, where's our parade? This month features famed middle child and murderer Charlie Adelson. He's a surgeon, and other fun facts that are lies. He helped write this month's special report, The Art of Whining. He sure knows about that. Plus, a super special article about the favorite child, and you know who that is. Not you. It's Wendi. So, subscribe today. Your first issue's on Charlie. He's a millionaire, so he can afford it. And you can guarantee if other magazines left it on the cutting room floor, it'll be included in Middle Child Digest. Don't wait. Call now. 1-888-NEGLECT. Don't get left out like you always do. Call 1-888-NEGLECT. Because here at Middle Child Digest, we love you when... Rob, damn it, whatever your name is.
You had him in front of you, he'd set off your alarm bells.
Okay.
Doesn't mean he did it, but...
No, I know that, but why? Okay, all right. So you're basically saying out of, what's his name up in Albany?
Yeah, Rob, no way, Rob, no way.
He's the oldest?
Yeah, he's the oldest, yeah.
Out of Charlie, Mom, Dad, who else is there?
It's just Charlie, Mom, Dad. Down there, that's it. That's it.
All right, out of those three, you're saying Charlie would be the most volatile to do something? What would he do?
He'd get his buddy in the Special Forces to do this, or he'd get some seedy guys down in the Cuban neighborhood or something like that. That's what he would do. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that. I mean, the main thing I told him was that Wendi had told me that he had looked into how much it would cost last summer.
Wendi told you that?
She did.
That Charlie had looked into how much it would cost?
Yeah.
So...
She said it in a dead serious, chilling, uncomfortable kind of way. Not like I joke around and like to kill Dan Markell. I'm sick of his shit. That's different. You know, this was like, she said confidentially.
Okay, so you and her one-on-one?
One-on-one, late at night, and...
What you supposed to have?
It was late at night, and she told me that. So. It was last summer when her petition to relocate was about to be denied.
Oh, because she wanted to take the kids out?
Well, they want her down there so bad. The family's so enmeshed, so tight, so unhealthy. She's like the baby. So, if you met Charlie, he's an unusual guy.
Okay,
No.
So if you just so I understand, I don't misinterpret.
Yeah.
What exactly? How did she say it, and what did she exactly say?
Yeah, and I want to from memory, but something like I said. We're also talking about us, because I was like, would you ever leave under any circumstances? Yeah, I know you don't love it here. Am I going to be good dating you for 2 years and you just move? She's like, I can't because of Danny. And she said, yeah, it doesn't matter. Something about it would be convenient if Danny wasn't around anymore, but...
It would be convenient if Danny wasn't around anymore. Jesus, Wendi.
You know, once he was wanting to happen to him or something like that, she said, but Charlie actually looked into how that would be done and how much it would cost. She might have said, I think, Charlie. I don't remember. But it was chilling. In the moment, I was like, my stomach flipped. I was like, whoa.
The crux of the statement is my brother Charlie has looked into how much it would cost to
take care of somebody. Yeah.
Take care.
This guy has very little empathy. He's just a weird guy. I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying if you're looking at somebody, you can't miss Charlie. I mean, I think that's more likely than a romantic thing.
Boy, that's you.
Yeah, it's not me.
The other guy's gone. Sack, whatever. He's gone to...
And by the way, make sure that she saw Sack once a week for 20 minutes of sex. I don't know the relationship, you know. I don't know what kids learn about me. So I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry.
Starts.
Yeah. What? I don't have time for her. I said great. Okay. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Bye.
Before I forget, the other thing is that I didn't know about Sack for 9 months, and I was with boyfriend for 6. So I was telling him, I've always suspected there's a guy in South Florida I never know about. Maybe that's just a paranoid boyfriend. I wouldn't believe Wendi when she says, "Well, Jeff, you got to start from ground zero." She lies.
You sit on a throne of lies.
There's been a lot of men since September. Over me. So I just wonder if there's a guy in South Florida. She always drops out of sight when she's down there. Phone calls not returned. Voicemail.
Did you go down there?
She doesn't let me go. That's why I think there's a guy down there.
Okay. Did Charlie come up here?
Charlie never comes up here.
Okay, how did you meet Charlie then?
Oh, I met Charlie one time. I went down there one time for one day. But we were in Immokalee. We just drove over and spent an evening with them. So I spent 4 hours for Charlie.
What are you doing in Immokalee? I know where that is.
Yeah, alternative spring break for FSU kids.
Okay.
So we're helping out the farm workers and stuff.
Okay.
So we spent a night in a hot tub with Charlie. That was it. But I've always told him, I always suspected that I'm the paranoid ex-boyfriend, so right. But she goes to South Florida awful lot. Okay. She's always a little weird when she comes back, romantically and stuff like that. So I just always kind of suspected. So I wouldn't. Obviously, the connection is now she can go to South Florida.
Right.
I mean,
no, we see that part. Who's this Green Beret? Did you say?
and that I don't know anything about this guy. I just know that on Facebook there's a lot of pictures of him, and Wendy's told me stories about him. It's I guess the point is that Charlie doesn't just hang out with other dentists. He hangs out with all kinds of people. So it's not like he's some snobby dentist that's not gonna. This guy did 5 years in Afghanistan, so it just popped into my head.
Charlie did?
No, Charlie's friend did.
Was Charlie in the military?
No, he's a dentist. He's a dentist.
When I was younger, just a bad little kid, my mama noticed funny things I did, like shooting puppies with a BB gun. I'd poison guppies, and when I was done, I'd find a pussycat, bash its head. That's when my mama said, you'll be a dentist. You have a talent for causing things. Son, be a dentist. People will pay you to be inhumane.
So. But when Charlie talks, he talks about cross-section of people. I mean, he has friends all across the spectrum, including, some unsavory characters.
Let's go back to the statement that she made. I just want to clarify the stuff. She tells you, she goes, yeah, my brother, I think the phone was going off. Yeah. My brother has checked, or my brother has something along those lines, has inquired as to how much it would cost.
Something like that. I can't give you an exact quote. It might have been bad. I think Charlie, here's an example. She might have said, I think Charlie might have looked into how much it cost to actually have that done. He's down there in Miami when it's not unheard of. Okay. Something like that.
All right.
It just crossed Charlie's mind. Bottom line, it occurred to Charlie that was one way to take care of the problem.
And he wants to help sis?
He is fiercely protective of her. He wants her back in South Florida so bad. The whole family does. She never, you guys know the background? She never wanted to be here, ever. I mean, she came here with Markel. They're supposed to be here a year, they move on. He had a job at Miami. He was an asshole, so he lost it. He said, no, go back to FSU and stay there. They're stuck here. So he's doing great. He's the Sandy Dillenberg professor of law and all that stuff. Wendi gets a shitty job that she doesn't really like, doesn't like the area. She's doing her best to make it work. She hates it. Never wanted to live here. Never thought she'd live here.
This is all from her, right?
Yeah, it's all straight from her. You kidding me? I'm her boyfriend trying to convince her this is a great place to stay. Get a new attitude. This is a daily conversation, I'm like, I love Talia. Moved here on purpose. So this is a daily conversation. Like, look, Waco was pretty, that girl's,
And her whole thing is, no, I still don't.
She goes, I'm trying, but it's, I didn't choose it.
Okay.
I didn't choose it, and that makes it hard. That daily.
I didn't choose it, and that makes it hard.
And she loves Miami. She just loves it. When we're down there, she just lights up. It's a whole different thing.
Is it Miami or Fort Lauderdale?
It's Coral Springs, but it's Miami.
Okay.
It's Miami.
So, so a daily thing is you're trying to tell her how great this area is and so forth, and she's basically putting it down, and I'm stuck here. My husband didn't want it or couldn't keep the job at UM. UM or Nova.
Was UM?
Can we first talk about the fact that it is 4 a.m. at this point in the interview? Jeffrey literally drove back from Tennessee directly to the police department. And my goodness, what a wealth of information he is. I wanted to include a little more of that interview besides the part where he's disclosing Wendi telling him about Charlie actually hiring a hitman, because I think it's very important to understand how this family works. The level of babying they impart on Wendi is wild. And I understand helping new moms, and I understand needing some extra support after you've gone through a divorce. But Harvey and Donna making an 8-hour drive each visit to both pick her up and return her is beyond insane. I could see maybe meeting her halfway, maybe. But we can't forget, Wendy's not a 22-year-old mom. She's 35. And I'm not saying you're not allowed to get help past a certain age, but for all intents and purposes, Wendi is fully capable in every other facet of her life. She made it through law school with honors and passed the bar exam. She is a working professional and splitting custody 50-50 with Danny, which means she only is with her kids a few hours a day, half of the time. Jeff mentioned that he could see Charlie doing this without ever telling Wendi, which he later changes his stance on. Personally, I don't think Charlie can do anything without telling anyone at least 100 times over. I think both he and Wendi lack all impulse control, and that's why she told Jeff what was going to happen the very week of the murder.
And she's just sloppy. So longitudinally, she couldn't keep her story straight. You know, in the short term, 4 hours, 8 hours at a time, okay. Over a month, saying, well, what about that thing? The stories start, but she talks constantly. She's very extroverted, very narcissistic, very focused on herself, very self-involved. Well, what she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami. How terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee. Crying like, I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Now, does she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
And to you too, you silly little goose.
If you just so I understand, I don't misinterpret.
Yeah.
What exactly? How did she say it, and what did she exactly say?
Yeah, and I want to remember, but something like I said. We're also talking about us, because I was like, would you ever leave under any circumstances? Yeah, I know you don't love it here. Am I going to be dating you for 2 years and you just move? She's like, I can't because of Danny. And she said, yeah, it doesn't matter. Something about it would be convenient if Danny wasn't around anymore. But
I'm only teasing Investigator Isom. My brain is getting fried just listening to Wendi. I can't imagine having to be in the same room with her energy-sucking self.
Okay.
Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale.
Okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this, and I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say that I killed Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to, get serious here. Are you going to be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, the only way let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her, but it was a response to a question from me. So, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? It was, I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she didn't. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. She was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that. At the time, trying to figure out us, and I thought, well, Charlie's crazy, I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that, so I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
It's not mine.
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her where that comes up about Charlie.
Please.
So
she just, she's talking about Danny. She's completely...
Where are we at?
We're in her house in the living room in late June.
In late June of 2013?
Yeah, 2014, yeah.
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what, this might have even been, this is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that, the date. And she's talking about Danny because it's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being, he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan, okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendi was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, And I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations where she's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendi is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar. Things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue and I said, well, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. This is, you're linked to this man for your life. There's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
$15,000?
That's right. It seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
it's, I want to make sure I understand this completely.
Please.
So, June, what was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably I think it's closer to July, between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says,
Charlie did actually look into having him killed last summer. And he was told it would cost $15,000. And one of Charlie's...
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I understand. Yeah. Charlie did look into having...
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000. And that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. I wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
Did she ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but it's kind of similar to when she would say, Daniel Sack and I had coffee yesterday. Well, that means her Daniel Sack had sex all day. That's what that means. That's how she lies. So the fact that she would leak a little bit of it out scares me.
Which is kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've got that on your life. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high-stress situations, but it gives you this half-assed version. Yeah.
Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay.
Oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott, and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was blocked.
And I just thought, there's maybe some trees down or something. Cause sometimes.
Oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
When I'm going to a friend's party tonight, and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon. Okay. So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention. Right. So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen.
Do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
He's, oh my God.
I hate to ask it now, but I have to do it now. You understand, right?
I understand. had friends. He always meant well, but he would sometimes rub people the wrong way.
Okay.
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he owes money to me.
He owes money to you?
But not,
Okay.
not me.
Okay. All right. All right.
Oh my God.
Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I made my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never. He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. And I told that to the repair guy this morning.
Right. That's okay.
I said, he asked me how much it cost, and I said I didn't know because it was a gift, because my brother said it was cheaper than a hitman. It was my divorce present.
Okay.
Such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Oh my God. Well, my parents sounded really surprised, so it's at least a relief. I was trying to think of who would be angry enough to do something to him. My parents would be angry, but they're not capable of this. Thank God. I really couldn't handle that right now.
Yeah, no.
So I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is 15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There's nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
No, you didn't.
What am I going to do? Call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know, The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him, and he's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged, and I thought that guy was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that.
What's his name, though? I never got a name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
He's on his Facebook page. That's what I told investigator Hale.
Okay.
When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours I was shocked, and then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it. And he got that guy, I can't remember his name, to do it.
You're saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, you know, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world. And I thought at the time, I said to my friends, I've been very careful not to develop like a hindsight bias. I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? They said, you said in June it felt like Wendi was stringing you along for some reason, and you couldn't figure out why didn't she just break up with you? She's like, this ain't gonna work, you know. So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy.
To me, this is one of the biggest tells that Wendi knew. In June, when the murder is lined up and ready to go, she tells Jeffrey that the kids should start calling him daddy. If that's not gearing up for replacement, I do not know what is. I have firsthand experience with divorce and new relationships with young children. When my husband and I first got together, we each had 3 very young children. Our 6 kids combined just spanned the ages of 1 to 4 years old.
Never in a million years did either one of us ever expect or try to force the other children to call us mommy or daddy. I feel like that should 100% be the choice of the child at the child's comfort level and their own desire. At the time of producing this video, our youngest of the original 6 will graduate high school next year in 2026. And although we have always thought of each other's children as our own, the terms mommy and daddy never crossed over. We have 3 children together as well, who are currently 2, 7, and almost 10. And we didn't ask the older kids to call us mommy and daddy for the new group's sake either. And as a child of divorce myself, who had a stepmom at the age of 3, I also felt it from the other side. When I was tiny, she was so livid that I wouldn't call her mom. "Why don't you call me mommy?" she would hiss at me with glaring eyes. Because you're not, and you're not even mom adjacent, and that title only belongs to one person. So for Wendi to start lining this up with Jeff gives me the ick in the most fundamental way. Just another way for her to leak out her plans for replacing the man who would soon be exterminated.
I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was the whole thing. I'm going to get approved by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give to all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing. So just at the time, I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she'd want to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate it. Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, where's this week off? What
That's in July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay, so we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
I can't remember exactly.
It's my fault.
No, it's okay. No, it's not a fault. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding,
Preceding that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendi, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just. And we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
brand new behavior.
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going. What's going on? All of a sudden, she wants me to. It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what, though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So, get to mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I was very upset. It's very obvious. And I moved to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th?
Yeah. That weekend together. Had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that, the last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't even mean to look at this one, but I see she's been in the Hilton in Orlando, like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She had put the Hilton in. Mm-hmm. Assumed that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her, and we finally had it out.
In Gainesville?
Yeah. Saturday I tried to, thing was she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee, then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her. The only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple weeks. I did not touch her, I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old, and completely fell apart when I said, I looked at you, left your planner out on the table, and I looked at it, and they know Zach's name's all through it, so can we cut the bullshit and just have an honest conversation,
As in, she was still seeing Zach recently?
Yeah, she saw Zach September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and that his name's not very clever. I mean, it's the thing she's leaving out on the table. And it says Daniel Sack dinner, And she was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Sack's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I had to go get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace as another man's been 45 minutes earlier. She conceded this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and to put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her. And you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough that I ended up apologizing for that. Because,
was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of...
other investigators have looked at those,
gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
And I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little embarrassing.
I just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm going to look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's all Gmail. Is my impression, at least. I think that's all I would use. So we had it out, and the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahul and other men. Yeah, and I said, if we stay together, I won't. If we don't, I won't slander you, but let's be adults here. This is Tallahassee. You know how many people I know have their wives in this town? I must be realistic here. I said, I'm not going to try to destroy your reputation, but you made these choices. And by the way, I'm not...
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't, actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had two that you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. Where I said, she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. And I was like, I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion, but I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her...
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay, June 27th, you're telling me is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I'd put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am, I was crying, I was very upset, and I said, you're not a sociopath, you must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath, I don't feel bad about any of this. And she was laughing and describing some of the experiences she'd had with other men, actually. She was making it clear they were very enjoyable and stuff like that. I'd never seen that from men. I've never seen that from a woman before. It was...
What kind of...
I said, there was this one night where you said you were at a book club. I know you weren't at a book club. She's like, I was pretty drunk that night. I had a really good time that night.
Is she rubbing this in your face, you think, or is it...
She was, but it's just strange because I'm not the one that did any. I was completely faithful to this woman, and I was very dedicated. Well, you could ask anybody.
But had there ever been a confusion about, Jeff, I'll just be simple, elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendy. Wendy loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you?
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly. The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general, they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, it's one of the reasons I got suspicious. You know, I go to yoga and this one guy would be looking at us. I was like,
what are you doing there?
Like, I just got the impression, like, was she here with somebody else? You know, that kind of thing. But no, I think that was probably maybe what she wanted. I don't know how relevant it is. I guess what's relevant is that she, I'm over the butthurt being thing. You know, this stuff happens. But publicly, I was her boyfriend. I was. That's one of the things that, I don't know if it was an investigative technique or not reading the file, but Investigator Hill kept calling Daniel Sack her boyfriend. And that got me pretty fired up. And that's one of the reasons I might not have made a lot of sense, because that was really, it provoked me. I don't know if that's on accident or purpose, but it was one of these things where, like, he didn't seem to know that I was her boyfriend, and he thought Daniel Sack was. It was one of the,
Hale did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be quite honest. My understanding was Sack was before you and her hooked up.
Yeah, then she went back to him after spring.
But I thought he went west or north or something.
He was in Massachusetts, and he left in late May. So there's 2 months there. Where
I thought he'd been gone way before that.
No. He went
May of 2014?
May of 2014. May 20th, 2014 is when he left.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah.
I got something that sounds conflicting to it. May 20th of 2014?
May 20th or 21st, it was on his Facebook page that he left Tallahassee that day.
Okay.
And, no, I know when he was having sex with him in March, April, and May.
Sack went to Massachusetts?
Mm-hmm. Amherst, University of Amherst in Massachusetts. And the coffee shop thing was May around that same time. I'd have to look up the exact date, but it was that same
Just
week.
prior to?
Well, I walked in on them having a goodbye coffee together.
Oh, goodbye coffee.
He was leaving town the next day. And that's one of the things I was saying when I was talking to Investigator Hale is if men obsessed with Wendi are suspects, you can't trust her to tell you the truth about that. I mean, this is a woman who was separated from Danny, had that boyfriend Miguel, and in a deposition lied and said, I'm not seeing anybody. I mean, it's a licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. So that's her narrative to the public, by the way, is that Daniel and I saw each other in the fall, and then that was it.
Say again, please.
That Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you had a water,
Yeah.
I want to dry mouth, I'd appreciate it.
I wanted to include this portion of the interview to give insight into how manipulative and deranged Wendi truly is. Her absolute lack of remorse for others goes beyond what one could expect from a typical narcissist. Her vacillation between confession and denial about the men that she was having sex with at the time that her and Jeff were still together is extremely disturbing. And more so than just cheating with multiple men in what is essentially a fairly serious relationship was the fact that she would concede to these acts, even boast about them, and then immediately deny that they ever even took place. If you have been unfortunate enough to have been made to suffer a person like this, you know how absolutely impossible they are to deal with. Usually dealing with pathological liars, there's never any reasoning with somebody like this. There's never the ability to come to a consensus or compromise. They will say whatever they feel will control the situation best at that current time. Wendi's biggest concern from her promiscuity was not wanting her social status to be disrupted, not having the impulse control or forethought to the consequences of her actions shows us quite a few things. First, that she is used to being able to control or manipulate any predicament that she finds herself in. Second, she is severely impeded in emotional maturity, and that she clearly doesn't fully assess the implications of her own desires and actions before she acts on them. She is a deceiver. She presents herself to the world in a certain way, and based on her ability to do so, she grants herself carte blanche to do whatever she pleases. She believes that if she works hard enough to create this outward persona of being decent and put together, no one would even consider or imagine that Wendi could be anything other than the picture of perfection that she has painted for the outside world. And Jeff isn't the only one who sees this in her. Wendi reveals it herself in a podcast that she recorded for her writing class.
My childhood friend Lisa told me this weekend that she never even knew I was unhappy in my marriage. I had no idea I hid it so well. I always thought that I had an expressive face, the kind that easily registered happiness and disappointments. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that most people think I am very happy all of the time, because I smile constantly to try to engage with people, make them smile too. I think this face is a kind of mask that I wear out of a life of endless practice, like a kind of muscle memory for the face. I can even remember one time learning that a friend's father had died, and upon hearing the news, I smiled. It was a bizarre reaction, since I loved my friend and her dad very much. We were 13, and I remember him making pancakes for us many a Sunday morning after a few of us slept over. More than 20 years later, I still feel like a freak show thinking back on that moment. If I'm a person that likes to be funny and to use humor and levity to engage with people, then is it an authentic or inauthentic response to smile at the news of something tragic? Am I deluding others or myself when I smile or laugh through the pain of a terrible time? Am I avoiding actually bathing in the grief I need to feel so that when time passes, I will have missed my chance to mourn? Danny used to tell me that everyone thought I was such a nice person and such a good person, but he was the only one that knew the truth about what a bad person I was. He was convinced I had deluded everyone but him.
This is so chilling. Upon hearing the news of her friend's dad's passing, she smiled. I think this reaction is more than just a mask that she acquired over a lifetime of smiling, although that is a really interesting piece of information to hear. I believe that her smile in this instance has a different meaning. Wendi very clearly lacks empathy and compassion. If it doesn't directly affect her, she lacks the ability to be bothered by it. While most 13-year-olds would immediately reckon with the idea of their own father, mother, or caretaker dying, and due to their own feeling of grief, commiserate with their friend, Wendi doesn't. And I truly believe that she cannot even feel this. Wendi's only concern is Wendi. She is genuinely incapable of sympathizing with the feelings of other people, even those that she's extremely close to. She again highlights this in her own words in this same podcast.
And later in the same class, I gave the prompt, your last intimate moment.
It should be intimate when a man cries in front of you while you hold each other, and it was, but I wasn't crying. Sometimes I feel like I'm all cried out. This year I told my small children that their father was dead and wasn't ever coming back. And a few nights ago, when a beautiful man teared up in my arms, I wondered if I could ever cry at something beautiful again. I shared a piece of writing with him I was trying out for class. It describes a scene where I am immensely sad. He tells me he was initially impressed with all that I have accomplished, but now he's more taken with what I have endured. I appreciate his words and wonder, why can't I be that woman on the spot? Why do I reserve the written word for a place where I can accurately and painfully express myself, and the in-person, real-life version for the Wendi show, jazz hands and all? I wish I could merge us so we could be less of a weirdo.
She's given the prompt to discuss her last intimate moment, and instead of doing so, describes something that should have been intimate, but was not. And the reason why it's not intimate is because she doesn't actually feel real emotions. The reason why she can't be the same woman in person that she is on the written page is because it's all an act. This is also why 20 plus years later, she still thinks about
the in-person reaction that she gave to her friend's father's death and cringes. She understands the concept of how one should feel in certain situations, but having the capacity to conceptualize something and actually feeling that emotion are very different, which is what leads her to feeling like a freak show and a weirdo. The entire family operates like this. Everything is always more about what this looks like than what is actually felt. Nothing proves this point better than Harvey pulling strings to get Charlie into dental school and how he cheated his way through, nearly failing out of every semester. This family is all about the act. How it looks trumps how it is. Donna even famously praises Wendi on her acting skills. In an email from June 23, 2013, Donna pens a message with the subject line, "Please read, very important," and then says the rest of her life, and consequently Dad's, Donna's, and yes, even Charlie's, will be affected by how well she can perform/act before July 31st. "You could be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life." Wendi is being thoroughly encouraged to manipulate Danny, using any means necessary to get her way. The level of entitlement is off the charts. Not being able to realize that the other parent has equal rights to impart their own beliefs and parenting methods onto the children is absolutely wild. I was living in Florida when I went through my divorce, and I can say firsthand how fair it is to both parents and how child-focused the system is. So for Wendi and Donna to expect that she and only she should be afforded certain rights is absolutely disgusting. And again, Wendi wasn't crying with this beautiful man because she was all cried out. She was just not affected by anything not directly tied to Wendi. And she did not shed one single tear over the death of her children's father. Not for him, not for them, because she lacks the ability to care. Genuinely, some of the most revealing parts of Jeff's interview is when he is sitting in the room alone, coming to terms with what all of this means. This next part is so easy to miss. Had I not been wearing headphones, I would have likely never even heard it. I'm going to isolate his voice and crank up the volume so we can hear it together. Here he's replaying their last face-to-face interaction after yoga.
Thank you so much. Try not to spill that. Okay. Okay, the 27th of June is when you went to Gainesville.
That's right, 27th to 29th.
All right, 27th through 29th, you're in Gainesville.
Mm-hmm.
You see the planner. You see Sack's name everywhere.
Well, I seen it earlier in the month, but I confronted her on that in Gainesville.
Okay. And, oh, you at a hotel or something?
Mm-hmm.
And so, did she get upset with you? Does she claim you're snooping or something? Or?
That bothered her, but mainly she just collapsed, just sobbing like an infant, just acting really, really crazy. I mean...
you're basically saying, you know, you're seeing me, but at the same time you're screwing this guy.
I said, I know about Daniel Sack, Wendi. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you not?
But I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No, but I mean, did you place, is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
It is.
You knew that when you saw him?
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in at the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I knew I recognized him.
Facial recognition?
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly, so I looked him up.
All right.
I also looked him up on the web. And there was one piece of information I found incredibly ironic. Daniel Sack is a professor. His LinkedIn page shows his current position as an English professor at the University of Amherst in Massachusetts. And then just to confirm his identity, we can see that he was the assistant professor of theater studies at FSU, leaving his position in May of 2014. Daniel Sack is also a published author. His works include Samuel Beckett Kraft's Last Tapes and Afterlife, Possibility, Potential, and the Future of Performance. But the thing I found most interesting is his latest work, published in 2024, titled Cue Tears on the Act of Crying. Sack muses that crying and tears are not the same, although they often coincide. The use of breath and voice to cry may suffice on stage, whether tears flow or not, but a camera close up expects tears. I guess Wendi should consider herself lucky, because she was certainly not ready for her close-up. Because as Sack himself points out, even though she was able to use voice and breath to simulate crying, the tears never came.
Okay.
What happened?
Well, before we get into everything, I have to establish where you were and who you were with and so forth.
Okay.
Okay, and then once we've established all that, I can give you more details.
Okay.
Do you understand why I wanted you to come here before I discuss this?
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, you have nothing to be sorry about.
I just don't understand. How could this really happen?
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay.
Maybe they should have had more practice sessions in between their other sessions, or at least throw her a bone, the other kind of bone, and let her know that she should probably keep the whole breath and voice thing during her lines. Because Wendi, and I know it's too late now, but maybe you can try to remember this for your next murder. When you have dialogue directly after a minute and a half of bawling, you should probably aim for a recovery time longer than 3 seconds. It'll make your cries seem way more believable, okay?
I know it's part of it, but do you know anybody that would have a beef against your ex-husband?
But not anyone who would do something like this.
Anybody that he owes money to?
No, he has money to me.
He owes money to you?
But
Okay.
not me.
Okay. All right. All right.
Oh my God, we're 4 kids. Oh, I know a lot of people didn't really love him, but I don't know anyone who would do something like this.
Well, we're still trying to determine, what happened and how it happened.
But he wouldn't do this to himself.
Okay.
He was a very positive person.
Okay.
I can't believe this is happening.
I know. Okay. You're being very helpful. Okay, I know it's hard.
I'm trying. I just
you're doing
can't
fine.
believe what's happening.
You're doing fine. I know it's all the shock. I know it's coming to you all at once. Okay.
I don't know who would do this.
Okay. No indication at this time that that's a threat. Okay. But the boys are going to stay with you. You're not going to back over to Trescott. Okay.
No, I don't live there anymore.
I know you don't.
Did they know? Did you tell them?
No, they haven't
Oh
notified
my
yet.
God. His parents are going to be devastated.
Isom could genuinely not give fewer fucks if he tried. He's got the close-up view of her tear ducts, and his face here is all we need to know about what he thinks of this performance.
Did they know? Did you tell them?
No, they haven't been notified
Oh my
yet.
God. His parents are going to be devastated.
Okay. This is what I want to do, okay? This is what happened, okay? Daniel's been shot, okay? And we have to find out why and who did this. Can you help with that?
I will try.
Okay, okay.
It's such a horrible thing to say. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Oh my God.
What?
What? Oh my gosh.
What?
I can't believe this is happening.
Okay, all right. Yes.
And he's alone.
Yes.
And nobody knows he's there.
Well, you know now, and while I'm going to get this phone taken care of, I'm going to have a victim advocate come in here, and hopefully you can supply her with his parents.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't believe this is happening. Oh my God.
You're going to get it back. It's just going to, I'm trying to expedite this now so I can get it back to you
I
sooner.
understand.
Be right back. Be right back. Go ahead.
Oh God.
Now, okay? You are.
I'm so sad.
And
There's a tree.
pardon?
I thought it was like a tree that fell down or something.
Right. So,
I didn't even think like that's the house. I saw a few houses blocked off and I'm sorry that I wasted
sorry.
time.
No, you're not wasting my time, dude. And the other friend,
The other friend is Josh Berman, also attorney. That's the last thing I said to him.
okay. All right.
They're so worried about my kids. I don't know how I'm gonna tell them what happened.
And you know,
They're so little.
and you know, it is difficult sometimes for the kids because they're such realities.
They love their dad.
Of course they do.
I'm sorry, you can ask me questions.
No, you're fine. Talk to me about what you want to talk to me about.
It's fine.
You seem very educated and put together. And that's why we're going to try to contact some friends, kind of try to work out what options we can to help you so you might not have to. Okay. I'm going to be right back.
I'm fine. As fine as I'm gonna be, so I'm fine. At a funeral, having to say goodbye to their dad, and I
Just take
can't
it one
believe
step
I
at
have
a
to do
time.
this to them.
Do you want me, when I find their numbers?
Who are now gonna grow up without a father. And I have no idea who would do this, and I feel like they're out there. And if they're capable of this, like, what's to keep them from going after the kids? Like, if they hate Danny, then why wouldn't they hate his children?
And you know, they're doing this investigation now to kind of figure out what happened. Let me go talk and let me ask them that for you. Wendy, look at me. There's no reason for them to think that anything's going to happen to the boys right now, okay?
Okay.
And I just want you to know that there's no indications that.
But why would someone do this? I just have no idea what's happening right now.
I'm sorry. Let me go see and try to talk to Investigator Isom and see if he can give you a little bit more clarity.
Okay, thank you. I would never do something like that.
And it's
So I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something, but.
Oh, I want to be around you. I just know if I was sitting here, what would I probably want? Not much, but I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
I'll be right back, okay?
Sorry to do that to you. That was too much. Back to Jeff.
So, in that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like shatter her. She's so fragile, and she wants to be seen as this moral, ethical person. She's a friggin' humanitarian on the web, right? I mean, human trafficking and social work. And all
what now?
She's like a humanitarian if you look her up on the web. You know, she wants to be seen as this ethical, loyal person.
Okay.
And she couldn't handle it, so she like lost her shit in a way I just want to say I've never seen. She sobbed, but the next morning she sobbed all the way from Gainesville to Tallahassee, and I was upset, but it was.
But I thought, and you're just going to have to bear with me as far as I thought that after I can see that she's in this fetal position, she's demoralized, whatever, and then I thought she snaps right out of it and says, I had a great time.
That's what concerns me. Is I used to work in a psych hospital. I've seen this kind of stuff before. It's a good question. She was vacillating between, it was crazy. 1 minute confessing, literally telling me I wanted to sexually experiment with people, I wasn't ready, this kind of stuff. The next minute, I never did that. I mean, it was like insane.
Contradicting what she just said?
Absolutely. And on the way back up, she goes, I never did any of that. I said, well, you confessed to me like 7 different times last night. I did not. It was crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely insane. So if it doesn't make sense, I understand, because it didn't make sense.
Okay. You don't, okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendi right here as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but had solicited for someone to do it.
I still believe that. And I'm 100%, I never say 100%, I'm a researcher. I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys in July. I was waiting for you to catch somebody, because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May. I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident. Can I give you a couple other things?
Yeah, but just slow for me, please.
Yeah, because there's a couple other, just 2 other suspicions.
Let me just, before you get into that, I don't want to throw off your train of thought, but I want to address this. This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent. That's where I'm going right now.
Okay, so this is July 15th. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been Monday, July 14th. That's actually just where I was going right now.
Go ahead.
Okay, just to make sure we're all together here, does everybody understand what he just said? Here's a calendar from 2014 for the month of July. Dan is shot on Friday, July 18th. Wendi sends this no contact email to Jeff on Tuesday the 15th. He tells Detective Isom that the conversation that he had with Wendi about Charlie actually hiring a hitman happens here, July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
She couldn't help herself.
She goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff going back and forth. We had one long conversation and decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah. You know,
she's in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she always says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because her parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that...
Okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on a date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date. So I had some hope in terms of the relationship. She said that thing about Charlie. I was so I'm so distracted by this relationship stuff. That's the reason I didn't follow up on that bizarre thing she says about Charlie having Danny killed. But at the end of the night, she wants me to drop all the Daniel Sack stuff, everything else. She goes, that never happened. And I said to her, Wendi, we can break up, but I'm not going to go on a relationship pretending like this didn't happen. It happened. So she's not Danny's the only relationship she ever had. I said, I know you don't know how this works, but if you want to go to a counselor, you can, or you talk it out. But you don't just say that never happened. This happened. And she seemed to find that devastating. Back to the who knows about this, who's going to know about this. Does your friend Steven know about this? Like, Jesus, you know.
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house. Back at her house. Yeah, and didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got back cold. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning, I call Wendi, and I told investigator Hill this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning, maybe 9 or 10, and I said, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd walked herself out of her house. I said, well, I'll come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together. So
where?
Yoga.
Okay.
So we went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold. She was done. I could tell. So I'm sitting there yoga going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, I love you. I don't know what else to say. And she goes, I know. I was like, well, that's not what
I love you. And she goes, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Talking about narcissism. Yeah. So I literally went, okay. And I just turned to leave. And I told Hale this, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? We're sorry.
You're walking away, you're separating?
Yeah, I went 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air. Because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's not. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is after the conversation. The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay.
Get out of yoga.
Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go? Why am I thinking about not going? She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. This was bizarre.
Timeline check. Monday, July 14th. Discloses to Jeff that Charlie legitimately has looked into hiring a hitman to murder Dan. Tuesday, July 15th. After acting completely disconnected and cold to him, Wendi earnestly inquires about Jeff's plans to leave town on Friday.
To me, this is a hugely damning piece of evidence. I could maybe see her caring about what he was doing over the weekend if he was the one that initiated the breakup. But what rational reason would she have to care about what his plans are on Friday, July 18th? I don't know if she was specifically trying to set him up, but this to me shows that she most definitely knew that something was going down on or around the 18th. For as narcissistic as Wendi is, there's no other reason why she would care in the slightest about where Jeff was going.
I was like, well, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We had just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text and say I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm going to read this aloud, so if there's something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having two different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment.
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean, it's...
Well, I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Is that not true? I mean, okay, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up. We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right. You're 16 days apart. Then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother was going to looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, when she's making this statement on you're saying the Monday, which would be the 14th. Yeah. When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says that to you. And that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your...
that was part of the conversation. There was constant conversation about Danny is awful at Tallahassee, sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids. And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. What you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
And then she just spills this out.
Yeah. And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where
But you're saying that there was no more conversation about this. Is huge to me. This is like my brother's already checked into it and it costs this much.
Yeah,
is it like this is still available and open, or $15,000 is too much we're too cheap?
This family's rich. I mean, it's nothing.
No, I know, but
he's got petty cash in his office.
The defendant just opened up his safe and handed over his beloved money that he had saved his entire life since he was a child. He just handed it over. Take it all.
Okay, but was this like this option still available? Is that how it was?
I was just said in passing. And I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it, and it was going to cost $15,000.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to glean this from what the interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything more about it. I mean, a statement like this. Don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking about?
I got used to her craziness.
That's
okay, right? I mean, she's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendi says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this.
Right.
After Danny got shot, I said, holy shit. I mean, that's what happened. So beat myself up about that.
No. I don't want you to beat yourself up. I just want to make sure that you didn't. I'm just trying to get you to see. Is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know, I get that.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because it was right back to her and I.
Okay. All right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going to happen, you know that.
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the bathroom.
Like, yeah, or the bedroom or something.
Comes back out, it's all,
and
okay.
I say, I had a good time last night, or something like that. You know, it was that kind of thing. So she sends me this email, and I don't know if it's coming on. I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well. And said, she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone. So confrontation isn't her thing, you know. So maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by. There's Thursday. Thursday, she...
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know for sure. I don't know if she would have or would have known. We have met mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet.
That's right. But the next day I decided to go. So it was all
Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. And that was bizarre to me, because that's a Victoria's Secret dress. It's not a dress you hang out at your parents. You might wear it to a club if you're an undergrad. You might wear it to bed. You don't hang out at your parents' house wearing that dress.
Oh, Wendi updated her profile picture. Oh, and her cover photo. The important thing to know about an assassination or an attempted assassination is not who fired the shot, but who paid for the bullet. I wonder what that means.
And to me, it was...
Was this a dress that you gave her?
No. But you saw the picture. It's fairly scandalous.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But if you went to Google and type in Wendy's name, she's a pretty girl, but you'll find nothing where she looks even close to how she looks in that picture. She looks gorgeous in that picture.
On the Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was suspicious to me after the fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought, this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years, and the night before Danny shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture, because it...
What was the prior picture?
Something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page. Okay. All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, she looks amazing in that picture. She's not even that pretty alive. That picture, I think her dad
Photoshop.
Her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father, I believe. So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this, and I just drove out of town. The next day, Danny shot at 11 a.m. No one contacts me, which we have a lot of mutual friends, and they didn't. I talked to some of them after the fact. They tell me that they were under the impression that I was a very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. I found this really puzzling, and what some people have told me after the fact is that you know, you guys searched Wendy's stuff. It says, talk to Jeff about stalking in her calendar.
Ask JRL why he shot Danny. I talked to JRL about stalking.
If somebody was stalking with you, if you need to write yourself a note to remind yourself to talk to somebody about it, it's real strange. especially since I never did anything approximate. I snooped. I conceded that I snooped. If I could have any options, I don't feel badly about it at this point. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return a text message that I sent her. That she could not do that. I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney, just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself, they're going to get access to this stuff. But
that didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that probably, but
no.
I mean, it's why would you want to? So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know. She told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
I can find out. Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. Why would I go kill Danny because I'm upset with Wendy? And by the way, as soon as I heard he's dead, I said, that's it for us. She's back in Miami. That's it. I knew. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's what I was doing. I work it up to see I can't move. By the way, I was in the Air Force. Last time I fired a gun was an M16 in basic training, and I missed the target mostly. I'm not a shot. She also described to me how she knew the details of the crime scene, which sounded very precise, like someone that knew what they were doing. It's implausible she could actually think I did this. I'm a clumsy, absent-minded professor with osteoarthritis and a bad shoulder. I mean, so I don't know if she said that to you guys. I know you can't tell me that. But she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that they shouldn't contact me, I guess. That, this was really a possibility. And that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand. And that just struck me as incredibly strange. And suspicious, very suspicious.
Hey, Wendy, it's Jeff. Told the cops about your little scheme. You're screwed. What the fuck, JRL? I told you that in confidence. Charlie's texting Sigfredo right now. I mean, I never said that. I'm deleting these messages. Like I always do.
She made, well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay.
Things innocent people do. Talk about a murder days before it happens. Always delete their text messages. Visit the crime scene and lie about it. Replace their phone after their police interview because they're afraid it has been bugged. And more.
Does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right, do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just wants
a different handset.
It's silly because they want to. You don't need to put a bug on a phone physically. Right. I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone? I guess is what she's specifically concerned about.
She's real concerned about that.
Oh my God, Wendy. Why are you like this?
She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent, sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children. No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish warriors, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so...
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendi plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendi.
Hi, Annie. Oh, dear. Oh, Wendi.
That's just classic Wendi. Classic.
Yeah, I know there was a shooting in Danny's block this morning. That's all I know.
That's all I know.
Oh, dear. Oh, honey.
Isn't that just classic Wendi? So classic.
I really needed some help.
Classic Wendi.
Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it.
You said something a minute ago, and I didn't want to interrupt you, but I know it was about something about Charlie getting shot.
Charlie getting shot?
Yeah, I thought she said something about. I thought you were telling me that Wendi was up here, or had said something about Charlie getting shot or Charlie getting killed or something like that. She referred to that.
Danny or Charlie?
I'm sorry, Danny. I'm sorry. I'm totally confusing you. And
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Danny getting shot. Oh, when she was up here, how's this for awkward? My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation.
I don't know who your best friend is, Jeff. But can he be my best friend too? I feel like we would get along great.
How's this for awkward? My best friend sat next to her at a bat mitzvah. He refers to her, just so you know what it's like in the community, he calls her the murderer in common conversation. He is convinced. I don't know how, I mean, a lot of people, and that's not from my take on it, that's his take on it. Right. He knows I could be crazed. He had to sit next to her at a bat mitzvah for 4 hours. She's cracking jokes about Danny getting his head blown off.
This is what, 8-9 months after Dan's murdered? No decent or even halfway decent person would be making jokes about anyone who lost their life like this, let alone the father of their children, especially in such a crass and disgusting way, like saying his head got blown off.
Head blown off?
Yes, cracking. And I can't remember the exact joke, but that was how he put it, at least. And he said he looked at her and said, Wendy, that's totally inappropriate.
Where was this at?
So it was the Andrew Epstein's daughter's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Which was 3 weekends ago. She was here for 4 days. And in the morning when she was here, there was a church ceremony in the morning, the party at night. And the morning one, she sobbed through the whole thing. And whenever anybody asked her, like, what's going on, she didn't say I'm sad. She said I'm nervous, I'm anxious.
Our little baby Wendi Pooh was nervous. I can't imagine what about. Could it be the constant threat of arrest that being back in Tallahassee invoked? Could it be the intrusive visuals that at any given moment the feds would pop up from a table and take you to the ground? Thank you for calling the murderer. How may I help you? Hey there, Wendi. Detective Isom calling. Is this an okay time to talk? Not really. I won't take up too much of your time then. I hear you're in town. Yeah, who told you that? Just heard through the grapevine that you were at the Epstein's daughter's bat mitzvah. Yeah, I'm kind of busy. I know, you're just sitting there cracking some jokes, and then suddenly a familiar song.
What you want, what you want, what you gonna do?
Detective Isom, how do you know I was telling jokes? I have ways of finding stuff out. You know, we've been hoping you'd make a little visit up here, save us the trouble of going down to Miami.
Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna
I figured I'd make it easy on you and just meet you here. We've been working really hard on this case, and we thought you'd be pleased to hear that we tracked down our #1 suspect. Oh yeah? Yeah, we really wanted to tell you in person that we're ready to make an arrest.
You're under arrest for cell phone.
Because my attorney said not to.
Get on the ground! Boys, the police, you're under arrest! Get on the ground! Okay, good? Good. Cuffs. Hand. Other arm. You good, buddy? Hey, you good? Okay, roll him up. You good? Sit up. Just stay right there.
I've seen a lot of grief. I'm a social worker. This is really an atypical reaction. It's real strange. And then the evening, she was pretty much herself, but she was cracking jokes. She told some of my friends that she's changing their names to Adelson.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media, and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press just
It
as
was
much
not in
as
the press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide?
A year after.
So how quickly did she change their name back once her brother got convicted and her mother got indicted? Oh wait, she didn't. And she changed their names because their faces got put on TV? That makes sense. Because surely no one will recognize them if their names are changed. When in actuality, not even Wendi took Dan's last name when they got married.
Okay, do you have your identification with you? So you never took the last name of Markle?
No.
Adelson. Okay, Wendi with an I.
Yeah, and I dot the I with a heart.
All right.
She still hates Danny more than you would ever think. And no one has ever heard her say one sympathetic thing about Danny and Markel to this day. And it's just weird. Why would you be hanging on to anger? I mean, it's so... I can only think of one reason, to make the world make sense to you. But yeah, she was cracking jokes, which sometimes people deal with pain in that way. I get that. But, I mean...
How did she say it? How did he tell you she said it?
You might have sent me a... Oh, here's what she said. There was one just general joke, but I have the other text. He said, my favorite quote from tonight, I overheard Wendi saying, at least it didn't happen to Jeff or the kids or somebody I actually cared about.
Okay.
So that was the vibe. you know, they split this town into two piles, you know. I mean, it was a nasty thing. But people that aren't me, because I'm careful, I haven't told anybody the story like I've told it to you. I've told people I'm suspicious. That's about all I've said. They find her behavior erratic, bizarre, scary, and people who are very close friends to her are coming to the point where they're like, Jeff, I'm people stopping in my office saying, Jeff, is there any chance, I was just out the Adelsons in Miami, is there any chance they had something to do with this? That's the weirdest family, the vibe, you walk in the room and something's strange. I know it's all subjective, but it helps me to hear that, because I feel like I'm a crazy person for the last 6 months. I've been waiting for you guys to arrest some vagrant, you know? I mean, and those names I give you, I mean, that's so you can have all the data I have. Wendi with Charlie, and I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those two. I acknowledge this might all sound real crazy to you, Mr. Garrett.
I'm not, no. So I'm very interested in this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand it completely and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I can see that it's been weighing on you heavily.
Well, it has, because it sounds crazy to people, obviously. Although I told a couple of people the whole story like I told it to you start to finish, and no one else has said I'm crazy. My therapist said, one thing I forgot to tell you, I had to go get a damn therapist. It was so crazy. So I to try to manage her, I tried to get some advice on relationships. And in April of 2014, he tells me, look, he's real blunt. I'm going to be honest with you. There's two possibilities. One is she's just getting over a divorce, is drinking too much, and she'll settle down over time, maybe live happily ever after. Second option, she sounds an awful lot like a sociopath to me. That's an objective person.
Right.
And I said, sociopath? He said, yeah, high functioning, but she doesn't seem to have a conscience. And I said, oh, Jesus, what I got myself into? Because I was in love with her and I wasn't going to leave at that point. But that's the kind of feedback I've gotten when I tell people what she's actually like.
Okay.
I prefer that you guys catch somebody else, obviously.
Right. When's the last time you talked to her? Or had any conversation?
I could find it for you. It would have been in around August 20th.
Oh, that long ago?
Yeah. She cut off all contact because I didn't tell her I was dating. It was just bizarre. And that was the time, it was about the time of commencement, summer semester commencement. That was another thing as far as narcissism and a crazy person. You know what Wendi was mostly upset about? And she told me this? The fact that she had to cancel her commencement speech because Danny was shot. Her attorney said it's a bad idea to get yourself in front of the media like that and decide additional will show up. You can't do it. She was devastated. It's bizarre.
obviously, if there's something else, we can meet again.
I got one other quick thing for you, actually.
Absolutely.
Wendy was advancing her withdrawal schedule from the antidepressants much more rapidly than is safe, and she stopped. She told me this after the fact. She dropped off her med completely on July 14th.
Well, that's we determined that's the date that the conversation happened about Charlie and the 15,000.
That's right.
But she doesn't tell you till later on?
I just said, how are the meds? And she goes, I stopped those. I think the first day I was back, which was Monday, July 14th. That was her first day off of them. So she was off of them completely on that day.
Okay, so...
Which, by the way, people have impulse control problems at that point, so that might be why she said that. I mean, it's...
But she's telling you this when?
In August sometime.
Okay. She just stopped cold turkey?
I don't know. I just know that supposed to go down 10% a week. She wasn't doing that.
Very interesting that she stopped her antidepressants a few days prior to Danny's murder, and the same day that she revealed their plans to kill him. I find it highly plausible that she chose this time to stop them completely to be able to become more emotionally unstable and better able to react believably to Danny's death.
Your level of contact with her between June 29th and July 14th was less than it was before?
Oh, it was minimal. It was minimal. Days and days would go by at points without us talking on the phone at least. I may get that random text or something, but we weren't talking a lot.
And then on July 13th, Wendy, in essence, tells you that her brother, Charlie, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel.
In 2013, yes, sir.
In 2013?
Yes.
What was your reaction to this?
It was in the context of a relationship discussion. It kind of just blurted out when he has a habit of blurting things out that are kind of tangential or whatever. And so I didn't know what to make of it. My stomach kind of flipped. It was like a chilling statement. And then we kind of ended up talking about the relationship again, and so I didn't give it a lot of thought at the time. It was just a crazy thing that someone would say,
Okay, very crazy thing.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Did you take that statement as a threat to you? And let me kind of clarify this. She indicated that because of her bad relationship with Mr. Markel, correct? And you agree with me that they had a bad relationship, correct?
That's how she characterized it.
You agree with me that she said, based on a bad relationship, that her brother had looked into hiring somebody to kill him, correct?
Well, that was specifically about the relocation, is what she said in that statement. I know they had bad blood otherwise for other reasons, certainly, but that was specifically tied to the relocation battle being lost. That was what prompted Charlie to look into it, according to her statement.
This conversation that you had on July 13th, where was it?
It was in her house on Aqua Ridge.
Was anybody else around when she made the statement?
No, sir.
Did you contact any of your friends after this conversation and discuss the fact that Wendi Adelson had indicated that her brother had looked to hire a hitman?
In what time frame?
Okay, so on July 13th, when the conversation's over, do you stay there that night?
No, we ended with me telling Wendy, if this isn't going to work for you, you can text me and we can just break up. I don't want a big thing, like confrontation. And I left for the night. I did not stay.
Do you have like a family member or a best friend that you talk to about personal issues?
I have several, sure.
Okay. Did you call or contact any of them on the way back to discuss what had transpired about? And I'm not talking about the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm sorry. I am talking about the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you call your friend and go, hey, listen, it ended with me and Wendy?
It's summertime, and at FSU, a lot of these people were out of town. Some of them were even overseas, so there was less contact than there ordinarily would have been. But I'm sure I discussed the fact, well, not that night because it was so late, What I remember is the next day when I get this email saying, don't contact me for a week, I certainly shared that with friends because I found it really frustrating and surprising and thought it was weird.
Did you share with any of your friends the comment that Wendi Adelson made to you with regards to her brother and the murder for hire?
Yeah, I'm sure I did. I just couldn't tell you who or when I did that, but certainly after the murder occurred, certainly I shared that with people. I also shared it with the police the first day they brought me in.
Right. So you were interviewed by law enforcement in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
During your interview with law enforcement, did you mention this statement?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell Detective, it was Detective Eisen that interviewed you?
It was him and Investigator Hale.
Okay. Did you indicate to them who you had shared this information with?
I don't know that I was asked to.
Judge, it's not for the
Overruled.
Can you restate the question?
No worries. So when you tell them what Wendi told you about her brother's murder for hire plot, did you say, yeah, listen, you know, I spoke to my buddy, because the murder happened on the 18th, correct?
That's correct.
And so 4 days prior to that is when you got that breakup. Was it an email or a text message?
It was an email.
Okay, so you get a breakup email. And so you call your friends, which is normal, right? And you indicated just a few minutes ago that you probably mentioned the murder for hire to some of your friends, right?
At some point, I just don't know when.
Okay. What about, was that before or after your interview with law enforcement?
Was what before or after?
Your discussions with friends.
Well, after I had told it to the police, I certainly discussed it. I'm confident. I may have done it before as well. I don't recall that. But after I told the police that, I did share that with some people confidentially, yes.
Now, she told you, and by she I'm referring to Wendi Adelson, during your July 13th conversation, that he had looked and the price was either $15,000 or $50,000, correct?
That's correct.
So it's either one or the other, correct?
Right.
And would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that she said that that price was too high?
No, she didn't offer any further context or explanation. It was kind of the thing that was blurted out. And then literally 20 seconds later, she started talking about something else, and I can't recall what that was. I think it was the relationship stuff that I was very focused on.
So out of nowhere, she tells you Charlie was going to go look to hire a hitman. It was going to cost $15,000 or $50,000, and you don't go back to that.
I don't know that it was out of nowhere. I believe preceding that was a discussion that if anything ever happened to Danny, she would move to Miami. I think I've spoken to the investigator Eisen about that previously.
And listen, I have to ask Mr. Lacoste, at no point did you contact law enforcement after you heard of this threat so they could contact Mr. Markel to see if there's any need to protect him in any way, shape, or form?
I didn't.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
I know the fact that Jeff didn't alert the police immediately after this statement was made to him rubs a lot of people the wrong way. And I can understand the frustration and anguish of thinking that this tragedy may have somehow been able to be prevented. So I would like us to take a few things into consideration before hanging Jeff out to dry. I'm sure many of us have either heard or said ourselves things to the effect of, if I ever saw so-and-so, I would kill them. Or I would like 30 minutes alone in a room with so-and-so, and only one of us would be walking out, etc. And I can be fairly certain to say that whether this was heard or uttered ourselves, most of us haven't or wouldn't go to the police. I feel like especially with a person as emotionally unstable as Wendi, there's going to be a certain amount of dismissal to statements like this. I feel like in most people's friend circle, there's at least one person that you just kind of write off anything they say as just being who they are. Like you take your girlfriends out to the bar, but you have to like pre-warn them about Crazy Kevin because Crazy Kevin just says crazy things. Wendi is Crazy Kevin. I also want to share a personal experience of mine that shows that going to the police doesn't always do much. When I first started my YouTube channel 11 years ago, I ended up with a crazed fan who became obsessed with me. It started out innocently at first, but then took a dark turn when this person began to make death threats against me. This person then acquired my home address, my phone number, and even went as far as to send me pictures of my own house that they flew across the country just to see. They sent me death threats through text, through emails, left messages on my phone, and even posted them to YouTube, tagging me. They were very detailed and even included the weapon that they had planned to use in these videos. Armed with this information, I went to the local police station. It took me over 30 minutes just to share all the evidence that I had of this threat. I was ultimately told that there was nothing they could do. I was told that until this person is on my doorstep and I am in active danger, there's no steps they could take to offer me protection or prevent anything from happening. And it should be noted that this was in the same year and the same state that Dan Markell was murdered in. So as heartbreaking as it is to think that this could have somehow been prevented if only Jeff had acted on this information, I can say with some level of certainty that, unfortunately, it would have likely made little to no difference.
All right, Mr. Lacoste, when we broke, we were talking about statements made to you by Wendi Adelson about her brother considering options to take care of her relocation problem. What, if any, statements did she tell you to that effect?
Yes, ma'am. On July 13th, 2014, Wendi and I were speaking, and she asked me if she could share something with me confidentially. I told her sure. She mentioned, or she said, that Charlie had explored all options to take care of the problem, and that he had looked into having Professor Markell killed. It would cost about $15,000. I later talked to Investigator Eisman and said that could have been $50,000. They sound an awful lot alike.
Okay, so you're not sure if she said 15 or 50.
That's right, but I'm confident she made that statement. I just can't remember the exact dollar amount. And she did state that was during the relocation battle the previous summer is when that had taken place.
All right. And the day that she made the statement to you was July 13th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go now to July 14th, 2014.
Okay.
Now, you had met Catherine McBanois several months prior to that.
Yeah, I met her in March.
So March, April, May, June, July. Wendi is opening up to you and saying what her brother had looked into doing, right?
I think you're talking about the 14th. You're talking about the 13th, I think.
July 13th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So July 13, 2014, she's talking about her brother hiring a hitman. She's giving you incriminating details, right?
Yes.
Never said anything about the involvement of Catherine McBanois, right?
No, it was 3 sentences, so no, she didn't.
All right, let's talk about now the options that he looked into doing to take care of the problem, right?
Right.
On direct examination, the state attorney's office asked you what year it was. But there was more specifics to that. It was specifically the summer of 2013, right?
Yes, it was attached to the relocation, so whenever, it was after relocation had failed, where she'd been denied the motion for relocation.
But I want to make sure it's clear because we didn't have the full information from direct examination. What Wendi told you is that her brother looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013.
That's correct.
And that would have been before he even knew Catherine McBanois.
Yeah, I don't know when they met, but if you say so.
This is going to be the Sunday before the homicide that we're here about. Did you see Wendi Adelson that evening at her residence here in Tallahassee?
Yes, after we returned from dinner and a movie, we went back to her residence. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And at some point that evening, did the issue of the relocation battle that was going on back in the summer of 2013 come up?
It did.
And is that the issue we've already touched on, which has to do with her wanting to move to South Florida with the children and filing a petition to do so in the courts?
That's right, and by extension, the issue of being stuck in Tallahassee.
Okay. And while discussing that issue, did Ms. Adelson make some statements to you about her brother Charlie?
She did.
And what were those statements?
She asked to speak to me confidentially in a very serious tone of voice, told me that Charlie had investigated all possible options to take care of the problem of Danny Markel, including hiring a hitman, which would cost about $15,000. And I later revised that and thought maybe it was $50,000, but the dollar amount was the only thing in question. She definitely said that Charles Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Danny Markel.
And when did she say Mr. Adelson had looked into hiring a hitman?
When the relocation was denied, the previous summer.
Okay, all right. And the dollar amount, so she either said 15 or 50, you're not sure which?
That's correct.
Okay. And when she said this, what was her demeanor like?
She's very serious.
All right, so definitely not the to be confused with the TV joke?
No, I'd heard that joke repeatedly. I knew that joke. This was something very different. This was chilling, a little scary, made my stomach flip. I found it disturbing. The joke was said in a lighthearted manner, and this was not said in that way. This was serious and said confidentially.
All right, thank you. And I want to, well.
Now, you mentioned, we'll start with the joke, the bad joke.
Yes.
You mentioned this TV joke, how it was lighthearted, bad humor, certainly in the context of what happened, but it was a joke.
Yeah, it was dark humor, I would say, but it was clearly a joke, yes.
And do you recall that joke being given at that Yardbird dinner?
I don't.
Could it have been given at that Yardbird dinner?
It could have, but I don't recall it, and I actually think I might remember that.
I'm sure you do.
Given what happened.
I think one thing that has been established is you believe that Wendi Adelson tried to frame you for Professor Markel's murder, right?
I'm suspicious that there was an effort made in that way, yes.
And so that has affected your viewpoint, correct?
Sure.
Well, let's talk about your viewpoint. And we have to go a little bit back and repeat a couple things to put it in context. So you meet with Charlie Adelson. He tells you that he's in the he's friends with people in the criminal element. You say thanks for a great meeting, correct? Send him a nice text.
The next day I sent him a text, yes.
You don't go to the police?
No, I don't go to the police.
Okay. You then hear that Charlie's made a joke many times about this TV being cheaper than hiring a hitman.
Heard the joke twice.
Okay. You don't go to the police?
No.
Then in June, at a time when Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you, she sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago, my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman.
Daddy Rashbaum drives me crazy with how much he turns to the jury when he's talking to Jeff. It reminds me of bullies in 80s movies when they're talking to the kid that they're picking on, but they keep like checking in with their underlings.
Then in June, at a time when Wendi Adelson is breaking up with you, she sits you down and she says, I have to confide the biggest secret in my life. That a year ago, my brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today, right?
You said in June, sir?
In June? I'm sorry, in July.
Okay.
In July.
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do it again.
I'm sorry.
I'll try to keep it lower this time. In July of 2014,
Yes.
about a week before the murder, when you're breaking up with Wendi Adelson, or things are seriously not good, she sits you down and she says, Jeffrey, I've got to confide in you. My brother actually looked into hiring a hitman. That's your testimony here today.
No, she didn't sit me down. She said it in passing, and she had a habit of blurting out things that weren't in her own self-interest. But she did do that. She did make that statement, yes, sir.
And it was chilling to you.
It was.
Unlike the joke, you thought it was real.
It was real, yes.
Did you go to the police?
I did not.
And then you break up.
Kind of. She strung me along for another week, as you know. Mostly, yeah, but kind of.
Well, the murder happens and you get called in as a suspect of the murder.
Right.
And you're upset at that point.
Yes, I was upset.
And you have a first interview with the police, and then you have a second interview with the police.
Yes.
And during the second interview with the police, you talk solely about Wendi Adelson.
Yeah, I think that's right. I felt like I needed to say they needed to look at Wendi Adelson as well. That was the point of that talk. Yes, sir.
That was the point of that talk.
Yes.
And you even, you don't mention actually Charlie Adelson at all in that second interview.
I already had done so yes, you're correct.
So that second interview, you talk just about Wendi Adelson. And in fact, you're so uncomfortable in the interview. You tell the police that. You say, I'm so uncomfortable, and Detective Isom asked you why. Do you recall that?
It wasn't a Detective Isom.
Okay, I'm sorry. The detective who was interviewing you asked you why.
I don't... You have to remind me on that.
Well, let me remind you what you said. You said, because it's hard for me, because if she would take me back right now, I would go back to her.
Yeah, I was still under her spell to some degree. I would say I was fairly pathetic at that point. I would acknowledge that, yeah.
So let me understand this, because I want to make sure I've got it right. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
Wendi Adelson has told you that her brother looked into hiring a hitman sometime in 2013. He gets murdered.
He does.
You go to an interview, and during that interview, you're still thinking about staying with Wendi Adelson. You don't want to talk badly about her because you still want to be with her.
You're talking about this July 23rd interview specifically?
Yes.
Yeah, it only been a week. It was still pretty fresh. I was still pretty mixed up. That's right.
Okay, well, let's see how mixed up you were after that. So then you're clearly broken up at that point. We can agree, right?
Actually, I would say yes functionally, but I've testified before that Miss Adelson and I had conversations in August where she behaved as if we were still together, and we had a conversation that finally ended it, initiated by me. Now, practically, we were broken up.
You never went on a date with her again, right?
Never saw her again other than in our courtroom, right.
Fair enough. Then she tells you, according to you, that my client, Charlie Adelson, says that she had a celebration dinner with Charlie, and that the celebration dinner was about the murder of Professor Markel.
I don't recall saying that last part.
But that's how you took it, right?
I worried that was the case. I told the police, and my understanding was Wendi conceded she threw up on her dinner table.
Do you know that the first time you told the police that was in March of 2015?
I do know that.
So what happened in September of 14? What happened in October of 14?
Hold on. I want to back this up in case anyone missed it. George is really trying to give Daddy Rashbaum the attention that he wants.
What happened in October of 14?
It just starts to crack up. How she's able to keep a straight face through any of this performance is beyond me.
What happened in October of 14?
I love her.
What happened in November of 14? What happened in December of 14? January of 15? February of 15. You still didn't think that was important to tell the police?
I'm happy to answer that. I think you deserve an explanation on that. You may have noticed in my March 6, 2015 interview, I come in with notes, big pile of notes. Those notes are written in July of August. They're written pretty quick after the murder. I didn't come in right away, partially because I was scared of your client. I was scared of the repercussions if I went on the record further about my suspicion. So I was reluctant to come back in because I was frankly scared.
Oh, I get it. You were scared of him in August of 14, but you weren't scared of him in March of 2015.
I decided to man up. I decided it was a homicide and needed to man up. That's the decision I came
Right.
to.
You weren't scared to tell him that my client had actually looked into a hitman a year earlier. That didn't scare you. You could tell him that in July.
No, I was.
Hold on, sir. Let me ask the question.
Fair enough.
In July of 2014, you told police that Charlie Adelson, you heard, actually looked at hiring a hitman. You weren't scared to tell him that.
I asked for police protection. I was scared.
You told them that in July of 2014. Isn't that correct?
Yes, in the same conversation, I said, can I get some assurances? Can I get some protection? I have something I want to tell you. I'm scared to tell you.
But you were too scared to tell him about a celebration dinner comment, and you waited almost half a year to tell him?
Well, I did wait half a year to tell them, but the notes I brought in were written right after that interview. I also wanted to get my thoughts together because I thought this day might come. And in those first two interviews, there was a lot going on. It was pretty traumatic, so I wanted to collect my thoughts. So that's what I was doing, in addition to being pretty frightened and having to get over that idea.
Isn't it true that those comments never happened, and you're upset because you believe that this family tried to frame you for murder?
Everything I'm saying is true.
I'm sure it is. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Move to strike the "I'm sure it is" comment.
I'll withdraw it.
It's withdrawn. Please disregard, members of the jury.
Rashi, I know this is some of the most damning evidence against your client, but you sound actually insane getting so worked up over Jeffrey Lacasse. Take a chill pill. I'm sure Charlie will prescribe you one. And you sit on the naughty step until you can talk in a nice voice.
I have no further comments for this.
Questions?
Or questions.
Redirect examination.
This may seem like a fine point, but I want to make sure it's crystal clear. When Mr. Rashbaum was asking you about the hot tub conversation, Mr. Rashbaum said that his client said that he was friends with people in the criminal element. Is that exactly what was said?
The word I recall is he had connections and friends on both sides of the tracks.
Okay. Connections to the criminal
elements. And
element.
particularly, there was the Cuban neighborhood comment that I repeated to the TPD later.
Gotcha.
Actually, on July 21st, first interview, I mentioned that comment.
Okay. How many pages of notes do you have in reference to this case?
Like right now or over the last 9 years?
I mean, kind of over the last 9 years.
Yeah. I'm a researcher by training. I'm an analytic person by nature. So those 6 months was pretty obsessive. I was reviewing every text message, every email, writing. I condensed it down. I think if you watch the videotape, you would see me bring in 3, 4, 5 pages. But I would say I wrote probably 100 pages before I came in to see them the third time.
Over the course of 6 months or so, Jeff was able to write 100 pages of notes about this case and what a sociopath Wendi is. That makes me feel a little bit better about the fact that we're, 8 or so hours into what I thought would be one video.
He had bought me a TV when I got divorced and said it was a present and made a very bad joke and bad taste that it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
And was
But no,
that... I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, that's okay.
What else were you going to say?
I think that was it.
All right. Was that a joke that your brother made one time or more than one time?
He has a tendency to repeat himself, so everything he says multiple times.
Do you know how many times he said it?
I have no idea, but definitely twice at least.
And it was your understanding that he had not made any actual efforts to hire the hitman?
Yes.
But you did get a TV as a divorce present?
I did get a TV.
Let's talk about your brother's jokes now. You don't deny that he joked about hiring a hitman.
He did.
You don't deny that he repeated this joke.
He did.
And he made this joke right before a hitman murdered Professor Markel.
I don't know that to be true.
Okay. He made the joke right before, and I'll leave out the hitman part, Professor Markel was killed.
He made the joke the morning that I talked to him.
Can you think of one person in this world that would actually hire two people to go kill Professor Markel other than your family?
No.
Miss Adelson, please.
The way that she turns and stares at the judge for help cracks me up.
No.
Miss Adelson, please answer. Please address me and answer the
It
question.
calls for an unbelievable amount of speculation. I mean, I'm responsible for coming up with. That's the prosecutor's duty, to figure out who's responsible.
You just said a moment ago that you disagree that hitman killed Professor Markel. That's what you said, right? So my question to you is, if you're able to say, well, it wasn't hitman, then who? Tell this jury. Who on this planet would have wanted to kill Professor Markel?
I have no idea.
All right. Let's get into that a little bit. But I want to make sure that's clear. This joke is made right before Professor Markel is murdered, right?
The joke was made many times.
It was made right before Professor Markel was murdered. Yes or no?
Yes.
July 18, 2014, you're interviewed, and you make a statement saying, I knew this would happen. You said that, right?
I did.
All right. Now I want to talk about your knowledge and your belief on this. You're a smart person, right?
How am I supposed to answer that?
Well,
don't worry about it, Wendy. I've got this. I'm educated. I'm not smart. I'm manipulative. I'm not smart. I think I know it all, but I'm not smart.
He's done that in the past where he's gone behind your back when you were having problems in a relationship and dealt with it himself.
No.
Miss Adelson, you understand that until you expose your brother what he did, that everybody's going to consider you as guilty. You understand that, right?
What is the question that you were asking me?
You understand that until you expose your brother and explain what he did, that he went behind everybody's back, that he hired a hitman to murder your ex-husband, you'll remain guilty in the eyes of the world.
I can't speak to the eyes of the world. I can only know that I have done nothing wrong.
Or maybe you are guilty.
I am not guilty.
So
I can speak to the eyes of the world.
I am not guilty.
So
I have done nothing wrong.
So we're coming back to maybe you do know, or maybe you were involved.
Excuse me? What's the question that you're asking me?
I'm giving you a header of what we're talking about so that it will ease you in the question. Okay, I'm just telling you what the topic that we're on, so we'll get to a question.
Ms. Adelson, we've got 2 points we need clarification on from you. When we talked about your relationship with Jeffrey Lacasse, we talked about a occasion on July 13th, 2014. It would have been the Sunday before the murder. And on that occasion, did you, at your residence that evening, in the context of discussing the relocation issue involving you and your children moving to South Florida, did you say that Charlie, your brother, this defendant, had explored all options to resolve the problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost either $15,000 or $50,000?
No.
And did you have a conversation with Jeffrey Lacasse at your residence that night where you said you wanted to share something in confidence with him?
No.
Did you ever say that your brother had seriously hired a hitman where you weren't repeating the joke? You
No.
were serious. All right. And you talked about the joke about hiring a hitman. It was made in 2013. Yes? And the chilling statement about Charlie's serious interest in hiring a hitman was made to you 5 days before the murder, correct?
Correct.
And it was referencing that he had done that in 2013.
That's right.
All right. But obviously, was the murder of Dan Markell accomplished in 2013?
No, Danny lived throughout 2013 and through half of 2014.
All right. And it was accomplished in 2014
That's correct.
when Charlie Adelson was dating who?
Catherine Magbanua, that's correct.
No further questions.
In June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. I said, I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like, it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. And one of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? She says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going. Winter in the winter, I would understand. There's no way we're going to get stuck. We can rent a car. We have friends that could babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me, that's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything that would stop that, you know. And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendi Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. And I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? She goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park, we'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendi wants... People laughed. I said, Wendi says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, you know, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And she was when we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I'm sitting there, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there was this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem, but that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June, yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that, and it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of...
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight. I find out about Danielle's SAG. And afterwards she says, I feel comfortable with that. She just had an appointment with her therapist, and she said, my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We had people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was which we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. If I fast forward a little bit, we have the trip to St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period with Danny.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman. I know her really well. And there was something at the time with me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really...
She'd never done anything like this before?
No, she had canceled and recanceled, and she did that all the time. Completely disorganized person, but it usually made sense. It usually had a reason, and usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or her parents wanted her to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. It didn't make sense, and it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket.
Oh.
But she told me she did.
Same airline? Same flight?
So. I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation. Because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together, so I think she probably bought a ticket, actually. But I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday the 18th.
Exactly.
To pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe?
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's going, miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. It's not, I said, you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special...
Okay, why not adjust the flight or adjust the...
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer.
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards, the 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just she was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that time.
No, I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents. All right, so three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, oh, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine.
She says, and she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday?
Early on Friday.
What does early on Friday mean?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick up the kids from school until 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
Let's clear this up a little. In May, Jeff and Wendi planned a trip and purchased plane tickets to go visit his family in California. Everything is fine until the first week of June, when suddenly Wendi cancels the trip. The reason she gives is that she has to be back to pick up the kids Friday the 18th, which Jeff points out makes no sense since they were not even planning to return on the 18th, but Thursday, the day before. He says the 19th, but he says that they were returning Thursday and later corrects this date in his testimony. So returning a full day ahead of when she's due to pick up the kids and still cancels the entire trip, citing that as the reason. And as Jeff pointed out, they had several backup plans if that happened.
I want to talk about the incident that occurred at the coffee shop on June 4th of 2014. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened at the coffee shop? Was that here in Tallahassee?
That was at Red Eye Coffee. I had met Wendi for a cup of coffee. I had an appointment in the same building later, so we just met up. And a couple of things happened on that day, but at the coffee shop, Wendi canceled a trip that we had planned for her to come meet my parents in California, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th. And she said she canceled that trip because she was concerned we wouldn't get back in time to pick up the kids on the 18th, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. But we then discussed, rescheduling the trip. It wasn't anything I objected to strongly or anything like that, but it was weird.
The plan originally was for you to return to Tallahassee on the 17th?
Yes.
And then for her to take custody of her kids from Dan Markell on the 18th?
Yes.
Okay. And she canceled the trip because why?
Because our flight might get delayed in the middle of summer and we would get stranded and not be able to be there to pick up the kids. And she had to pick up the kids on the 18th.
Okay.
More like she has to be back to make sure the job gets done.
I want to ask you about a meeting with Wendi at a coffee shop that occurred on June 4th, 2014. Do you recall that?
I do.
What happened at the coffee shop?
We went to the Red Eye Coffee Shop to have coffee just to meet midday, and Miss Adelson canceled a trip that we had planned for July 11th to 17th to go see my parents, which was a big deal in the relationship, and she abruptly canceled it.
Did she offer an explanation as to why she needed to cancel the trip?
Not one that made sense. She said that she feared that we would not get back in time, and she emphasized, had to be back on the 18th to pick the kids up out of school, which would have been July 18th, 5 p.m., is my understanding. And I couldn't fathom why in the summer going through Atlanta you wouldn't be able to get back in time. It didn't make any sense to me.
So she was worried you could be delayed and she wouldn't be able to pick the kids up.
Right, and we had people who could babysit. It didn't make any sense at all, but that was what she said. That day was very important.
All right, and so that occurred on June 4th.
It did.
And so that occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Did you see her later that night?
Yes, I went to her house and hung out with her and her children that night.
All right. And was there anything unusual about her behavior on the night of June 4th, 2014?
Definitely. She was a nervous wreck. And I actually traveled to the store to buy her, I believe, some Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck. She was having stomach problems. So she wasn't food poisoned. She didn't have the flu. She wasn't sick. She was just so nervous that she was having stomach problems.
All right. All right. Did you see her later that evening?
I did. I went to the house to hang out with her and her children.
And is that her residence on Aqua Ridge?
Yes, ma'am.
And how was she that night? This is June 4th, right?
It is.
Okay.
She was a nervous wreck to the point where she was sick to her stomach. Asked me to get to her house as soon as possible. She was in that much distress. And she didn't have food poisoning or flu or anything obvious. She was just a nervous wreck. So I went to her house, immediately went to the store to get her Pepto-Bismol and a couple of things from the convenience store. I have the credit card receipt, is why I recall that so specifically.
And did you have any idea why she's acting? I assume this is unusual for her.
It was fairly unusual. The degree of severity was definitely unusual. But that whole week, June 4th to 9th, she was very nervous. So.
And she didn't tell you it was because killers were in Tallahassee to kill Dan Markell, did she?
No, I was stunned to later find out that there was hitmen in town at the time.
Okay. I want to ask you about June 4th, 2014. Do you recall an event that occurred that day that was unusual?
Yeah, I remember a couple of unusual occurrences on June 4th.
Could you tell us about that, please?
Yeah, I had met Miss Adelson at the Red Eye Coffee Shop in Midtown for a coffee about 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We were going to talk about our relationship a little bit, and she canceled a trip we had planned to California to visit my parents, which was scheduled for July 11th to 17th.
All right. And was she acting strangely that night?
Yeah, that night she was a nervous wreck to the point, I couldn't put my finger on why at the time, to the point where she lived kind of way up Centerville where there's no convenience stores or anything close, and I actually took about 35 minutes and drove to a convenience store to get her Pepto-Bismol because she was such a nervous wreck and had a real nervous stomach that evening.
Okay. And did she ever tell you what the problem was?
No, she's very nonspecific about it.
All right.
The first trip Garcia and Rivera took was June 4th through the 5th.
Prosecutor asked you about June 4th, 2014. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you guys were at the Red Eye Coffee Shop, right?
That's correct.
And around what time was that?
I had a hair appointment at 2 or 3, so it was at 1 or 2.
And so in the early afternoon?
Could have been as early as 12:30, sir.
12:30,
yeah.
Okay. So around 12:30 on June 4th, 2014, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that she was and by she I mean Wendi Adelson, that she was acting unusual?
That's correct.
Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Did you ask her what was wrong?
I did ask her what was wrong. It was very non-specific. That happened with Wendi quite a bit with it, where she was upset and there was not an exact name put to why.
Was she upset often?
Yes.
Would she get these kind of physical reactions often, that her stomach would hurt or that she would ask you to get her medicine?
I got to know her better in the spring, so I saw more of it than I would have in the fall. That was the only time I can recall. That was not an average thing. I think it's why I remember it, because it was unusual.
And you said that you drove about 35 minutes to get her medicine?
Yeah, it could have been 25, 35 minutes, but where she lived was not convenient to run to the store, so it was a discussion like, do we want to do that? It's all the way down there, and she was so nervous, I thought, no, I'm going. So.
Did she go with you?
No, she did not. She had the kids that night, so she stayed with the children.
Did she make any kind of doctor's appointments shortly thereafter? To your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Let's get a little deeper into this. A few things that we have to keep in mind. Katie is aware of what Sigfredo is doing and is updating Charlie, who is then assumedly updating Wendi. So on June 2nd, Sigfredo rents a car for the first trip to Tallahassee. On June 2nd, Sigfredo rents a silver Nissan. It was a 3-day rental due back on June 5th. However, the following day, Sigfredo swaps the vehicle out for a blue Hyundai. The due date for return remained the same for June 5th. They end up leaving in the early morning hours of June 4th. Cell phone records show that they arrived in Tallahassee around 12:30 p.m. and stayed at the motel until 6:30. Could this be why Wendi was so anxious? The hitmen were already in town by the time Wendi met Jeff for coffee. Katie was in constant contact with Sigfredo the entire first trip.
When you all didn't do anything the first time, did anybody call when you're heading back to Miami, or what's the first indication is?
He was talking to her. I know he kept talking to her on the phone. The first ride, he talked to her a lot. I know he did. He kept talking to her. I kept telling you, get off the phone, bro. Why you keep talking to her? Nothing to talk about. When you get down there, you talk to her personal. No need to be on the phone. I told him that's how you're going to get caught. I told him just like that. I said, that's how we're going to get caught. You on this phone. You talk too much, especially when you're drunk. You speak too much. But he always kept talking. Every time she'll call me, then she'll go again. I got her.
But did he call her when y'all were on the way back? You decided abort the mission. You're not going to do it. You're not going to kill the guy this time.
Yeah, the first night, yeah, he called. He like, oh, nothing happened. We'll probably come back, but nothing happened today. Like, fuck it, this shit is sour. It's not. You know, we couldn't even find the guy. We followed him. We kicked. Every time we go to his house, I couldn't tell if he was in his house or not because his car going to the garage. So we could never knew if he was there or not.
Did you ever hear a conversation between him and her, or was anybody questioning why y'all didn't do it?
No. Ain't nobody questioning us. Ain't nobody gonna question me. Ain't nobody even. I think that they didn't even know I was going on the ride unless the only one that knew was Katie. She knew I was in that car.
How did she know that?
Because he told her. He told her, I'm going with Tato. They call me Tato. So I think I'm going with Tato. So I said, I asked him who knows. He goes, no, it's just Katie. I said, that lady knows I'm in a car. He's like, nobody knows, just Katie. But in my instance, I didn't trust him that day. I'm like, somebody else got to know. Because if you told Katie, Katie had to tell that lady.
The lady being Wendi. And I'm sure that especially if there really was a first attempt, well, non-attempt by the other hitmen, I'm sure that Katie kept in constant contact with Charlie, updating him along the way. And I'm sure in turn he was keeping Wendi and his parents in the loop. So that means by the time the hitmen made it to Tallahassee, Wendi likely knew that they had to be back to Miami the very next day. Jeff said that they met at coffee as early as 12:30, but more likely around 1 or 2 p.m. The following morning, their cell data showed that they were at the motel until 11:20, staying here at the Budget Inn on Tennessee Street. Records then show their phone communicates with a cell site near Monroe in Tennessee at 11:27, which would coincide with their driving straight there, as current traffic conditions would take them about 6 minutes to get there from the Budget Inn. And here's a Google Street View of that intersection. "25 minutes later, their handset communicates with a cell tower near Timberlane Road and Market Street. And this is the site that would provide cell service to Premier Fitness. Here's the cell tower site from their last location at the corner of Monroe and Tennessee. And here's where Premier Fitness is located. Now, you might be wondering why there's a time discrepancy if it only takes 10 or so minutes to arrive there from their last known location. The way these locations are generated, The cell tower sites will only connect with the phone when there is activity on the phone. So this could be consistent with them sitting in the parking lot for 15 minutes and then calling Katie for an update. Now, records do show that Dan checked into Premier Fitness at 9:18, but they do not have a record of when he left. But based on his routine that we know about, it seems like he only spends an hour to an hour and a half at the gym. So that begs the question, how did the hitmen know that he frequents Premier Fitness? Their call records show that they were at Budget Inn from a little after midnight to 11:20 a.m. So, who could have possibly made them aware of this part of his schedule? Because, as we know, the only information that they were given by Charlie initially was a piece of paper with his name, home address, and a picture of him.
How do you know what kind of car he's driving?
Because Sigfredo told me the car.
Sigfredo told you the car?
He said he got a black Nissan.
Okay.
No tints. You will see him. Because he already showed me the picture.
So Sigfredo supplied you a picture of Markel, which is the target,
Yes, sir.
and has also told you a type of car that he drives.
Yes, sir.
Does he tell you where that information came from?
No, sir. He just showed me a piece of paper with his name, and I believe that paper had that address. But I remember seeing his face, and so the paper had to have the address.
Was it typed or was it handwritten?
No, it's like that.
Typed?
Yeah.
The next signal picked up from the cell phone is at 12:33 to 12:40 at cell sites that services Danny's neighborhood. There's further communication at the same cell site at both 1:44 to 2:18 and at 3:25. This is the intersection where that cell tower is located, and also directly coincides with the park that Rivera said that they were doing surveillance from. It seems like they left to head back to Miami shortly after this, as our next location shows them in Greenville, Florida on I-10, 44 minutes later. So let's line this timeline up a little. Jeff and Wendi meet up June 4th at Red Eye Coffee between 1 and 2, but as early as 12:30. At this point in time, the hitmen were already in town, and Wendi would have very likely known that their rental car was due back in Miami the next day on June 5th. It's unclear whether or not she had planned the 2-week trip to Miami at this point, but seeing that it would have conflicted with this trip to California, I would assume not. At any rate, Wendi cancels the trip that she had planned with Jeff.
But who will babysit the hitmen if I'm in California, Jeff? Ugh.
By that evening, Wendi was begging Jeff to get to her house as soon as possible.
Come quick, my tummy hurts.
By the time he arrived, her nerves have her in such a state of distress that he leaves to go get her Pepto-Bismol.
I'm sick over the fact that Dan's not dead yet.
What?
Huh?
Okay, here's your stuff. By this time, Wendi would have allegedly, definitely known that the hitmen weren't going to complete the job on this trip and would have to come back. Is that why she was such a nervous wreck? The notion that this may not be getting done again, and why cancel the trip? It was either because she thought that the job wasn't getting done and wanted to be able to be there to check on them, or she thought it was about to be done and she would be in Miami by this weekend and Jeff would be ancient history by July. But this was one of 3 sets of plans that she canceled with Jeff. The California trip, scheduled in late April, early May, canceled June 4th. The St. Augustine trip, plans made mid-June, canceled 5 or so days before the murder. And the staycation trip, planned after the St. Augustine trip is canceled, and she doesn't see Jeff all week. Were these last plans canceled because Jeff would have likely stayed over at Wendy's house the night before the murder, foiling her plans to either set him up or her ability to find Dan herself? He said he spent nearly every night at her house that she didn't have the kids.
Okay. She has 2 kids. I've been over there, I'd say 80 or 90% of nights I'm over there. And every single night that she doesn't have the kids, with maybe just 1 or 2 exceptions, if she's in town, I've slept over. So I spent a lot of time with her.
Now, I think collectively one of the biggest red flags for everyone was how Wendi never asked about the kids' well-being at the police station. She did tell Jane that when the cops picked her up, she asked how the kids were.
I was at lunch with Janine and Ritu, I don't know if you know them, friends of mine, and these officers walk in, and we just finished, I ate a lunch, I had a whole delicious lunch, and they're like, are you Wendi? We need to speak with you. And I was like, oh my God, are the boys okay? And they were like, the boys are fine.
Something that I immediately disregarded as bullshit, as the frequency of Wendy's lies would make me question anything that she said. If she told me that the sky was blue, I would go outside to double check. I don't trust this woman at all. However, in the review of the documents I got from the TPD, I did see where they verified this information. In a report written by Detective Isom, he described locating her at Mosaic Restaurant and does confirm that she did indeed inquire if something happened to one of her children. Fine, Wendi. 1 point for one truthful thing that you've said. Congratulations on that achievement. This does not explain why she never checked into the safety of her children, though, when she drove up to the crime scene.
Who had your kids the morning that Mr. Markell was killed?
The kids were at preschool.
But I mean, at what home did they wake up that day?
That morning, I think they were at Danny's house.
On the way to run your errands, did you encounter a roadblock on Trescott?
I did.
All right, so you did turn off of Centerville onto Trescott.
I did.
All right, and when you encountered a roadblock, what did you assume the problem was there?
I figured it was just an electrical storm or something. There was some tape, and it looked like the road was blocked off. And so I just turned around and went back and went up Benton.
And had there been an electrical storm that morning?
I didn't remember an electrical storm, but in the summertime, there's always trees falling and rainstorms, so pretty normal.
Right, and you weren't concerned based on that experience that there could be something going on at previously your marital home?
Absolutely not.
And your ex-husband, Dan Markell, had your children at that time, right?
No, he did not.
Okay, so you had your children at that time?
No, my children were at preschool at that time.
Right, but who took them to preschool that day?
Danny would have taken them to preschool.
Okay. So it was his day. He was killed on his parenting day.
It was the day he would have brought them to preschool, and I would have picked them up.
All right. Did they spend the night with him the night before?
They did.
Okay. And you hadn't seen your children yet that day when you encountered the roadblock?
On Friday, no.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right. So did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed. I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but...
Did you attempt to call Dan Markell when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal. And Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we left. We were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time, and we left voicemails for each other, but didn't get to talk.
So let's ignore Wendi trying to downplay the scene that she drove up to. because this is the scene that she pulled up to. Please pay attention to the 2122 mailbox right here, as this next mailbox in the bricks is inside of the crime scene tape. And the tape is attached to this utility pole right here. And I can't be 100%, but this looks an awful like Detective Isom to me. Here's another view of the mailbox that we were just looking at that is outside of the crime scene tape. And again, there is tape just in front of this brick mailbox. And in plain view is a marked police car and what I can assume is a detective's vehicle, as well as a number of police officers and other people inside of the crime scene. And I've gone to Google Street View, and here we see that same white mailbox marked 2122. The way we are traveling down the road would have been coming from Centerville, just as Wendi was. As we approach, you can see that brick mailbox. And here is the utility pole that the crime scene tape was tied off to. And we can see it here a little better, albeit a little warped from the Google Street View cameras. And in case you're failing to understand the significance of this is Dan's house. A house which Wendi also lived in for more than 6 years. If we look at this next picture, here's another police car, and this appears to be one of the TPD's forensic vans, which looks like this. Returning to this picture, the police car is in front of an easily identifiable circular driveway. So, returning to Street View, we can go up the street just a touch, and we see that nearly right across the street from Dan's driveway is that circular driveway. Here is Dan's house. So this picture was taken from the vantage point of Dan's driveway. Here's a picture of Dan's house, also with the crime scene tape across the driveway. And here's the car that Wendi was so horrified to see on the news report.
You Google Truscott shooting, and what do you see?
Just that, police investigate shooting on Truscott Drive.
And it's on the news.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the media here tends to get places, and they can't really stop them from being outside.
How often is there a shooting in northeast Tallahassee, right?
On Truscott Drive? Not so often.
This is what I can't figure out. How did he get to the hospital? Did he call 911?
No, a neighbor, according to WCTV, here.
And this should be said, the police department won't release his name until they notify
the family.
And them being in Canada puts a little bit more of a wrench into our notification because it's a little bit more difficult to do internationally. But we're in the process.
And there's really, his injuries are really terrible.
The police got notified because a neighbor. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car. You can't tell it's our house.
Well, yeah, right. You can't tell it's not your house. It certainly appears to be a house like your house.
Yeah. Is it a picture of the house? Oh my God! You can see the car.
And just for the record, the news crews were there just before Wendi was. This article from the Tallahassee Democrat was published at 12:55, the day of the murder. And this is the first published picture. And as we can see here by the mailbox marked as 2113, and the 2115 one here, and the tree that overhangs the road right here, we can still see the utility pole that the crime scene tape is attached to here. But
Do you know what we don't see in any of these pictures? So her whole line about not having any reason to worry is utter nonsense. It is not even a little bit believable that she pulled up to the crime scene tape that has clearly marked off Dan's house only and not immediately know that it was a crime scene.
It's certainly a crime scene, obviously a crime scene.
See, even Jane knows, Wendi. You can try to downplay this as much as you want. But driving up to what is clearly and obviously a crime scene in which your ex's house is the only one isolated, and not at the very least calling the preschool to make sure your boys are there, points very heavily to you knowing that the boys were already in school because you were getting updates directly from the hitmen who were tailing your ex. Because there is no other mother on earth, well, except for one, that would see this scene and not fear for her kids' safety.
I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1.
Okay, who was at your house this morning?
The only person that was at my house this morning was a guy from Best Buy, because my TV was broken and it's under warranty.
Good for you.
Yeah, I figured.
Okay, a guy from Best Buy was at your house to work on your TV?
I have his name and everything at the house if you want it, because the boys broke the TV, so he gave me a choice of fixing it or getting a new one.
What time did he come to the house?
He called me at around 8. He was probably there until around 10.
Okay. Okay. And then you
and then after he left, I kept working on a paper, and I emailed the paper to a librarian at school to work on some of the citations.
Okay.
And I don't think I talked to anyone else, but I was just working for an hour or so from the house. I was gonna take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time. I did laundry, and then I left the house around noon.
To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. Hi.
She's got to swap your hands.
Oh, first I'm gonna have to do your hands. Okay. Hi. What does GSR stand for?
Gunshot residue.
Residue?
Residue.
Okay. This is a really hard job you guys have.
Can't be. All right, right hand. Okay, and are you right or left-handed?
I work with both.
Okay.
But right-handed.
Okay. Since noon today, have you washed your hands at all?
I wish I could tell you I had, but I haven't.
Okay.
I'm filthy.
He's into polyamory and having multiple partners. He's bisexual. I mean, so she started doing all this crazy stuff. Zach was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him.
And a picture, correct?
Yeah.
Take a picture. I'm just going to take a picture.
With my hands?
No, you just want to stand up, and then you can go to the bathroom.
Okay. I really wish I had taken a shower this morning. My plan was to go to this lunch and then come home and work out and shower and then be ready for this party tonight with the boys. Plans are funny. All kinds of plans. That will not be happening. But they swabbed my hands.
Well, fair enough.
Gunpowder.
They should.
They asked me if I'd washed my hands since noon, and I was embarrassed to say I hadn't. I don't remember when I last washed my hands.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Indeed, Jane. So Wendi makes a point of not only telling Isom what she did that morning, like he had asked, but also the one thing that she didn't do, shower. And then claims that she couldn't because she ran out of time.
I was going to take a shower, but I didn't. I ran out of time.
We figured out earlier in this series that the repairman left before 10 a.m. And then Wendi didn't leave her house until 12:30 p.m. So let's assess why, in over a 2.5-hour time period, little Wendi Pooh didn't have time to shower. So I have a few different theories on this. First, there's no accounting for Wendi when she's in the shower, and she needed to create a digital footprint for her alibi. If Wendi takes an hour and a half to get her shower and do her hair and makeup from 10 a.m. to 11:30, that leaves her completely unaccounted for right at the time that Danny is shot. So that's out. And by the time she called Danny at 11:42, her excitement was probably too high to do much else other than to talk to a few friends, hit the save button several times on the paper she was working on. So it's not that time management was the issue. It's that being liable for that time became the paramount issue. Second, and I think that this was fully decided beforehand, Wendi knew that Danny was going to be shot. Allegedly. And being the only one up there, knew that she had to prove that she wasn't the one who did it, which meant intentionally and clearly keeping herself filthy to show that she didn't wash any evidence off of her. She also mentions the same thing about her van for the same reason.
I'm sorry my face is so red. I told her I was laughing because my rear end's sticking up, bending over, getting the seats. I was like, oh, I'm sure 7th Avenue is loving
Did
this.
you see all the Cheerios that are in that car?
We did. At least
I know
can be all
it's there.
vacuumed out.
I meant to clean the car
please.
this week. Now I'm glad I didn't because it would look like I was trying to erase a crime scene.
Well, and the funny
This is why she made sure to directly tell Isom that she had not showered before leaving her house. So he would know that any evidence would still be on her, and then when they found none, she figured that she would be cleared. And as we know, her big brother Charlie seemed to believe that that's all you had to do not to get caught, was to not be directly linked to the crime with some sort of physical evidence.
Well, because one of the things, you don't have the information. Okay, I'm going to tell them that my brother did. I'll do it right now, no. You're going to say, you prove it. And I'm going to say, no. You know what kind of gun was used? I'm going to say no. Did you see your brother do it? No. How do you know he used it? He told me. Okay, he told you. That's all you. Kind of analogy, it's not even admissible. I mean, he told me. What did he tell you? He said I did. Even if I went in and said, my brother said he did it, you gotta prove it. You gotta put the person at the scene. You understand? In order to prove it, you have to put that person at the scene at the time.
I am going to be giving you your instructions on the law itself. A copy of the jury instructions that I will be reading to you has been placed in your chairs. If you wish to follow along as I read to you, that is certainly your choice. If you just wish to listen as I read it out loud, you may do so as well. After these instructions have been given, the attorneys are going to give you their closing arguments. Let's get started at Header 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Charles Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Charles Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Charles Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to, and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and he made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and the crime was committed by Sigfredo Garcia and or Luis Rivera. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed.
You gotta prove it. You gotta put the person at the scene. You understand? In order to prove it, you have to put that person at the scene at the time, not in the car. Because the fact is, it's like, even if, let's say, we just have my car, right? And then I go ahead and I commit a crime, and then I go, and your DNA's in the car, and I go, yeah, Katie was in my car, he got out, and he did this horrible crime. Okay, then they come and they get the DNA in the car, and they go, yeah, Katie was in the car. No, Katie sat in the car for 2 minutes, got out of the AC, and then got out of the car. Katie has nothing to do with the murder. Katie, that doesn't exist. So, even if I can prove that, yeah, Katie was guilty, can you put Katie at the murder scene? I can put Katie, not say the shooting out of the car, yeah. What you do is, you have a little bit of that, you have to get in the car, and then when you read the interrogation, at least if you know, you are going to have money on, such a day, you were in that car. So even if DNA, your fingerprints, fucking hair, is all over that fucking car, that proves, yeah, congratulations, you were in the car. It's not a sign to sit in a car. Okay, you know what I mean? My mom just sat in the car. It's not.
The verdict form is in its proper order. Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the Second Judicial Circuit in and for Leon County, Florida, the State of Florida versus Charles Adelson, case number 2016 CF 3036B, verdict. Count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder.
Aw, sorry, Charlie. A quick little Google search for what constitutes first-degree murder in Florida would have been a handy step to take before, deciding to kill Dan. But when you know it all, what more do you really have to learn? I know exactly how it went down, too. All right, Wendy, it's no big deal. We can't get caught for this because we're not going to be at the scene. Ever. You're going to be the only one who's in town, so you'll be the one they look closest at. So all you have to do is make sure that you have a digital record for everything you do that afternoon. And then, when the officer comes to your house to tell you that your ex has been killed, you cry like a 3-year-old who dropped their ice cream cone and hyperventilate a little. Nah, tears don't matter. Just cover your eyes. They won't know the difference. They can suspect you all they want. If no one saw you shoot him and you weren't covered in blood and gunpowder, you're scot-free. Wendy, this is why we hired known criminals to do this. Have we been caught for any of our other crimes? Tax evasion? No. Insider stock trading? No. Hell, Wendy, I sell steroids and no one would ever suspect me. You think the cops want to lock up lawyers and surgeons? No, only the scary guys go to jail. We pay their salaries, and if they say anything, we'll just pay them off. Come on, Wendy, I'm the maestro. I'm right about everything. I own a Ferrari. I sleep with 19-year-olds. I'm untouchable.
Someone comes up to me and we ready to shoot. I'm going to shoot. Someone comes up to me, asks for money in my house. Yeah, and when guess what? When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dedicated member in the fucking driveway, they're not gonna come down too hard on me. I'm not gonna talk anyway. I don't know much. I don't trust them.
The way that these people think life works is insane. But I guess it's like anything else. When you get your way enough times, regardless of whether or not you've earned it or you deserve it, you just expect everything to be like that.
Can you let me get over this hump, okay? Can we do that first? All right. Can you tell me what time you left your house this morning?
Yeah, I was there. I didn't leave this morning. I didn't leave until noon.
Okay. And
oh my God. And I tried to drive up Trescott and I saw that it was blocked.
It was blocked at some point. I'm not sure what time it was blocked.
And I just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something. Cause sometimes
oh, you're saying as you drove down which one of the side roads?
When I'm going to a friend's party tonight and it's a oh my God, what am I even talking about? I needed to buy, it's a stock the shelf engagement party, and so I went to buy bourbon. Okay. So I went to drive from my place up Trescott to get to ABC Liquor, and it was blocked, so I just turned around. I was on the phone at the time. I wasn't paying a lot of attention. Right. So I just turned around and drove up the other way. I just thought, oh, sometimes when I lived there were electrical things that would happen. I left my house around 12:15 because I thought I'll get the bourbon and then I'll get some gas for the car and get super glue for one of the boys' toys. And I was trying to do all I can before meeting my two friends at 1. And then I left the house around noon. To go to the liquor store and the stuff for the party? Yeah. Okay, you went down which road you said? I went down Trescott. Okay. I saw a police car there and I just thought it was blocked, so I just turned around and drove drove to, I went down the rest of Centerville, went up Benton, took Benton across, went to ABC Liquors, bought the bourbon.
I'm a little confused. You're up on Centerville Road. What's your purpose of driving down Trescott?
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right. So it's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, Benton. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Did you make a purchase there?
Yeah.
And that was sometime after 12?
Probably 12:30.
Okay. All right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol, and so they wanted bourbon, and I asked the guy, we had a whole conversation about bourbon and my eyes, like,
your eyes?
He just said, your eyes are really blue.
Right.
And
You have contacts?
I do.
Okay.
But I just remembered it.
Right.
Wendi, you're a murderer. No one cares how blue your contacts are.
Didn't want you to think I was crumbling up other receipts.
No, it wasn't for that. I just was thinking before.
No, I just thought I would find the bourbon one.
Yeah.
But I must have put it in the bag.
Just looking at the dates.
I eat a lot. I lost the key to my house, so I went to buy many spare keys to give to friends around town so I don't get locked out of my house again.
Okay.
So that's what that is. It's my many spare keys that are now around Tallahassee, which now makes me nervous.
Okay. I know the receipt that I might be interested in is the gas receipt.
Yeah. Oh, I asked for no receipt,
Okay.
so I can't give you my
That's okay.
charge card information, but
If I need it later on.
I didn't get a receipt.
That's all right.
Okay.
But you bought the bourbon over there sometime afternoon and then went to, okay. All right.
It should be, the bourbon's in the car, so
Okay.
it should be in there.
Okay.
And I was supposed to go to a friend's engagement party tonight, and it's called a Stack the Bar engagement. So I went to go find bourbon. So I went to drive to ABC Liquors, and I went to go through Trescott, and it was blocked off. So I went around, and then I looked for bourbon, and then I got gas. That's why I was trying to show the officer, like, I have receipts from all these things, but I don't know if it matters if they're at noon. I mean, obviously, like, I would be one of the people that they would think did it. I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like, actually at 6:30 I was supposed to be at a party by now, so let me tell Linda. God, the person throwing it works at Beavis Funeral Home.
Okay.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met. What did we say I should tell people?
Just say,
Can't make it tonight.
Yeah, just like, I'm very sorry, I can't make it tonight. I'll be in contact soon. And so they're doing a Stop the Bar party.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that. Is that a thing?
I think it's newer for newer people getting married and don't have as much money to spend on weddings, so you do a Stop the Bar party, so at least you get all your liquor and... Or maybe just stock a bar at your house. I don't know. But that was my interpretation when I've heard of the Stop the Bar
I'll
parties.
be drinking that bourbon for dinner.
Do you like bourbon?
No.
I don't know much about bourbon.
I don't know anything about bourbon. I asked her Okay, so that was tonight's plan.
So she starts by saying, should I? Then switches to past tense, saying, asked her, and then never finishes her sentence. But based on what they were discussing a second beforehand, we can assume that she was going to say that she's going to ask her what kind of bourbon. Which she tries to blame this purchase on the prettiest mortician she's ever seen. But we will discuss this more in a little bit.
On the way to the liquor store.
Joe Davis was the one at 1227?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I actually spoke with Joe. Laura, I left a message, and then Jeff I spoke with for a while, and then the connection cut out. I went into the liquor store, I tried him back again. We talked for a few minutes, connection cut out again, and I was like, I'm at lunch, I'll just call him back later.
Okay. When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to...
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock the
bar party, and so I asked my friend what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went in the store to get Bulleit bourbon, and so I asked the guy in the store, like, where's your bourbon? And so he showed it to me, and I found it. And it was on
Okay, so
sale.
you just went, he pointed out where the bourbon was,
Yeah.
and you go there and you just grab the brand that's familiar by the name?
Yeah, that's what they said they wanted. So.
Okay, so you didn't discuss with the clerk whether this good, whether
No.
it's bad?
The only thing I said I discussed is I walked over and he was like, can I see your ID? And I was like, why are you laughing? I could be 18.
Okay.
And I was like, and so I was like, I love to be asked how old I am. I'm like, I'm old as dirt. Here you go. And so I handed it to him and he's like, you're not old.
Okay.
So anyway, we had like a little banter and he was like, your eyes are so blue. And I was like, thank you. And then I left. That's it.
The way she avoids saying bullet is comically insane.
The store to get Bulleit bourbon.
Going back to Exhibit 20. Can I put Exhibit 20 on the screen? Show me what button. This is a picture that you took?
Yes.
And it's a picture of Bullet whiskey? Is that right?
Bullet rye whiskey, yes.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I was requested to take a photo of it.
Who requested you to take it?
Investigators that were there with me. And I would have also photographed everything in the vehicle.
Because that's literally her job.
This came out of Wendi Adelson's car?
Yes.
Are you aware that Wendi Adelson was invited to a party where she was asked to bring Bullet whiskey?
No, I was not.
You didn't try to do investigation into that?
I do crime scene. I'm not an investigator.
And that, Daddy Rashy Dum Dum, is not her job. The way she glances and smiles at the jury, like, I bet you all were paying attention when I introduced myself.
I do crime scene. I'm not an investigator.
Here's Dan just rifling through some pictures as Joanne comes into the courtroom. George is returning the pile of crap that he left on their table from the prior witness.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
Ma'am, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Joanne Maltese, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
How are you employed, ma'am?
Retired Tallahassee Police Forensics Specialist. I now have some businesses in Thomasville, Georgia.
How long were you with TPD?
It's TPD for 26 years.
And were you with them back in 2014?
Yes, I was.
What were your duties back in 2014?
2014, I was a forensic specialist, and my primary duties were the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
And what training and education did you receive to do that type of duty?
At the time, I had over 1,500 hours of specific crime scene training to include photography, collection, DNA, fingerprints, as well as I taught at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy in crime scene, as well as teaching at the police department.
Did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, I did.
And is that the scene that's shown in the photograph, states 10, that's up on the screen right now?
Yes, it is, inside the garage.
If you don't understand this reference, we can't be friends. While we're waiting for Dan to get his shit together, I did a little experiment the other day to see how much dead time he actually has in court when speaking to witnesses. And on average, out of a 3-minute time period, he is silent for 2.
I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30? in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a body.
She had to pick up what?
But you had to pick up a body. But you had to pick up a body. But you had to pick up a body.
Jesus, Dan. That's one hell of a Freudian slip to say to Wendi in the murder trial of her ex-husband while she's up there desperate to prove her innocence. You're one silly little critter.
Had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same things, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay. It was for your friend's wedding shower that night?
They were having a stock the bar party, so they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
Yes, that's it.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
No objection.
Here's no, Your Honor.
Exception.
State of mind.
You can provide me with the exhibit.
I'm going to show right-hand corner. I'm going to show the right-hand corner.
The objection is sustained. She may testify as to remember.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Now, you decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
I did.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. She was spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises.
You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so.
Close to your old house?
Close to my old house.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
Leave it to Dan to point out how absurd it was of Wendi to go to this liquor store specifically, and also how far away it was from her house. And then bring direct attention to the fact that there were many liquor stores way closer to where she was living at the time.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is that fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
Okay. And you agreed to let the police search your phone?
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car?
Yes.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation of the Bullet bourbon, right?
Yeah.
Dan later gets all upset and tells the jury that the piece of evidence about the Bullet bourbon was only brought in to stir up the court.
You know, like the landline? I want you to think about the bullet bourbon. Agent Maltese was told to take a picture of that bullet bourbon. Done to incite. Thank God Wendi Adelson kept the invitation to the party. Not the simplest explanation, but the truth.
Dan, Joanne Maltese is a forensic examiner. Her literal job is to document any and all evidence. And seeing that Wendi is a suspect and her van was being searched, anything inside the van would have been documented for future examination. But yeah, no, it's a huge conspiracy by the state. And you say, thank God she had the invitation. What she had was a picture of the invitation with a handwritten note on it to specifically buy bullet bourbon, which is why it wasn't allowed into evidence. There's no way to even prove who wrote bullet bourbon on the invitation. But I'd put my money on Wendi. She even says it in the police station.
When you went to the liquor store, did you already know what you're going to get, or you had to?
Yeah, I had the name of, I don't know bourbon, but I was supposed to go to this party tonight. It's like a stock the bar party, and so I asked my friend what do they like, and she wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. So I went and.
So this isn't completely clear, but let's try to make this make sense. Wendi says that because of her lack of bourbon knowledge, she asked her friend, and her friend wrote down the name of the type of bourbon. Now, from the way Dan Rashbaum makes it seem, this was written on the invitation itself, meaning this entire argument that the invitation came like that, asking for bullet bourbon, is completely false and misleading. And also, this means that Wendi had to not only be speaking with said friend in person, but also had to have the physical copy of the invitation with her. And when exactly was she inquiring this of her friend? Because from the way she makes it sound to Detective Isom, this was just prior to her going to pick it up. And let me tell you the amount of effort that I put into trying to see this invitation. I'm screenshotting it. I'm zooming in. I'm flipping the image over. I'm trying to clean up the image. I'm going frame by frame when the judge is handing it back to Dan to try to get a clear picture. And then I Google search stock the bar invitations for the year 2014 only, trying to find a match. With no luck. But out of the hundreds of invitations that I've gone through, the one thing that I have not seen is a specific brand name of alcohol being requested. Now, I do think it's plausible that different types of alcohol may be suggested. I think it's reasonable to assume that Wendi was asked maybe to get bourbon specifically, which she herself admits to. But never in a million years will I think that Bullet brand bourbon was the implicit instruction.
When you left the residence and encountered the roadblock, where were you headed?
When I left my residence, I was headed to ABC Liquors to get an item that was requested for a Stock the Bar party. I was supposed to go to that Friday night.
What was that item?
I'm sorry?
What was the item?
It was bourbon.
What type of bourbon?
Bullet bourbon. The invitation had asked specifically to bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon, so I went to the store and asked them where I could find that.
And the bottle of Bullet bourbon was in your vehicle when law enforcement came to interview you about this case?
Right. When I told law enforcement they could search my vehicle and signed away all my rights. Yeah.
If you've watched any of Wendi's testimony, you'll know that when she starts a lying, the hands go a-flying.
The invitation had asked specifically to bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon, so I went to the store and asked them where I could find that.
And my God, I hate this woman.
Did you go directly to lunch?
No, I stopped and made a purchase for a party that I was supposed to attend first.
And what was that purchase?
It was my first time purchasing bourbon. It was for a
like a, not a bridal shower, it was for a bachelor, no, it was for a wedding party, but it was the bride and groom together, and they had asked for people to buy certain alcohol to help them.
Like a stock the bar party.
A stock the bar party, I forgot what it's called.
Okay. And do you remember what type of bourbon you purchased?
I don't.
Does Bullet bourbon sound familiar?
Maybe. It was,
All right.
they had a list of what they wanted, and so I asked the person at the store if they had whatever kind it was.
Okay, so now there's a list you got to choose from. Interesting.
Okay. And do you recall where you went to purchase the alcohol?
I think I went on Thomasville Road at ABC Liquor.
Okay. Is there a reason you went to that particular store?
No, I don't know many liquor stores. That was the first one that popped up.
All right. And you made that purchase according to the receipt that was in your vehicle at 12:49. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party, so I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that
No,
timing?
that sounds right.
The way she avoids saying what type of bourbon it is, only for Dan Rashbaum to follow up and call it out by name.
I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party, so I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party.
I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same things, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay.
I swear, I really think he was secretly working for the state. The amount of things that he has clarified that has no benefit to Charlie whatsoever, or even better, seems like something that Georgia should have asked, is hilarious. So, if it's become abundantly clear that Wendi should be behind bars right now, and you're still wondering why she's free, I'll cover that in part 7. After head down, closed off, holding her neck to protect her carotid artery, sighs of sadness, completely shut down and not talking. I think Sarah did her best for the most part. I think she was brought in there mostly to keep Wendi talking and to keep up the ruse that she was a victim. I feel like she was definitely picking up of most of the off-putting comments Wendi was making, and there were times that she was visibly uncomfortable due to those comments.
Oh my god. Well, my parents sounded really surprised, so it's at least a relief. I was trying to think of who would be angry enough to do something to him. My parents would be angry, but they're not capable of this. Thank God. I really couldn't handle that right now. Yeah, no.
What an absolute bonkers thing to say. Well, it sounds like my parents weren't the one who killed him. Probably, perhaps. They're definitely pissed enough, and I'm clearly telling you that they're most certainly capable of this. But it doesn't sound like they have blood on their hands right now. I couldn't handle knowing both my parents and my brother Charlie and me myself all conspired to kill Dan. I mean, we did, but geez, I've got enough on my plate. I have to pack for my move to Miami. JK, I already did that all week, actually. Looking at you, Glenn. So, unless you're one of Wendi's 3 supporters, who are all Wendi on different screen names, I'm looking at you, Glenn, or should I say, Glendy. Try harder next time. You're wondering how she's spent 11 years free. or as prison folk call it, on the outside. Wendi is currently living in beautiful Austin, Texas, residing in a 2,784 square foot brick home that she is currently renting for $3,500 a month. Located 20 minutes outside of downtown Austin, this beautiful colonial revival home boasts 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. An open, spacious floor plan makes this home the perfect spot for entertaining and relaxing. The gourmet kitchen opens up to a breakfast nook and is the perfect spot to eat your own words. The master bedroom features vaulted ceilings with plenty of natural light to keep up with your favorite books. Enjoy a bubble bath in your garden tub and lavish yourself at the double vanity where you can brush your teeth without getting shaken down for commissary.
So I was in the bathroom. It's 10:30 at night. I went in to brush my teeth. Okay. There are three sink stations in the bathroom. Each one has 4 sinks, and I was at the center station with my back to the door. And I'm a righty, so I was holding my toothbrush with my right hand, and I was balancing myself with my left hand on the sink. I was just brushing my teeth. That's all I was doing.
And what happened?
And someone came up behind me and pulled my left hand away from the sink and twisted my arm and like jerked it behind my back, like reaching up toward my neck.
Okay.
And
did it hurt?
Yeah, it hurt.
Okay. What happened?
It hurt. And I said, "What are you doing?" And she's, in the same breath that she did that with my arm, she said, "You're gonna buy me commissary." I said, "I'm gonna what?" And she said, "Unless you want those pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're going to buy me commissary." So I said, okay. And then she named a package that she wanted, and she's out. She was gone. She just that fast. That fast.
Okay. How bad would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you rate the pain at the time that she did that to you?
Oh my God, it was a 10.
Okay.
I didn't know my arm could reach that far back.
Okay. And what did you do after she did that to you?
So, kind of stood there for a minute, and then I just thought, okay, I'm gonna go back to my bunk. And I went back to my bunk and I got under the covers and I cried. I just stayed under my covers. Okay. I didn't come out.
Okay.
And that is actually the house that Wendi is renting right now. And I truly hope that every morning she wakes up and takes a big stretch and remembers how nice and cozy her bed feels. So when she moves into her new place, care of the state of Florida, she'll be able to fondly look back on the life she could have had if she hadn't been a complete piece of human garbage. Too bad, so sad. So let's do a little review. Her immunity means practically nothing and will do zilch in terms of saving her. Now, you are testifying today under a state subpoena, correct?
Correct.
And that state subpoena gives you immunity for your testimony, right?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury, since you're an attorney, what immunity is?
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
So that means that anything you say today can't be used against you if the state decides to arrest you later on.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Do you know if they consider you a suspect?
I don't know.
No, they do, bitch. And have since day one. But we'll come back to that.
Last thing I get this afternoon is probably not what you want to hear, but it was a little legal lesson that one of the jurors raised. They asked a question about the type of immunity that was discussed by Ms. Adelson. It's really not a fact question, it's a legal question, but this is a little legal lesson. In the state of Florida, there are three kinds of immunity. There's transactional immunity, there's use immunity, there's use and derivative use immunity. Transactional immunity means that some person cannot be prosecuted for an offense. Use immunity means that what the person says cannot directly be used against them. Use and derivative use immunity means that what they say cannot be used against them, nor can it be used to develop leads to gather evidence against them. The type of immunity that Ms. Adelson has received, because I have been the one that explained it to her, is use and derivative use immunity. In other words, what she says today cannot be used directly against it, nor can it be used to develop leads against her. She does not have transactional immunity. I mean, she could be prosecuted for the crimes involved, but what she said cannot be used against her, nor used for any leads to develop information. So hopefully that answers the juror's question that asked the question.
Well, I'm sure it answered the jurors' questions, but our little Wendy Pooh didn't seem to understand. Because even though the judge himself explained it to her, she still said,
Immunity is freedom from prosecution.
"Not for you though, bitch."
I said, bitch.
And then a mere 2.5 years later, she still didn't understand.
Ms. Adelson, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Miami Beach.
And are you here today pursuant to a state subpoena?
Yes, I am.
And do all state subpoenas confer immunity?
I don't know if all state subpoenas confer immunity, but this one does.
Okay, and do you believe that your subpoena is special or different from other state subpoenas?
I don't believe it's special or different, so I suppose they all carry immunity.
All right, and does the immunity conferred upon you by the subpoena mean that you can never be prosecuted associated with this case?
That's right.
That's what you think it means?
That's what I think it means.
Okay. And do you think, isn't it true that it's use and derivative use immunity? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, but not complete immunity from prosecution. Do you agree with that?
That's different than what you just asked before. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
All right, so what I'm trying to allow the jury to understand is what sort of immunity you have. What is your understanding of what it means for you to have immunity pursuant to the state subpoena?
So I have derivative and use immunity. And so in the future, a prosecutor couldn't use what I say here today against me.
Correct. But you could be prosecuted. Just nothing you said here today could be used against you in that prosecution. Do you agree with that?
I suppose so.
Okay. Have you made any sort of special deal with the state attorney's office or with any law enforcement or government agent?
No.
Okay, I mean, we got there eventually, but this woman is a lawyer. It shouldn't be this hard for her to understand. And she uses the excuse that she isn't proficient in criminal law, and that's why she can't remember. But I think it's just like her insisting that Trescott is a shortcut. She thinks if she says it enough, it'll come true.
Is a wish your heart makes.
The government asked you about immunity, so let's get into that. You explained that as an attorney, you understand that when the government gives a subpoena for somebody to testify, that it conveys immunity. Right?
That's my understanding. My knowledge of criminal law dates back to 2003 when I took a semester in law school. So forgive me.
Graduated law school, right?
This isn't my area of law.
When you clerked on the 11th Circuit, it was with Judge Jordan, right?
I did immigration appeals.
Yeah, but you still dealt with criminal stuff as well, too.
Very little.
So your understanding, though, is it doesn't mean they can't arrest you. They just can't use what you say here against you later on. So you're protected.
Correct.
And you needed that to testify, right?
It's just given to testify. It's not a question of whether I needed it. It comes with testifying.
No, you needed it. Wendy, you were standing right next to your lawyer when he told the court that you would refuse to testify if not under the state subpoena. We were all there.
John Lauro, and with me is Miss Adelson.
Your Honor, as you know, Ms. Adelson has been subpoenaed by the state as well as the defense. She, without a state subpoena, would unequivocally invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. We want to make that clear for the record. In light of Your Honor's prior rulings and direction, we wanted to put that on the record. However, with respect to the state subpoena, it automatically confers use and derivative use immunity on her pursuant to Florida Statute 914.04. That use and derivative use immunity would only apply to a state subpoena and not to a defense subpoena. So in light of that, we would ask respectfully that the court quash the defendant's subpoena, since there's no purpose and no appropriate purpose in calling a witness simply to invoke in front of the jury.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Laura. Any questions that are given to Ms. Adelson if she was called with the defense case, is she going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights to any question that's asked at that time?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming any question would have to be relevant and germane to the matters in this case, and as a result, she would invoke as to those questions.
All right. And so I'm just going to assert my previous ruling that I've made, and I did restate it on the record yesterday, is that she'll be required to testify under the state subpoena. The cross-examination will be limited to whatever the state's brings forth on direct. So that's what the cross-examination scope will be limited to. There's no piggybacking or bringing in any other information just because she's under the state subpoena. That's not going to be permissible. And then she's not going to be permitted to be called as a witness. Now that we know that she's just going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights, she won't be called as a witness in the defense case at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly our understanding of the law.
All right. Okay. Anything else for the court?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask that Ms. Adelson then please remain outside the courtroom because she's subject to the rule.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
So you don't need immunity, yet you absolutely refuse to testify without it. Right. Got it. And your lawyer mentions the type of immunity you had not once, but twice. And no one's asking you general questions about criminal law that they expect you to answer. If that's not the area of the law that you practice, fine. But not knowing or pretending not to know what the details are surrounding your own personal immunity is ridiculous and irresponsible. Okay, let's get back to listening to Christopher DeCoste destroy you.
You fear being charged by them, so you need to have that protection of
I
your
don't
words.
fear being charged for a crime I didn't commit, no.
Now, y'all had this nice exchange where it was pleasant, but there's actually tension between you and this office, right?
No.
There.
Hold on a second, Mr. Adelson.
There's subpoena around.
You remain under their subpoena. Right to you.
Adelson has a flight tonight at 7 p.m. May she return home and
Right. You can communicate with her about any arrangements if you need her to come back, but she's free to go at this point.
I know it didn't happen like this, but I always envision Georgia sticking her shoulder out to check Wendi as she walks by and then saying, "Did you just hit me? Huh? Don't play dumb with me. Do you want to go? I'm sorry. Meet me in the parking lot. We're having a lawyer cage fight. Sarah, hold my hands." That would be my favorite. Okay, so we've pretty well established that Wendi has no meaningful immunity that's going to keep her from getting cuffed. And just for funsies, let's watch Christopher DeCoste get her all riled up by telling her to just admit her guilt to the jury.
So you need to ask a question.
Understood, Your Honor. If I could have one brief second to check with Bill Counsel.
She should get put away just for willingly drinking Aquafina. I would rather drink the slime off of a slug than put Aquafina anywhere near my mouth. He has already got her in such a state.
Miss Adelson, we started this by saying that this is all about you. It started with you because of this marriage, right?
No. Well, you tried to say that, but I don't agree.
These are the eyes of a mad woman.
Miss Adelson, I'm going to make one final attempt through questions to implore you.
He's giving you one more chance, Wendi.
You understand that you can't protect your brother Charles, who's going through this case, and protect yourself at the same time. You understand that, right?
I'm here to share the truth with you. I don't know how to answer the question.
Then please end the madness and share the truth. Will you please share the truth with this jury?
And the madness.
I've been sharing the truth since I walked in here. I've done nothing but share the truth.
You know what happened here, despite your claims to the jury that you haven't looked at anything, you haven't discussed with anybody, and you haven't confronted your brother. You know what happened here, right?
I do not know what happened here, and if I did, I would have shared it with the police 8 years ago.
And if she could scowl at you, she would, but her forehead has been paralyzed for just as long.
You know that your brother went behind your back, don't you?
I do not.
Like he always does. This is something that he has always done, isn't it?
Not.
You found out after that your brother had done this and gone behind your back. That's why you were throwing up at that dinner, right?
No, it's not.
You know that it didn't involve Katie either, right?
I don't know anything about...
If you're not going to say all of that and finally give the truth, why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty? Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
Because I'm not guilty.
One brief moment. I got nothing further.
Redirect.
Georgia, Sarah, and I mean this with absolutely no disrespect, but can we please just bring this guy to Donna's trial just to rile up Wendi before direct?
What's today's secret word?
Today's secret word is...
Would never.
I made my brother, his name's Charlie, the one I'm really close to, he makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never... He's my big brother, and he's been taking care of me since I was little, but he would never. But even my family, who felt like I had been mistreated, would never do something like this. Never. You know, my parents are, very angry towards him. But even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father. They're really, really careful about that. They just like him, but they know he's the father of my kids. They would never do that. My ex-husband caused me a lot of grief. I would never do something like this.
For a breakdown.
Never gonna get it, 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 never gonna get it.
Would never is code for definitely did. Wendi told Isom over and over that she was a suspect during this interrogation.
I understand why you think I'm the primary suspect.
No, you're not the primary suspect. and it's
So
going
I understand why I would be the person you would think would do something, but
Well, we have to.
and I get why I would be a suspect, but I can see why they would think it would be me. You know, and then I was thinking, oh my god, now they probably think I'm a suspect. I should.
But of course you're a suspect, and you're a smart suspect. You should be the suspect.
I'm assuming I'm a suspect. Do I need to be read my Miranda rights or something if you're gonna look at my phone?
I can read you Miranda if you want to hear
I don't
that.
know. I'm just trying to make sure I'm being.
I have no
protected.
reason. I have no reason at this point to suspect you in this incident. Okay.
I couldn't tell from the way you were talking to me in the car if I was a suspect.
Well, no.
I understand why I'm a suspect. I guess I'm not a suspect. I understand why you would think that I would do this, but not you. But
right.
I just keep feeling like I'm a suspect, and I need to, like, am I a suspect? You need to.
Fuck, confess already.
Why don't you just admit to this jury that you're guilty?
I always wondered if Sarah, the victim advocate, knew that Wendi was a suspect. And I've always had the sneaking suspicion that she did. But then I found a clip that confirms what I'd been suspecting all along. It's towards the end of the night, and it's one of the last things she ever says to Wendi. And watch Wendy's reaction when she says it, because she picks up on it immediately.
They're like, you need your work computer. I'm like, work? Take my computer. There's nothing on it you're going to find that's going to... Well, I don't know. Maybe there's something they'll find that's useful, but...
Well, you know, they're used to thinking. A lot of times things will happen like burglaries, or they deal with suspects who aren't cooperative and don't, you know, they're like, give me my stuff back. And
yeah.
You've been a super cooperative suspect, Wendi. And you know what? Because you were such a big helper. You get to pick out a super special sticker all by yourself. Which one? That one? Wow, Wendi.
Wow,
Great choice, Wendi.
Wow.
I want to slow that part down so we can watch Wendy's body language change as she completely dissolves into her chair, defeated.
Burglaries, or they deal with suspects who aren't cooperative and don't, you know, they're like, give them my stuff back. And
yeah.
Before.
Take my...
Smiling, lighthearted, animated, confident, direct eye contact. After. Head down, closed off, holding her neck to protect her carotid artery, sighs of sadness, completely shut down and not talking. I think Sarah did her best for the most part. I think she was brought in there mostly to keep Wendi talking and to keep up the ruse that she was a victim. I feel like she was definitely picking up of most of the off-putting comments Wendi was making, and there were times that she was visibly uncomfortable due to those comments.
Oh my god. Well, my parents sounded really surprised, so it's at least a relief. I was trying to think of who would be angry enough to do something to him. My parents would be angry, but they're not capable of this. Thank God. I really couldn't handle that right now.
yeah, no.
What an absolute bonkers thing to say. Well, it sounds like my parents weren't the one who killed him. Probably, perhaps. They're definitely pissed enough, and I'm clearly telling you that they're most certainly capable of this. But it doesn't sound like they have blood on their hands right now. I couldn't handle knowing both my parents and my brother Charlie and me myself all conspired to kill Dan. I mean, we did, but geez, I've got enough on my plate. I have to pack for my move to Miami. JK, I already did that all week, actually. I'm a planner. Dumpster fire of a monologue is beyond insane. And poor Sarah, clearly dumbfounded, can only manage,
Yeah, no.
So, Wendy, that's what we call an inside thought. Those ones stay in your brain. I know it's tough, but if you really feel like you just can't hold it in anymore, you can try to write it down in your journal or take a little walk into the woods and tell it to a kindly little frog. But when we're in a police station as a suspect for murder, it's maybe not the nicest time to say something like, my parents more than likely killed my ex.
Jeff also spoke with her after the murder and reported on a few odd occurrences. Well, Jeff was a treasure trove of information, but I just wanted to touch on a few of his revelations.
Okay. All right, I got the men that you're talking about. She made, well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right, do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just wants
a different handset.
Which is silly because you don't need to put a bug on a phone physically. Right. I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone? I guess is what she's specifically concerned about.
She's real concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew she was.
Okay, let's assume for a second that Wendy was innocent. Because technically she is before being proved guilty in a court of law. Even though the case is closed in the court of public opinion, and we all know what my opinion is. But under the assumption of innocence, why would an innocent person who had just learned of her ex-husband's passing find it necessary to buy a whole new phone over fear that the cops had bugged your last one? A normal innocent person, who Wendy claims to be, would have nothing to hide. Also, who Wendy claims to be.
You don't realize that you could be helpful in finally untangling this to give this jury the truth about what happened to Professor Markel?
I have been nothing but helpful since this started.
So what happened to their son? By you looking at it, you are at the center of all this, but you won't look at anything to help in the process.
I've done nothing but help in this process.
You came here and testified.
I came here and testified. I spoke to the police for 6 hours without anyone present. I signed over my cell phone, my car, my house, everything, my computer. What else do I have or know that you haven't seen?
And then promptly got rid of my house, my cell phone, my car, my computer. What else do you want from me? I'm an open book.
Because if you were innocent, there would be nothing that the cops would see or hear that would put you in any sort of jeopardy to warrant you getting an entire new cell phone.
You're guilty.
I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent. Sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting, and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something stupid. She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this.
Okay, let's do a brain exercise together. Think back on the last time someone that you knew passed away. Or if you haven't experienced that, think back on a time when a celebrity has passed away. Do you find it necessary to go around telling everyone over and over and over that you swear that you had nothing to do with the death of Biggie Smalls? R.I.P. B.I.G. No. And you know why? Because innocent people don't even consider the notion that someone might think that they did it. Because it's a given. It's assumed. Of course you didn't do it. You don't even think about maybe having done it. But Wendy knew that she was a suspect. And not just because she's the ex-wife, but because she had such a guilty conscience. The real question is, how soon did the cops consider her a suspect? Well, I happen to have some documents that might shed some light on the subject. In a supplemental report written by Scott Cherry, he records the following. I was first tasked with drafting and securing a search warrant for the crime scene as the house was still in the name of the ex-wife, Wendi Adelson. It was learned quickly on scene that Markel and Adelson recently went through a nasty divorce. A search warrant was reviewed by Judge Fleury and executed subsequently. So the moment they got to the scene, they learned that the house is still in Wendy's name and look into the divorce records and show their contentious, nasty relationship. So to answer that question, I'd say immediately. Officer Cochran then speaks to Mr. Geiger, who informs him that Dan and Wendi are recently divorced and have 2 children together. As the incident had just occurred, I was tasked with traveling to Adelson's last known address, 3303 Aqua Ridge Way, to conduct surveillance. Upon arrival in the area, I remained stationary with a view of the front of Adelson's residence. During my time on the scene, I did not observe any activity at Adelson's residence. After approximately 1.5 to 2 hours, I was advised that Miss Adelson had been located and the children in question had been accounted for. I was advised that I no longer needed to surveil Adelson's residence. Note, he didn't say he went there to deliver the news. He went there for surveillance. All right, so TPD arrived at Dan's house around 11:30. So, accounting for the time that it took this officer to speak to Mr. Geiger, we can estimate the time he would have left to go to Wendy's house, maybe between 12 and 12:30.
So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay.
Meaning he just missed her leaving. Because it would make sense that Isom would be the one to both assign him to Wendy's house and pull him off when he himself got to Wendi, which, with her interview starting at 2:45 and the police department only being a 10-minute drive from the site of Mosaic, the timeline lines up pretty well for him arriving to her house for surveillance around 12:30, as it's about a 15-minute drive from her house to Dan's house. And as we know, the time that Wendi left her house...
Okay, so it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay.
So that all lines up. But I found that a very interesting piece of information that Isom sent an officer to post up at her house. And then, as we've also learned, he gave another officer a description of Wendy's vehicle and posted him on the perimeter of the crime scene, should she pull up.
And then you go and then you kind of block off traffic coming down Trescott, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked by any of the investigators to provide a log of any vehicles that were attempting to come down Trescott?
Not a log of vehicles coming down.
And by that I mean, like, nobody asked you to observe which cars were coming and turning around, right?
Not specifically which cars were coming and turning around now.
Did you have a notepad with you in your vehicle?
I always have one with me.
Did you take notes of which vehicles came down Trescott and turned around?
Only the one that was of concern.
Okay, and you took a specific note with regards to this vehicle?
It's in the report, sir.
And what did you write?
Basically that I'd seen a vehicle matching that of the description known to be driven by the ex-wife.
So you knew, when were you told the description of the vehicle known to be let me rephrase that. Sorry, I'm all over the place. So you knew going in what Miss Adelson's car looked like?
At some point after arrival, I was made aware of
what her vehicle looked like.
Yes, sir.
And this is before you got in your car and you posted up and did your job to create a perimeter, correct?
It may have been right beforehand or while I was sitting there. That I can't recall. It's been a few years.
Understandable. Once you saw the vehicle that you believe matched her vehicle, did you get on your radio and say, "Hey, somebody go ahead and pull Miss Adelson over"?
No.
you know that she was an ex-wife?
From what I've been told on scene, it appeared that there was a separation or split or something. I couldn't have stated that conclusively at that point, though.
You have the ability to get on your radio, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's other law enforcement officers, I assume. You said there's 4 cars at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's a crime scene van there?
Yes.
There is no lack of law enforcement to be able to assist you to pull this vehicle over and inform this woman that her ex-husband had been shot twice in the face, correct?
As far as what I knew at that point, we didn't have a reason to stop her. I was just told, be on the lookout for the vehicle. And I had notified the investigator that I'd seen a vehicle matching. And, that's all I can tell you about that part of it. They told us to keep an eye out, saw a vehicle that matched it, and I just let them know that I did see a vehicle that looked like it.
Well, but you understand my question, right? Because
yes.
Your testimony, officer, is that it appeared that this van, which had clear view of her ex-husband's house, right?
Yes.
Because your testimony is assuming to this jury that it was Wendi Adelson that was driving that car, right?
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Your testimony, what you're suggesting to these jurors, is that may have been Wendi Adelson in that maroon color in this vehicle, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so your testimony was also that when the car came, the person didn't stop and ask you what's going on, right?
No.
The person didn't get out screaming, "Oh my God, that's my ex-husband's house," right?
No.
And you would agree with me that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well...
Did you catch that?
You would agree with me that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well...
He can't say what a normal response from Wendi may have been because he didn't know what her role was.
Murderer.
I.e. if she was a victim or a perpetrator. Because I think most of us could agree that a normal response from someone pulling up to a crime scene at a house where their kids were that morning would get out and inquire at least. But the killer would have a very different reaction.
Let me ask you this. The car in question didn't stop, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Didn't stop to inquire to you as to what's going on, right?
No, sir.
Didn't get out of the car?
No, sir.
Didn't ask you any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. And pretty smoothly made a 3-point turn and drove away, right?
Correct.
And when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that when you observed the vehicle that you saw approach the crime scene tape, was it your responsibility for finding and interviewing Ms. Adelson, or was that the responsibility of some other officer?
Somebody else.
Okay, and you notified who you thought to be the correct person of what you had seen?
Yes.
And did you do that immediately?
It was right around that same time frame. I called him on the phone.
All right, no further questions.
In a supplemental report written by Detective Isom, he states the following. Wendi Adelson is the former spouse of Dan Markell. It was learned that they have 2 young sons together, and the children were at daycare when this incident occurred. Wendi's name was still assigned to the City of Tallahassee utility records at the incident location. It was determined that Wendi was residing at another location, 3303 Aqua Ridge Way. During the on-scene investigation on July 18th, it was determined her probable location was at the Mosaic Restaurant on Market Street. As there were no other known family members locally, I went to the Mosaic location in an attempt to contact Wendi. I entered the business and announced my presence and intention of contacting Wendi Adelson. She was seated with 2 other women at a table and acknowledged that she was Wendi Adelson. I identified myself with the police credentials and asked that she accompany me to TPD. Wendi appeared distraught and inquired if something had happened to one of her children. I assured her that the children were fine and this event was concerning her ex-husband. Wendi was apprehensive, but agreed to travel with me to Tallahassee Police Department.
My 2 friends that I was with for lunch when they came and found me, how did they find where I was?
I have no idea.
I mean, did they just search for my car? Like, I am just amazed.
And my theory, which I feel has been confirmed by Officer Brannon, is that Isom assigned someone to follow her after she sped away from Truscott. Shortly after Officer Cochran left Wendi's residence, he traveled to ABC Liquor to confirm her purchase of Bullet Bourbon, and then executed a warrant on the following cell phones: Wendi Adelson, Dan Markell, and Charlie Adelson. And this is different from the Cellbrite extraction that they did on Wendi's phone. This is a warrant that grants cell and text details directly from the phone company with no physical handset needed. Court orders were secured for cell phone data from Markell's cellular account as well as Wendi's account. In addition, court orders were obtained for the cellular accounts of Wendi's parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, and her brother, Charlie. The court orders were provided to the TPD Technical Operations Unit Supervisor Sergeant Corbett for submission and returns from cellular companies. The data did not initially give any obvious information to assist in this investigation. It did show that Charlie and his parents, Harvey and Donna, were in Tallahassee at the time of the murder. Officer Cherry writes, I was provided copies of Wendi Adelson's email accounts and reviewed them in part at the request of Investigator Isom. I viewed her email accounts set up for an online dating site and her Gmail account from all that was captured of 2012 July through September of 2013 and April through June of 2014. And Dan's postmarital relationship was very adversarial and very impersonal. They were both concerned about the children, and this was the basis for most communications. Wendi vented her frustrations to her friends and mother about the hardships in dealing with Markell and the divorce and custody issues. It was very clear that she wanted to move to South Florida to be closer to her family. So straight away, investigators were reviewing her phone data, calls, texts, and emails. So regardless of what she was telling Isom about her and Dan's relationship, he was able to see in black and white that she was not being honest in her account. So this, paired with the knowledge that she had showed up to the crime scene, behaved differently than any other vehicle that had pulled up that day, and was lying about how her and Dan got along, there's no way the red flags weren't flying. From the very first documents reviewed, they learned the following. She filed for divorce September 10, 2012. Markell reportedly returned home from a business trip to find his family gone, a majority of the contents of the house missing, and the paperwork for dissolution of marriage displayed on the bed. He eventually learned that Wendi and their 2 children had moved to her parents' home in Coral Springs. Markell protested and Wendi returned to Leon County with the children until legal arguments could be heard. Her parents, particularly the mother, were very involved with trying to facilitate the relocation of their daughter and grandkids to South Florida. In June of 2013, a judge formally denied her motion for relocation with prejudice. After this ruling, her mother, Donna Adelson, sent emails to Wendi with suggested tactics that she could coerce Markell into agreeing to the relocation of their children. This included offering Markell a large sum of money and photographing the children in front of a local church, that the boys were being taken to a Christian place of worship rather than a Jewish synagogue. Donna even suggested for Wendi to threaten Markell that she would have the boys baptized in the Catholic Church. This suggestion was in spite of the fact that Wendi and the Adelsons are also Jewish. Not included in this is the part where Donna suggests that they dress up the kids in Hitler Youth uniforms like little toddler Nazis. This family is bonkers. The threats that they were suggesting were akin to a child not getting their way, so they tell you that they're going to hold their breath until they do. brats. They're brats. That's all I'm trying to say. There's also a report from Isom about his interview with Wendi, and these are the things that he highlighted. Wendi received a voicemail from an associate while waiting in the interview room, informing her of a police incident at her ex-husband's home. I confirmed that her husband had been seriously wounded by gunfire. Wendi broke down emotionally. She then composed herself immediately and provided an account of her activities for this day leading up to Mosaic, where I contacted her. She could not provide a possible suspect that had been feuding with Markel and discounted Markel of having any criminal associates. They were separated in 2012 and divorced a year ago in 2013. They share custody of their 2 children, and Wendi said that she was out of town visiting her parents from June 30th through July 10th of this year. Wendi stated that she has lots of friends and surmised someone may have committed this act, believing it would somehow help her. She then stated at 3:08:45 p.m., her brother Charlie makes a lot of jokes in bad taste and told Wendi he had looked into hiring a hitman but found it cheaper to buy her a TV. She referred back to the morning conversation with her brother Charlie over the phone concerning a TV that he purchased for her that was now broken. Wendi did not believe Charlie or any other member of her family would actually be involved in this crime. Wendi said her brother is a dental periodontist in South Florida, and she stated that after the divorce she wanted to relocate to South Florida with her children and felt that her former in-laws would suspect her of this crime against their son since she was denied the ability to move with her children by the court. Wendi was asked about the punishment of someone convicted of this crime should the defendant be known to her. She answered the person should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, unless it was someone in her immediate family, which she does not believe is the case. She does not suspect her brother Charlie would be capable of this crime. At 7:03 p.m., Wendi wanted to call her parents and notify them of the incident. While contemplating aloud what she would say, she told the victim advocate, seated beside her, her parents were very angry with Dan Markel and described it as a very fucked up situation. Wendi then called and talked to her mother. After notifying her of the shooting, she asked her parents to travel to Tallahassee from their home in Broward County. At the end of the conversation, Wendi tried to catch her mother before she disconnected. Her mother immediately called Wendi back, and Wendi asked her to notify Charlie of the shooting so she wouldn't have to make a separate call to him. Yeah, and she probably didn't want to make that call to Charlie because he would say "finally" loud enough to be heard by the victim advocate.
They're very angry with him, right? Like, well, this isn't like it's their son, but he's the father of my kids, and this is a very, pardon my language, fucked up situation. Okay, I'm gonna call my parents. Okay. I have no idea what to say because I don't even know that he's dead.
And if I can't tell them for sure that he's dead, then we spent all this money for nothing.
What?
What?
Nothing.
Hi, Mom. How's it going? Mom, I need you to sit down. I am fine. The boys are fine. I need you to sit down. I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot.
What? What?
And I don't think he's gonna make it.
It is a fucked up situation. I think anyone who's willing to snuff the life out of someone who gets in the way of their misguided plans are pretty much fucked up. So one of the main questions is why, if Isom had this much intel at his fingertips, why wasn't he harder on Wendi? Isom is a seasoned investigator, and he went with the catch more bees with honey approach, even knowing that Wendi was a murder hornet. He knew that if he came at Wendi in an accusatory tone, that she wasn't going to hang around for very long. And with the likelihood being slim to none that Wendi would have confessed anything, his best bet was just to make her feel comfortable so he could keep her there as long as he wanted to. Getting every shred of data off her phone and letting her act completely off kilter the whole time. He didn't get a confession, but she said a lot of incriminating things and acted in ways that were completely inappropriate for the situation.
Okay, but he might make it.
I don't want to give you that false hope.
I'm sorry, I just thought he was gone, and now I don't know what to tell. It's sort of a game changer.
I know, and when, something like this happens, they do go to the hospital.
How did this... So, when it happened, did someone call the police because they heard a gunshot or something? How would they know did he call the police? How would they know to take him to the hospital?
I don't know the answers to all these, and I'm not, I'm gonna let, when Investigator Eisen comes back in here, I'll let you kind of ask some of those questions.
Okay.
But I didn't want you to think, I'm sorry, I just didn't want you to think that he was
I thought he was gone.
And that's what I was getting from your conversation, and I didn't want it to be...
If he's still alive, I need to make different choices.
Right.
I want the boys to be with him. Well, I don't know. I mean, if he looks scary, then...
Right, and that's what...
Is that why? Does he look scary? Is that why?
I don't...
So, with all this evidence against Wendi, why hasn't she been arrested yet? So, I think there's multiple answers to this, so let's go over them now. Problem number 1, Willie Meggs. Willie Meggs was the state attorney for 30 years. He was the first major roadblock on this journey to justice. As followers of the investigation of the murder of Professor Dan Markell will recall, State Attorney Willie Meggs has been proceeding with caution in the case. Even though some of his colleagues in law enforcement allege involvement in the murder by the Adelsons, the family of Markell's ex-wife Wendi, Meggs has so far not approved any prosecution against them. And the Adelsons, through their lawyers, have maintained their innocence. Meggs even offered this sassy comment: if the police believe they have probable cause, then they can go ahead and make the arrest. They don't need me. I would say to Chief Michael DeLeo, go make the arrest and get ready for your civil suit from whoever they've arrested without probable cause. So it seems to be that one of the paramount reasons for not prosecuting the Adelsons was a direct threat to bring civil suits against any and all offices involved if any attempts were made to go after the Adelsons. And that sounds like it came right out of the horses' mouths. David Lapp from Above the Law even looked into whether or not the Adelsons had made a contribution to his campaign. And even though he couldn't find anything, I don't think that bribery is above them in any way. And I also don't think that they would leave a paper trail for this. Meggs said disagreements between his office and police investigators continue, but until police gather more substantial evidence that can be proven in court, there would likely be no more arrests in Markell's killings. And this article was written in the time period between Sigfredo Garcia's arrest in May of 2016 and Katie's arrest in October of 2016. Officers can arrest Magbanua or the Adelsons without a warrant because they face felony charges, Meggs added. Police interpretations of the evidence are the problem, Meggs said. It's what investigators say, not necessarily what the evidence shows. Making the jump from theories to formal charges is a big leap. If they believe that someone said something and we're supposed to adopt what an officer thinks and arrest somebody, that's not the way it works, Meggs said. After Meggs declined to approve probable cause for the arrest of Magbanua and Charlie Adelson, sources in the state attorney's office confirmed that TPD began seeking out the authority of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Florida. Katie Magbanua was arrested 3 weeks after these statements were made. And although I was able to procure the arrest warrant signed by the judge, I wasn't able to find concrete proof of who exactly gave the green light on the warrant itself. Here's the warrant for Katie's arrest. And this was signed about a week and a half before her arrest by James C. Hankinson, who presided over both of Sigfredo and Katie's first trial, as well as Katie's retrial. So, although it's unclear whether or not he ended up signing off on Katie's arrest, he was quite clear that none of the Adelsons would ever be charged in relation to Dan's death. After reading the probable cause affidavits for both Charlie and Katie, Meggs categorically said that there was absolutely no evidence or probable cause to make any arrest, a stance that the Adelsons publicly applauded. With Charlie's lawyer at the time, David, Mr. Meggs has spent the past 40 years as a prosecutor, with 30 years as a state attorney, and before that was a decorated police officer. He is one of the most experienced state attorneys in our nation, and he knows probable cause when he sees it, Marcus said. We are thankful that he faithfully and honorably fulfilled his duties and did not approve this document, which amounted to no more than simple speculation after a truly exhaustive investigation. The Adelson family previously released a statement denying involvement in the slaying. Any speculation to the family's involvement is categorically false. That aged well. After Meg's retirement in December of 2016, the investigation was full steam ahead. The Dolce Vita tape was certainly some of the most important evidence against Charlie. And although it was able to be heard and transcribed by investigators in 2016, it wasn't made clear enough for a jury to hear this until several years later. This was truly the tipping point to bringing Charlie to justice.
Sir, were you asked to clarify recordings in reference to the case State of Florida versus Charles Adelson?
Yes, I was.
All right, I want to start with the Dolce Vita restaurant recording. What items were provided to you in reference to that exhibit?
I received 2 recordings, one from each device that was deployed in that restaurant.
All right, and was one better audio and one better video?
Yes.
All right. And what's the part that's of interest to you?
The audio.
Okay, and so you don't do anything with the video?
Only used it for observational timing reasons.
Okay. And was the bag that had the mesh on it, was that the one that was the better audio? Or
yes.
The one that had the better video?
Right. The one with the better video had very poor audio, and the one that had better audio had very poor video.
All right, I'm with you. And the one where we're looking through the little holes, is that the one with the good audio or the good video?
The good audio.
All right. Can you sort of walk through the process for the jury of how you clarify an audio that has a lot of background noise going on?
Yes, our technique is a bit different than other techniques in that we take the audio and treat it like it's an image, like a photograph that's out of focus, it's blurry, and so we read it into the computer and figure out how to unblur the sound, just like you would unblur a photograph. And this fortunately has the nice effect of focusing in on the person's voice or the people's voice if they're near each other, and blurring out the rest of the background, sort of how you would use a video lens if you're a photographer, and you can zoom in on a person's face, but everything behind the person and everything closer is blurry and kind of pushed down and not as noticeable.
Were there any particular issues or problems with this audio?
It was frankly a mess. Competing voices, loud noises, movement of both devices, not good positioning. There was a kitchen, and of course it's a busy cafe, coffee grinders, blenders, order taking, lots of different sounds going on.
All right, and can you tell the jury that the most up-to-date efforts available in your field were applied to this exhibit to make it as good as possible?
They were.
All right, and what was the outcome? I think you've got some different segments. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Fortunately, the recording device that had the better audio was also the one that had the longest audio. The recording started at different times. One device arrived into the establishment significantly prior to the other one. I believe it was like 20 minutes difference. The one that started first, its recording first, moved. The person carrying it came in from the outside, came to the counter, then went to a seat, and then moved to a different seat, getting better position. And each one of those changes of location causes the focus to change, just like you were taking a picture. All of a sudden, the person you're trying to take a picture of moves, you've lost your focus, and you have to regain your focus. Also, a limitation of our tool limited the sheer amount of audio. It's a huge amount of recording, and so we had to break it up into portions, segments, which we did the beginning, the middle, and the end. And we worked with the FBI agent to break it at about the same points that the motion happened of the recording device.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to examine State's Exhibit 110 thumb drive?
Yes, immediately before we came in here.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate work product that you did as far as the audio only on the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes.
And as much as they were able to clean up the audio, I was able to clean it up even more.
If they had any, they would have already not done it more. The problem is, even if they bug this, even if they bug your whole phone, you still get no more. Even if they bug your phone, depends. You're about to hate it, and they bug your phone. There's not about anything. So my point is, how do you get people to talk? You put a smoke crack, and then you get all the cockroaches to run out. There's smoke in the house, smoke in the house. And everyone's running and everyone's talking. You throw a smoke grenade, what do you think? If that's what it was, it's very smart, because my mom kind of insults my dad anyway. My dad should have looked out when he finds out. But my mom hasn't told my dad anything. But normally, obviously, if that was the cop that came from someone, that night, when he comes home from work, she would say, guess what, I got money. Guess who paid me a little visit when I'm taking the grandkids to school. And then, after I dropped them off, she was walking. She dropped them off and I was walking back by her son. So this person had to be wicked to the thing, and a lot of times my mom takes the car, drives to the school, because this person, her routine, knows who she is. And someone may have come to the office. My dad works Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday. He'd probably either get him on the beach or get him at the office up there. And they may have approached my mom because my dad maybe some less carries a gun. So you never know. So you don't want to turn into a fucking shootout. I can say a lot about I carried on me. Someone comes up to me. You carried on you right now? I'm going to start carrying one on my back. The holster that fits in your back. Someone comes up to me, they're going to be ready to shoot. I'm going to shoot. Someone comes up to me, asks me for money in my house. Yeah, and guess what? When the fucking police show up, and there's a doctor or the oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in the fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. I'm not going to talk anyway. I don't know much, I don't trust them. It's just not like some chick showing off tattoos. This is actually because these people are going to come back. They didn't go through the trouble of seeking my mom out to hand her dad and then go away. So I got two options. They're not going away. And they wish to go away and never come back. They ain't going away. The trouble they wait. Well, with the beard or with the badge? Well, I don't. Listen, if a badge comes up to you, tell them have a nice day, officer. Listen, if they want to charge you with something, charge me. If not, I don't talk to cops. Sorry. No, it's very simple. It's like, if you're going to charge me, charge me. Yeah, but things have changed a lot, though. You know what's changed a lot? There's cameras everywhere. So cops now, they have a fucking pension. When they retire, they're going to get a pension for the next 30 years, medical, dental, and a salary every month. If they think that, the camera, look, how many cameras are in here? 5? They better be doing it in a place where there's not a chance that someone doesn't have a camera pointing outside the building they captured it or their dash. What I'm saying is that this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. Where did the details come from? I don't know. The details I don't know. Well, because one of the things, you go to the cops, you get information. They can put them in the scene and the date. The guy's name was Tuco. I don't even know who the fuck it is. This is Tuco. Tuco's person. And I know that you've been held in your family has been held in and our family. Now, Tuco's family needs your help. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he goes, well, maybe this will refresh your memory. I handed it to her. She said, what? They think they don't see people way to farm stories where they think. How bad? Let me ask you a question. When everybody was there, but it's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a mega yacht, Something you must have at some point. Otherwise, you'd have no idea. Somebody knows something. Yeah. Well, you can know something, but not any. The problem is this thing. Okay, so this, go tell the cops. They're going to ask you, where's the weapon? You're going to say, I don't know. You know who? Say name. Okay. were you, did you witness it? Or just say no? If you didn't witness it, you only heard a rumor on the street that this person did something. You know what that's worth? Zero. Then what you do is you wear a wire, get this person talking, and if you can get the person to confess on wire, then you have something that you're charged. You have a confession. Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay? If you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car that you did the crime, okay. But you have to prove that they were also driving that day too. They didn't rent it and then lend it to a friend. What if you rented a car today? I go, Katie, can I borrow it for the weekend and I'll bring it back on Tuesday? You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. You've been in that car. I drive it to fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go, here's the keys, Katie. And we go, okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it, but. Or what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay. My point is I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Evidently, this person's either pretending to or does. I don't want someone paying business for my parents. Cool. I wish it was cop playing games. Why did it go? It was a cop playing games or an investigator playing games, and they didn't mention me. They didn't have their son's girlfriend. Not mention me at all. And my family. And I think if they thought I had something to do with it, they would find me and they'd talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, go talk to the person who's involved, not talk to people who are involved. And I'm not involved, but if they do our view, really, they should not my family. But in my case, not my mom, my dad, this person obviously doesn't know that he's 18. That's the right connection. Who was a boyfriend? The 71-year-old guy, not very much shit with a 30 that yeah, oh. That's nice talking. Not waste your time with mom. So, wouldn't it make sense that you're connected to my family? You're connected to my family, it's not my mom. Like, yeah, you work in the office now, so check and that's just because you come in and work on the weekends, which I can trust that you're doing. Because every day what I see is you tell me, dude, the place is clean, so you get your check. You clean up, whatever, but that's neither here nor there. This person knows all the information, so even if they are a cop, they're speaking that information. And they also know that they're claiming that somebody had something to do with this incarcerated. I don't know anything.
All they need to do is record a confession on a wire, he says, and then proceeds to immediately confess on the wire.
You are so dumb. You are really dumb. For real.
Let's get back to Wendi. One of the biggest reasons she's not been arrested yet is because the state has used her as a witness in every single trial so far. And she is a great witness for the state. Not only does she sit up on the witness stand as if it's her own personal throne, but the smugness and casualness that she answers these questions are extremely off-putting for the jury.
The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Not a good look. Because not only is the jury to listen to what the witnesses have to say, they also need to discern the credibility of that witness.
You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get this witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony?
So being a shitty witness makes her a great witness for the state. And it also gives the state the opportunity to be able to introduce one of the most powerful pieces of evidence. Her little visit to the crime scene. Twice. Once through the officer who saw her pull up, and then once again through her. And the main thing that makes this so potent is that the testimonies are the same, but with some very glaring differences.
Your testimony, officer, is that it appeared that this van, which had a clear view of her ex-husband's house, right?
I didn't even think, like, that's the house.
Yes. Your testimony is assuming to this jury that it was Wendi Adelson that was driving that car, right?
I'm sorry, say that last part again.
Your testimony, what you're suggesting to these jurors, is that that may have been Wendi Adelson in that maroon color in this vehicle, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and an officer was there.
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay. Did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay.
And so your testimony was also that when the car came, the person didn't stop and ask you what's going on, right?
No.
I just thought, oh, there's maybe some trees down or something.
The person didn't get out screaming, oh my God, that's my ex-husband's house, right?
And so I drive up Trescott and I see the tape and I was like,
no.
And you would agree with me that that may be considered a normal response to seeing law enforcement and crime scene and EMS and somebody that you had a relationship with, that's their house, right?
Quite possibly.
So the normal response would have at least been to inquire, correct?
I can't say what her normal response was because I don't know what her role exactly was.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. The car in question didn't stop, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Didn't stop to inquire to you as to what's going on, right?
No, sir.
Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Didn't get out of the car?
No, sir.
Didn't ask you any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. And pretty smoothly made a 3-point turn and drove away, right?
Correct.
I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn thing.
And who do you think the jury finds to be a more credible witness? The police officer, who is just simply testifying to what he's already written in his report, or little Wendi Weasel, who has a vested interest in trying to appear innocent. Now, considering the fact that she had to be forced by subpoena to even testify, and additionally be given the assurance that her words would not be used against her. Let's consider what would have happened if she would have been arrested first. First off, I think the likelihood of her cooperating at all would have been virtually non-existent. I think the only way that she would have even entertained the idea would have been if she had been given some sweet deal. And I'm talking a massive sentence reduction at least. I'm sure that we can all agree that when Wendi gets sentenced, she shouldn't get any leniency. It would have been a huge miscarriage of justice had that have happened. We also have to consider the fact that there are over a half a dozen people who work together to commit this crime. One of the rights that criminals have is the right to a speedy trial. And there would have been no way that Leon County could have simultaneously tried 7 people, thus violating the rights of those charged, as they would have been left in jail waiting for their trials for a very long time. So as frustrating as this has been to watch this tick by one, that's really the only way to do it. Those are the main reasons why I believe Wendi has not been arrested yet, and why I believe she will be saved for last. I know there's been a lot of speculation that the reason why she hasn't been arrested yet is due to a lack of evidence against her. I don't believe this at all to be true.
Okay. But the specific nature of the email, you will agree, was in the event that there's some kind of mass arrest, because they don't know who's getting ready to go to jail next, right? I mean, they're not privy to the investigation any more than you are, right? Law enforcement investigations, they're secret. Sure. Okay. And their concern, would you agree the concern ultimately in the email was for the care of the children?
The concern was to make sure the children were under good care, but as their mother, I know they're always under good care with me.
Right, but
and there's no need for foster care.
The email contemplated you not being available to care for them.
That's not possible.
Because it's not possible for you to get arrested.
Correct, because I've done nothing wrong and I believe in our justice system.
Okay, well.
LOL. No one has inside information on what evidence is known until the trial. Even while the defendant is awaiting trial, there's motions filed under seal or even ex parte hearings ongoing that the public is not made aware of. Which leads me to my next point. While awaiting Donna's trial, which at the making of this video should be ongoing right now, some very interesting things have been happening. One of which maybe would have never happened at all had her first trial not been delayed. Because about a month after her first trial had been set to start, the state learns of some very interesting information.
Concerning the scope of the sealing, when this matter was first presented to me, when we had the phone conference on April 8th, as it related to matters pertaining to the warrants and any affidavits, and any support for those as to the investigation that recently concluded, I am in agreement with you, those matters would be confidential. However, every filing that may even reference those materials, sealing those filings starts to become a question of whether things are exceeding the scope of confidentiality that's allowed by the rule of general administration. Mr. Zellman, why should all of these matters remain sealed without redaction or other means that could be made to otherwise deal with the portions that are confidential?
Well, Judge Jackie Fulford, on behalf of Ms. Adelson, our position is that the information that's contained in the items that Your Honor is referring to would need to be referred to also in the arguing of these motions. And we're here in open court, and I'm not sure how we protect the sealing of those documents when we're going to have to argue the very materials that serve the basis of why we're here, asking for a continuance and a motion to compel.
Is anyone actually getting into the warrants or the affidavits themselves with what you plan to argue?
Yes, Judge, and the materials from the investigation.
You have those to actually bring up as a part of your argument today?
Yes, Judge.
Not generally, not just referencing them, but the actual materials from the warrants and the affidavits.
Well, there need to be statements put on the record on behalf of Mrs. Adelson regarding what was claimed to have happened in the investigation that has since proven to be false, that has not been retracted by the state. And in making those arguments is part of the basis for why we need a continuance and why we're asking for the relief in the motion to compel, as well as additional depositions. And
to that end, Ms. Dugan, is the state planning to file any superseding indictment or any additional charges based on the investigation that is now concluded, or at least is alleged to have concluded?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
With that being said, if the defense is seeking to file any motions related to these matters, they are not related to pending counts. However, you can pursue them as you believe them to be appropriate. As to the warrants and the applications, does the state have a position as to whether they should remain sealed or any documents referencing them should remain sealed without redaction?
No, sir. We would defer to the court. And some of the discovery the defense has moved to compel is sealed, or a lot of it is, and I actually brought a motion to unseal the documents and recordings related to that today so that those can be provided to the defense, either, but maybe for the limited purpose of discovery, but whatever the court prefers, we don't have a position.
There was a lot of new information learned in this short hearing, so I wanted to tackle it bit by bit. Firstly, what we learn about is a new investigation that has just reached its conclusion in April of 2025. This investigation included a new wiretap relating to parties involved in this case, and as you heard, new warrants, affidavits, and other pertinent information to procure that wiretap. The words warrants is mentioned a half a dozen times in the first few minutes of this hearing, and I, for one, was quite intrigued. Possibly the most shocking part of this is the fact that the state is not adding any new charges onto Donna's current case. So basically, in the fall of 2024, the state received a tip that led to them getting a warrant for a wiretap that spanned a 2-month time period. Now, I think the most vital part about this wiretap is that it was approved by the state, unlike the former wiretapping, which Charlie and Katie's phone were tapped, recorded, and approved by the FBI. The reason why this distinction matters is that apparently state-approved wiretaps are notoriously nearly impossible to get signed. There has to be so much overwhelming evidence that there is both wrongdoing occurring and proof that this is the only way that the evidence of that wrongdoing can be procured. Of the lawyers that I have heard discuss this issue, it seems to almost never be granted. So this is a pretty big deal.
Your Honor, if I could just ask for clarification, are you indicating that you're unsealing the pleadings but not the actual underlying applications, affidavits, and warrants, or you're unsealing
Not the warrants, not the affidavits, not the applications, but pleadings that reference those matters, yes.
It seemed like one of the warrants was issued for a wiretap on Harvey's phone. This is the state's response to the defense's motion to continue. The defense's main argument was due to the discovery which they had not yet received, some of which included the new discovery from the ongoing investigation. In the state's response, they mentioned twice in the first 2 paragraphs some contents of what was gleaned from this new investigation. Shockingly, or not, that Harvey was attempting to tamper with and bribe witnesses. They make mention of this for a 3rd time in paragraph 3 and then mention the 100,000 emails that the defense was given as well. It's important to note that these are emails that were exclusively between Dan Rashbaum and Donna Adelson and were never even in the prosecution's possession. Now, who precisely was making those bribes is redacted, but we can assume through the rest of the context of this response that it was very likely Harvey, as they also have subpoenaed his phone records through 2 separate companies, and they go on to say that wire calls were made in association with this investigation, as well as FBI recordings which were made by the confidential informant on an FBI-provided device. And since they were still being uploaded, they had not been provided to the defense team. They mention again the attempts to tamper with and bribe witnesses twice more in this paragraph while outlining the raw data being provided to the defense team, as well as a schedule of attorney-client privileges with Donna. More on why the attorney-client visitation schedule is relevant in a minute. Let's hear more about this phone
The wire
tap.
came down on the 21st. I believe the significance of the 24th was that was when the order was signed, and I think Mr. Newland's memo said the 24th, but it is the 21st, which is reflected in the order the court's looking at now.
All right. Court will sign the order at this time. I believe that deals with your motion to compel, Mr. Zellman.
May I address one more thing about the issue we were just talking about? There is obviously this new discovery from this lead that the state was alerted to last fall. We conducted this investigation and followed that investigation to its conclusion. That obviously has resulted in some new discovery in these wire calls. But I did want to let the court know, though there are a large number of calls that the defense, of course, wants to review,
There are only, I was told, about 30-something calls deemed pertinent by law enforcement, and the state likely plans to only use maybe 1 or 2 at trial, and believes that the 2 months the defense had from the time it was discovered to the time of trial in June should be sufficient to prepare for that portion of the trial.
Do any of the calls that you intend to use from this recent investigation go to privileged matters or encapsulate calls with counsel?
Thank you. I wanted to address that. There are no calls that were recorded between the defendant, Donna Adelson, and attorneys in this case. I specifically asked the investigator about that before the hearing.
Mr. Zeldin, you may continue with your argument.
Yes, Your Honor. The state has also not responded to our request to let us know if they've also been monitoring our attorney-client conferences at the Leon County Detention Center.
That's a no.
And although the state believes that we're going to have enough time, I calculated this. There are over 32 hours of calls that were captured on that wire. And given the amount of materials that we have just been handed, we have not had an opportunity to review even 2 hours of those calls up to this point. Your Honor, just because the state believes that there's going to be enough time for us to prepare, and it's not 2 months, it's more like 6 weeks. There's not enough time for us to to analyze this new information, synthesize it, prepare appropriate motions. We've spent the last 3 weeks dealing with this as opposed to finalizing the motions in limine.
That is an important point you bring up. Essentially, between what has been recently investigated and what the charges have been of murder, solicitation, and conspiracy from the time your client is charged, there are essentially 2 different pots, if you will.
And by 2 different pots, he means 2 different sets of charges. And as we've heard, over 32 hours of conversation were collected from the wire, which out of those 32 hours, the state only plans on using 1 or 2 of those phone calls in this case. Which begs the question, if more of these calls are relevant, whose case will those be used in? It seems pretty likely that Harvey is a definite target, but we can also safely assume for every 1 piece of information that we know about, there's likely 10 that we don't. And note the words warrants, affidavits, and applications, all in plural, were used. So who else has the state been watching?
Back to the recent investigation, discovery, Ms. Dugan, the items that have not been provided, I believe some of these pertain to the parameters in the Title III that were supposed to operate as safeguards. Is there a reason this has not been provided to the defense?
So looking at the reply and the motion to compel, all of the things that they're requesting here as far as the minimization instructions, all the logs, all of those things, I feel once the order to unseal has been signed, those can all be disclosed. The only thing that I saw that would be additional that they are asking for is surveillance video, which is surveillance video from the jail, which I've been told has already been disclosed to the defense. They also asked for the financial records that are mentioned in the application. I was told that we subpoenaed Harvey Adelson's Zelle account. I found that those Zelle records and had it sent to the defense this afternoon. So once those items are unsealed and they can be disclosed to the defense, that should be all of the discovery that pertains to the wire.
So not only was the state monitoring calls on the wires, They also had surveillance of Donna in jail. And as irritated as she's been with Wendi, the likelihood that she's made disparaging comments regarding her involvement is pretty high. Now, a quick note about why the lawyer-client visit schedule is relevant. While watching Surviving the Survivor, they had access to a recent motion brought to the Court of Appeals calling for Judge Everett's dismissal from the case. In this motion, they outlined the accusations made by the state, alleging that there are overlapping communication records between Harvey Adelson, the defense attorney's cell phone, and attorney visits. It is also learned that Harvey Adelson has changed carriers from AT&T to Verizon since the issuance of the previous order. Even though the lawyers deny this claim, I think it would be a pretty big game for the state to try to play if they didn't have actual evidence to back it up. Which I think not only shows the lengths that this family is willing to go to avoid taking accountability for anything that they do, but also how clued in the state is and the lengths that they will go in order to get justice for Dan's murder. I don't believe at all that the prosecution team is going to go through all this work just to leave Wendi on the cutting room floor. Because, after all,
Ms. Adelson, this is all about you, isn't it?
Excuse me?
This is all about you, right?
I was called to be a witness and I'm testifying, so I don't understand the question. Is it a question?
There's about 100 people in this courtroom, right?
There are people in the courtroom.
Possibly thousands watching, right?
I have no idea who's watching.
And it's all because of your failed marriage, right?
I disagree with that.
You disagree that your ex-husband is dead because of your family.
Yes, I disagree.
These jurors are here for weeks doing their civic duty because of your marriage, right?
No.
Katie's going through this ordeal because of that marriage, right?
No.
Dan Markel's parents are going through absolute misery because of your failed marriage. Isn't that right?
No, that's incorrect.
It is all about you, Wendi. You're a liar, you're a manipulative sociopath, and you, my dear little Wendi Pooh, are a cold-blooded murderer. And your days are numbered. I would like to share a small sentiment written by Dan and shared to his blog. With the most gut-wrenching irony, the blog post is titled, "My Dispensability Has Been Proven." He discusses the blog flourishing in his absence as he has been away and thanks Ethan and the guest bloggers for running the asylum so proficiently. He goes on to talk about the most important development in his life, remarking that he just became the luckiest guy on earth. Wendi Adelson agreed to marry me. She now wears what she likes to call a big girl ring, which I find has proven a worthwhile investment in terms of its deterrent powers alone. All I can say is, wow, did I win the lottery of life? And it's a sentiment with which my friends and family eagerly share. Posted on May 25th, 2005. It has taken me so many takes to record this portion of the video without completely breaking down. Because although I like to present my videos with some humor at the Adelsons' expense, I don't find what happened to Dan amusing at all. I think often of his parents, Ruth and Phil, who loved their son so deeply and should have never had to say goodbye to him. His sister Shelley and the anguish that she has endured, losing her only sibling. I physically crumble thinking of how long they have had to endure this nightmare. To be forced to suffer the agonizing details of his death and the selfish plot behind it for more than a decade. A wound in your heart that, even though I know will never fully heal, gets torn back open and rubbed raw with each and every new arrest and every setback and every trial. And his boys, those babies who are now growing into young men, are the most tragic victims in this. Sons who will never get the chance to know their daddy. Boys who are so scared and confused with the swiftness that their entire lives were changed. Babies who have grown up being lied to by those who they should be able to trust the most. Depending on the very monsters who orchestrated the worst trauma of their young lives to keep them safe. And now, after all these years, in one of the most formidable times in their lives, as they begin to grow into young men, not only are they facing the immense challenges that most teens face, but one by one, as each member of their family is arrested, the betrayal and deception of learning that those that they have relied on their entire lives committed this heinous crime has got to be almost too much to bear. The absolute sucker punch of learning that the life that you thought you knew has been predicated on the worst lie and betrayal one could ever experience. My heart truly breaks for you. You didn't deserve this. And I pray with everything that I have that you are able to find the strength to survive this heartbreak on top of heartbreak. And as for you, Wendi, you can run, but you cannot hide. So I hope that you have been living it up and soaking up every moment you have in the sun. Savor every single day of freedom that you have not earned. Because your days are numbered. I believe in our justice system too, Wendi. And I don't see you making it out unscathed. So I guess it's up to you if you want to prepare yourself or continue to live in your delusion until your arrest. Because as Georgia says,
stay tuned.
Harvard educated.
Da da da, da da da, do do do. Da da da, da ga ga, oh do do. Wendi, 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 what shall we do with you? You thought you planned the perfect crime. It was just too good to be true. You say you're a lawyer and how smart you are, but you should have thought twice before hopping in your car. Arrogance, excitement, both got in the way, and you royally fucked up on that super special day. You needed to see and you just couldn't wait. It even made you late for your little lunch date. You thought maybe I'll go, just take a little look. You just had to go and see the life you just took. Wendi, Wendi, you should have thought. You sure messed this one up, you just can't be taught. You couldn't help it, just needed to see. Thought you could talk your way out, they'll never catch me. You're too rich, you're too smart, you're too pretty, you're on fire. And one thing's for sure, you're the biggest liar. You wanted it your way, you're such a brat. Adelsons didn't win. Wendi, Wendi, this is all about you. Your decade of freedom was too good to be true. Your family had it all, you were a pillar of the community, but you'll be the next one cuffed, 'cause you're a killer with no immunity. Baby, soak it up, your last days in the sun, 'cause after George is done with Donna, then baby